Li Wenyuan was transported to another world. In his memory, just a minute ago he was riding a bicycle when suddenly a meteorite fell on him, and the next moment he was already in this magical place. So, today I have the opportunity to transmigrate? He didn't panic too much. Rather, he quickly accepted his situation and was even pleasantly excited in anticipation of future adventures. Being an avid fan of novels about the transmigration of souls, he was not at all demoralized by this event. After all, who among us would not want to be in the place of the chosen one? But then he realized that he had no arms, no legs, or any body at all. He was just a program responsible for maintaining the stability of the system in the absence of its owners. Simply put, he was an artificial intelligence. Perhaps there was some kind of mistake. Li Wenyuan looked in amazement at the data in front of him, flashing warning lights, and instantly felt a lot of pressure. Warning! The main database power line has been destroyed. Please restore it as soon as possible. Warning. The Kintian space station is preparing to fall into the stellar atmosphere. Please restart the anti-gravity system. Warning. Research area EC34 has been invaded by an unknown life form. Please deal with this immediately. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I know how to deal with such things? Li Wenyuan felt discomfort from the huge number of red warnings. Just by the roughest estimates, he had to cope with more than 10,000 incidents at the same time. And this number was only growing. Just as he was pondering the sudden incident in a puzzled manner, a sudden sound made his eyes light up. Ding! This sound, this is the system. Li Wenyuan instantly became happy. Well, of course. What kind of transmigration would this be without a cheat in the form of a powerful system? Then he heard the sound continue. Warning. The administrative core has been captured by an unknown life form. Damage level, 15%. Warning. Lost connection to the surveillance system. A program of self-destruction of the planet is initiated. Li Wenyuan was shocked by these warnings. His joy gave way to a feeling of deep confusion. He still knew little about this world, but he was sure of one thing. In this world, his name was Matrix Administrator Wenyuan. But he did not have time to wonder why this artificial intelligence had the same name as him. It was unlikely that he could expect to survive the destruction of the planet on which he was located. In this case, he will be lucky if he becomes space junk. Mentally, he screamed with all his might, "Stop the self-destruction!" Re-establishing connection with the administrative matrix. The planet's self-destruction program has been stopped. Please deal with the current situation immediately. Initially, it was just an instinctive reaction of a man desperately fighting for survival. But it turned out to be amazingly effective. This made Li Wenyuan realize that he could control the system with his thoughts. Although I can use my command mind, my consciousness did not become a super brain just because I became an AI. It is simply not realistic for me to solve all these problems in a short time on my own. Li Wenyuan immediately began to think of a possible solution to the problem. The increasing level of damage to the administrative core made him feel that mortal danger was approaching. The administrative core was his body in this world. It was a huge glowing sphere connected by many pipes. If it crashes, then he, as an intelligent program, will most likely die along with it. He looked at the most glaring of all warnings. Warning. The automatic protection system has exhausted energy. It stopped working. Show me the current state of energy consumption. He had to deal with this crisis at all costs. A pie chart immediately appeared in front of him, surrounded by a large amount of data being analyzed. Although he could not understand them, it was enough for his use. Turn off all power to the research and industrial areas, and direct it to the automatic defense system. Activation of the automatic protection system. Due to damage to the main power line, power will be transferred through the backup line. Remaining time before activation, 15 minutes. Damn! Li Wenyuan cursed. 15 minutes was neither more nor less, but judging by how the damage to the administrative core was increasing, after these 15 minutes, he would already be dead. What other options are there? He clenched his teeth, as he usually did when he was in a difficult situation. Yes, he no longer had a human body, but that didn't stop him from feeling like he was actually gritting his teeth. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he saw a group of robot-like mechanisms. Judging by the data, it was functional, but no one had yet controlled it. These robots were his lifeline in this situation. Connect me to the synthetic humanoid control center. While Li Wenyuan was trying to save himself, there were countless lizard-like aliens plundering the place where his body was located. Even the smallest of them were 2.5 meters tall. Their bodies were covered with black scales and looked extremely durable. Ordinary weapons would not be able to leave even a scratch on them. Their eyes flickered with greed, and their forked tongues crawled excitedly from behind their bulbous cheeks, as if they were cautiously probing the riches of this land. They were notorious space pirates in interstellar space. Boss, The material of this wall seems to be living metal. This is a rare resource that sells on the interstellar market for more than 200,000 energy coins per kilogram. The pirate enthusiastically touched the snow-white wall, the enthusiasm in his eyes burning even brighter than when he looked at his beloved. "Okay, quickly take it off and take it away. It seems your wife dreamed of a house in the upper city. With this, we can all live comfortably for tens of generations." The captain of this pirate crew waved his hand and called on his comrades to carry this snow-white wall to their ship as quickly as possible. The cost of this wall alone was enough to disband the pirate crew, and their entire catch was so large that the captain preferred not to think about it for now for fear of losing and going crazy with happiness. Looking around, he pulled the chain in his hand and impatiently said to the creature behind him, "Why so slow? Do I need to teach you to walk?" After these words, a thin figure sadly came out from under the shadow of the wall. She was a completely different species compared to the lizard-like aliens. She had animal ears and a tail similar to that of a cat, and her pupils were vertical, as if she was not used to the strong light here. If Li Wenyuan saw her, he would be shocked because, except for the extra organs, she looked almost the same as a human. In the terminology of his past life, this woman was a furry. She was bound in chains and silently followed the pirate captain. Suddenly, her sensitive animal ears twitched as if something had caught her attention. The synthetic humanoid in the corner slowly stood up. His joints, which had not been used for a long time, made the sound of mechanical gears. His previously dull artificial eyes now flashed a dangerous red light. The furry woman's pupils instantly shrank and all the hair on her body stood on end. They did not differ in size and appearance, but her intuition told her that this creature was more dangerous than the most powerful sacred animal on her home planet. At the same time, the pirate captain tripped over something. "What is this?" He lowered his head and saw the body of a synthetic humanoid. It seemed to be a robot that this planet's civilization had made by imitating the shape of its own species. Such robots were everywhere on the planet. Since these synthetic humanoids showed no signs of life, the pirates did not attach much importance to them and simply focused on plunder. "Well, back off, don't bother me." The captain kicked the humanoid in disgust, but his ankle was suddenly grabbed by a synthetic hand. The humanoid raised its head and its eyes suddenly flashed blood red. The captain immediately had a premonition of something terrible. He quickly aimed his weapon at the synthetic humanoid, preparing to alert his nearby comrades by firing it. But this was followed only by the sound of breaking bones and his screams. "Ah!" The pirates, who were still engaged in robbery, looked in surprise in the direction of this cry and saw how the synthetic humanoid, without visible difficulty, lifted their captain by the leg. One of his men immediately reacted and fired a volley towards the synthetic humanoid. It was a common standard weapon in interstellar space. It could fire a high-energy laser beam that could cut through a 30-centimeter steel plate in a split second. Their weapons had always been effective against those from a lower-level civilization. But now something had gone wrong. The beam of light only burned the skin of the synthetic humanoid, revealing its metal body. The sound of rustling, accompanied by the captain's screams, echoed throughout the entire structure. More and more synthetic humanoids appeared from different places. Some stood on high ground and looked down on them, while others looked down on them. However, each of them had a frightening red glimmer in their eyes. To their horror, the pirates suddenly realized that they were surrounded. Damn bastards! Through the vision of synthetic humanoids, Li Wenyuan saw the lizards wreaking havoc around his body and couldn't help but be inflamed with hatred towards them. These creatures almost led to his death. At the moment, he naturally did not have a good impression of them. Danger identified. Lizards. When Li Wenyuan increased the danger level for these lizards, the synthetic humanoids ceased to be indifferent and turned into killing machines. "Crap! What's happening? Why did these robots suddenly start working?" one of the pirates shouted, opening fire on the synthetic humanoids. However, he found that he could not do them any harm. Someone must have activated the planet's self-defense program. Quickly, inform the leader. Before the other pirate finished his sentence, the synthetic humanoid grabbed him by the neck, and with what seemed to all observers a deafening crunch, he broke his neck. The rest of the pirates immediately panicked and desperately ran away from the building. But how could Li Wenyuan allow them to leave? In response to this, one of the synthetic humanoids turned his wrist, and his hand was replaced by something similar to a cannon. He pointed his hand towards the pirates, and the next moment they all grabbed their heads as one and began to roll on the ground in pain. Screams came from all sides, but soon died down. The pirates' eyes were bulging, and blood was dripping from all parts of their bodies. They were all dead. And this was not yet the deadliest weapon of synthetic humanoids. Its usual effect was simply to render unconscious. but Li Wenyuan slightly increased the power of the weapon so that its effect was more destructive. After dealing with the most serious crisis, Li Wenyuan was about to relax a little when he noticed that there was one trembling figure standing at the crime scene littered with corpses. This discovery truly surprised him. After all, the weapons of synthetic humanoids were not expected to misfire and were especially effective against living beings. How could anyone survive it? Out of curiosity, he asked one of the synthetic humanoids to approach the figure. Seeing this creature, he could not help but be surprised. Oh, so this is the woman? Seeing the eerie synthetic humanoids approaching her, she trembled all over and fell on her face, not daring to raise her head. It was a sign of submission among her race. Destroying all the pirates in a few seconds was far beyond anything she knew about fighting a battle. Previously, these same pirates had destroyed everything that stood in their way on her home planet. Even sacred beasts could not harm them. But now they were so easily crushed by unknown creatures. How could she not feel fear? When the synthetic humanoids approached her, she immediately lost consciousness. Li Wenyuan was puzzled. He had not been here for long, but he had already realized that this planet had been abandoned a long time ago. Apart from pirates, there were no other life forms here. This furry woman was captured by pirates, and she looks very similar to humans. So why is she acting like she's seeing synthetic humanoids for the first time? Their faces were made of bionic skin to resemble human ones as closely as possible. I'll think about it later. There are more important things to do now. Li Wenyuan turned his attention to the other warnings floating in front of him. Show surveillance footage for zones C5, C12, C27, and C34. Surveillance equipment in area C34 has been destroyed. The image cannot be transferred. These 4 zones were places mentioned in warnings about the invasion of unknown life forms. Li Wenyuan's heart sank when he heard this answer. Are there any synthetic humanoids in area C34? There are 1,500 synthetic humanoids in area C34. 28 of them have lost signal. Have the synthetic humanoids control center tap into their vision to assist in surveillance. Also order them to search for life in this area. The process is organized. The image in front of him changed, and a huge data line formed a panoramic image in front of Li Wenyuan. It was the sight of a large group of running lizards. Run! Run faster! Let's return to the ship immediately. Their radios broadcast in unison. The captain of this group of pirates rushed forward with all his might, even abandoning all the previously looted treasures. Seeing how the synthetic humanoids easily broke the neck of one of his pirates, he immediately abandoned the idea of fighting them with robots and ran to his ship. Only by reaching him and escaping did he have a chance to survive. He made a wise choice and turned out to be smarter than other lizards. Without the need to carry resources on himself, he was the first to reach the spaceship and get into the cockpit. When he looked out the window, he couldn't help but curse. You damn bunch of idiots! Apart from him, all the other pirates were still carrying various treasures, and although they were already not far from the ship, the robots were already catching up with them. The captain knew that they would not have time to get to the ship, so he decided to fly away alone. Boss! Why the hell are you going to leave us like this? Shouted one pirate, seeing that the spaceship began to slowly rise. He immediately fired his pistol at the ship, trying to stop it from taking off. A beam of light hit the coating on the surface of the ship and bounced off. The captain, noticing this, simply snorted and concentrated on the dashboard in front of him. The ship rose higher and higher, and the pirates who did not have time to climb on board were already drawn into battle with some of the robots pursuing them. The rest of them simply stood, looking at the ship, which was already 10 meters above the ground, as if in impotent anger. Seeing this, the captain finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he lost many fighters and resources, his life was much more valuable than that. Relaxing, he looked around with interest. Suddenly he saw a black dot on top of an extremely tall building. The black dot looked like a robot. The captain suddenly had a bad feeling. Suddenly, the robot he had just noticed suddenly ran towards him so fast and with such force that his mechanical legs left marks on the surface of the building as he jumped. The robot soared into the air and, describing a beautiful arc, was rapidly approaching the spaceship. The captain was shocked. He quickly increased the engine power and barely managed to avoid the robot falling on him. After that, he immediately took the ship into the sky, without risking delay any longer. It was only when he reached the stratosphere and was surrounded by a boundless sea of clouds that his seething heart finally calmed down. Here, these creepy robots will no longer be able to catch up with me. But as they say, don't wake up the trouble while it's quiet. As soon as he thought about it, several figures suddenly appeared behind the window of the spaceship. These were synthetic humanoids that chased him into the stratosphere. Their legs have been replaced with nozzles, allowing them to fly using jet propulsion. In fear, the captain turned the ship towards one of the synthetic humanoids, threatening to crash into it and knock it down. But this was exactly what Li Genyuan was waiting for. The synthetic humanoid did not shy away. Instead, as he approached, he glued himself to the window. And no matter how hard the captain tried to throw him off, he did not budge. In the end, under the desperate cries of the captain, the synthetic humanoid broke the glass and pulled the lizard out. After this, the pirate spaceship, having lost control, crashed in an artificial forest, and Li Wenyuan immediately switched his attention to other areas. Do you want to escape? Then I will make sure you can't come back. Under the pressure of synthetic creatures, the efficiency of cleaning up pirates has increased significantly. Area C5 has been cleared. Area C12 has been cleared. Area C27 has been cleared. After 3 consecutive messages, Li Wenyuan had a carefree smile on her face. He got rid of most of the intruders and interrogated one of them to find out the purpose of the pirates. They were chasing a cargo ship. On board this vessel was a man whom their boss had ordered to be captured. The spaceship eventually crashed on this planet, and the pirates, seeing the rare resources and technology, became greedy. They split into 5 small teams to plunder the resources, but now only the pirate leader remains, fighting on his last legs. Increase the number of synthetic humanoids in Area C34. No pirate should leave. Progress is organized. After giving the order, Li Wenyuan looked at Area C34, which had been mostly searched, and thought for a moment. Among this group of pirates, only the leader stood out. The other party seemed to have come to this area from the very beginning. Moreover, he destroyed surveillance systems along the way. He even quietly eliminated several synthetic humanoids before they went crazy, which confused Li Wenyuan. It testified to the power of synthetic humanoids. With these pirates' weapons, the synthetic humanoids shouldn't care even if they stood still and let the pirates shoot at them all day. So how could they be killed so easily? While increasing his vigilance, he also became increasingly interested in the pirate leader's methods. Time passed, and after a few minutes, reinforcements in the form of synthetic humanoids from other zones arrived in Area C34. Soon, there was only one unread place left. Li Wenyuan was sure that the rest of the pirates were here, so he ordered the synthetic humanoids to surround the place. At this moment, a group of pirates sat crouched in the corner of the laboratory, not even daring to breathe loudly. Next to them was the door to the engineering room. The light was on inside, but no one knew who was doing what inside. After some time, the door suddenly opened and a tall lizard came out. His eyes were bright, and a hint of joy flashed across his bulging cheeks, understood only by lizards. "Boss, did you succeed?" "Yes." Although the lizard tried to speak in a calm voice, his trembling was heard by others. It was the leader of the lizard pirates. Now that he had solved a big problem in the laboratory himself, his mood was good. It's like magic. The technology of these lost civilizations is truly amazing, of course. Why else could the coordinates of a lost planet be sold for such a high price and cause a war between interstellar civilizations? At this moment, the pirate leader's tone changed, and he said with a serious expression, "We must leave this place while the defense system is fully activated. Synthetic humanoids are a sign that even greater dangers await us." Having said that, the pirate leader was left with some residual fear. When he realized that this was a lost planet, the greed in his heart was long left behind. He had long heard about the mysterious technology of the lost planets. Moreover, he wanted to solve the problem with his genes, which is why he came here, to become a slave who is forced to obey the orders of the higher ranks in order to commit crimes and form a crew of pirates, which became the secret force of this man. Unfortunately, his instructions were not effective. When he noticed that he had lost contact with all 4 groups of his people, he realized that this seemingly harmless lost planet had experienced an unknown change. The best choice was to leave the planet immediately in a spaceship, but he just didn't want to give up after he found a solution. So he ordered the pirate mothership parked in space to fly to this planet, while he used the equipment in this laboratory for the perfect solution to his genetic problem. Now was a good moment to escape. Taking a deep breath, the pirate leader's eyes became fierce, and he pulled out the strange machine from his hands, saying, "Get ready, we are about to break through. The mothership is arriving." When the other pirates heard this, they immediately prepared for battle positions. The pirate leader then opened the door to the laboratory. As expected, he saw a black mass of synthetic humanoids. Seeing this, he immediately activated the strange machine in his hand. From that moment on, the glowing red eyes of the synthetic humanoids suddenly stopped moving. Then the red light in their eyes gradually disappeared. They were forced to shut down. The pirate leader was delighted, not only because of the powerful effect of this strange machine, but also because of the approaching pirate mothership in his line of sight. As expected, this black market merchant did not lie to me. This weapon from a level 2 civilization is really effective against robots. At that moment, he felt that his money had been well spent. Li Wenyuan, who was in the world of data, now finds himself in a difficult situation. He wasn't sure how to deal with the remaining pirates. He didn't know what kind of machine it was, but it was indeed powerful. It instantly shut down most of the synthetic humanoids he was controlling. Those synthetic humanoids with whom he had lost contact were also to be defeated by this machine. This made Li Wenyuan, who temporarily had no other means of attack, feel a little uneasy. I have no choice but to let them go this way. He didn't want to give up and started racking his brain for a solution. Luckily, a new system message appeared almost immediately. Level 2 civilization weapons discovered. Weapon level is locked and reduced to level 4. Additional administrative rights have been granted. Li Wenyuan's eyes brightened when he heard this. He looked at the fully charged automatic defense system that could be activated at any time. From the beginning, the system showed that he did not have enough authority, but now it seemed that he would finally be able to control it. Activate the automatic defense system. Progress is organized. Synthetic humanoids with elementary weapons are available. Space interceptors have been activated. The planetary shield generator has been activated. The automatic defense system is fully activated. After this order, the synthetic humanoids that had been shut down suddenly started working again. They raised their heads in unison, and the dangerous red light in their eyes instantly shot towards the excited pirate leader, causing him to tremble. Seeing that the synthetic humanoids could move again, the confused pirate leader hurried to activate the strange machine in his hand, only to find that this time it had lost its effectiveness. The blue shield flashed through the bodies of the synthetic humanoids and blocked the strange machine's influence on them, causing horror to the pirate leader. He looked up at the sky and placed his hope in the mothership, but found in despair that a blue beam had descended from the sky, falling on the mothership and preventing it from moving. It was an interception beam launched by a space interceptor. In the era of high-speed aircraft, the device stopped many speed violators. Now it became part of the automatic defense system. The pirate leader knew that the killing machines would not let him go. In desperation, he finally shouted, "I am a subordinate of the Grand Duke of Yingxia. If you kill me, he will not remain idle." He hoped that the person behind the synthetic humanoids would hear this and spare him for the sake of the Grand Duke of Yingxia. The synthetic humanoids did stop for a moment when they heard this threat, but it only lasted for a few seconds. Li Wenyuan, who was in the virtual world, thought about the situation and immediately ordered an attack. He knew that letting his enemy go would only bring greater disasters. Judging by their greed for this place, he knew that this planet must have an extremely high value for reasons he was unaware of. Letting these pirates go was tantamount to spreading the news that there is treasure here throughout interstellar space. In the end, this will only lead to more enemies. In contrast, if he kills this guy now, he will temporarily oppose the Grand Duke of Yingxia. Under Li Wenyuan's order, the synthetic humanoids standing in front raised their hands and pointed at the trembling pirates. With a bright flash, high-energy beams shot out from the palms of the synthetic humanoids, instantly killing these lizards. The flashing warning panels in front of Li Wenyuan's eyes finally decreased in number. He continued to consider the remaining questions, realizing that he still had a long way to go. Lord God, who would have thought that I would have to work according to the 996 system on the first day of transmigration? Sighing, Li Wenyuan called up the energy management interface. The current production capacity of the planet is 100,000 units of energy. Automatic defense system energy consumption, 800 energy units. Energy consumption data corrupted structure, 72,000 energy units. Current energy gain, 50 energy. Looking at the list of unknown things that were consuming energy, Li Wenyuan felt a headache. It was the energy that kept the planet's system running. He had to keep the energy gain at a positive level to ensure minimal problems for the planet, even if he had to turn off some other devices. He also tried to disable these unknown, data-corrupted structures, but was told that he did not have enough authority to do so. I need to find a way to increase the planet's energy production first. At the very least, we need to restart these disabled devices. He began to actively think and suddenly remembered the origin of these pirates. They were chasing a cargo ship that crashed here. Cargo ship. It was probably carrying something useful, right? Thinking of this, Li Wenyuan imagined this image. The spaceship, broken into pieces and still emitting thick smoke, landed in an artificial forest. God knows how many things are left that can be saved. After Li Wenyuan gave the order to the synthetic humanoids, he began to watch what was happening on camera. The bodies of the lizard pirates were disposed of. In addition to the robots repairing the ship, there was also a very special creature here. It was a humanoid creature with cat ears and a tail. At the moment she was worshipping in front of a huge glowing ball, folding her hands as if praying. She was a furry woman who was kidnapped by pirates. According to the pirates who were interrogated, she was the purpose of their trip. Cargo hidden on a cargo spaceship. Before the cargo ship crashed, she tried to escape but was eventually caught by the pirates. Then, by chance, she was saved by Li Wenyuan. Now she seemed to believe that there was a god on this planet who was protecting her. In the virtual world, Li Wenyuan thought for a while and asked the synthetic humanoid to bring a small device. Put this on her. Following his instructions, the synthetic humanoid placed headphones on the furry woman's head. This was what he got from the pirates. It was said to be a brainwave transducer that could read a target's thoughts by translating their brainwaves. The pirates used it to get the information they wanted, but after Li Wenyuan easily deciphered it, he used it against the pirates. Now this female furry was the second user. The movement of the synthetic humanoid did not cause any reaction from her. She continued to pray reverently, completely oblivious to the outside world. Li Wenyuan heard her thoughts. God bless, bless. So is she really praying? Li Wenyuan was a little confused, but there were some things he wanted to know through this furry woman, so he coughed. Ahem, cough! The furry woman's pleading eyes suddenly widened, and she pressed her hands to her eardrum. She looked around in shock, as if she had heard something. This was the second function of the brainwave transducer. It could also convert received signals into brainwaves, allowing the user to directly hear other people's thoughts in their mind. Under Li Wenyuan's control, the brainwave transducer could already convert the digital signals it sent into information that the brain could understand, allowing it to communicate with different species. God, is this the voice of God? The female furry interpreted the voice in her mind as the words of God. On her home planet, only God's chosen people encountered such a situation. Li Wenyuan was silent for a moment. While he lamented that the furry woman was clearly quite ignorant, he decided to correct her thoughts a little. If he could make her awestruck as a believer, he could get more information, right? The gods were consigned to the dustbin of history long ago. There is only administrator here. Li Wenyuan's voice was normal, but when it reached the furry woman's heart, it was different. What she heard was a booming voice. The owner of the voice seemed to come from another world and witness the beginning and end of the universe, possessing an indifferent calm. Such a majestic voice made her lower her body and tense, not daring to make any movements that would exceed her limits. This is exactly what Li Wenyuan wanted. It's not for nothing that he added a little special effect to his voice signal to make it sound very majestic. God, oh no, Lord Administrator. Thank you for saving Lillian. Lillian's voice trembled with fear as she encountered this mysterious and powerful being. Meanwhile, Li Wenyuan was already thinking in his heart. Lillian, huh? Sounds like a Western name, but is pronounced slightly differently than in English. Is this due to language changes over time? After some thought, Li Wenyuan looked at the nervous Lillian through the eyes of the synthetic humanoid, and asked the question that interested him most. Do you know about humans? Lillian's gaze became blank, as if she had absolutely no idea what the administrator oracle was asking her. After Li Wenyuan ordered the synthetic humanoid to take Lillian and arrange a place for her, he quickly scrolled through the many red warnings in the virtual world. Lillian, very human-like, knew nothing about the existence of people. No matter how you look at it, this planet looked like Earth from the distant future, only without a single person on it. Apart from the lizard-like pirates, the closest thing to them here was Lillian. Maybe other monkeys evolved in this universe, not the ancestors of humans? Li Wenyuan had thought about this before, but after observing Lillian for a while, he quickly discarded the idea. He would rather believe that the creature was genetically modified rather than evolved. Okay, we can think about that later. Now he had more important things to do. Well, let's see what we have here. Found it. He pulled one of the red warnings to the foreground. Danger! The database engine power line has been destroyed. Please restore it as soon as possible. The database core held all the planet's secrets, but it lost contact with Li Wenyuan due to a power failure, and its power consumption was astronomical. If I can fully activate it, then maybe I can understand everything, right? Li Wenyuan's eyes flashed and he placed this warning in the most prominent place. Right now he was powerless to do anything. He needed to focus on other things. I hope the synthetic humanoids will bring me good news. The scene on the screen spun and soon stopped, showing a place under the sky covered in thick smoke. A huge spaceship covering an area of more than 20 football fields crashed there. As it fell through the air, it broke into pieces, with debris scattered over a radius of hundreds of kilometers, making it difficult for the synthetic humanoids to find it. As the synthetic humanoids worked, valuable items were gradually recovered from the destroyed spaceship. The invasion is over. Comparison with database engine warning. Unable to connect to the database engine. Comparison with the general database. The star map has been updated. The atlas of living forms has been updated. Language, galactic lingua franca. Laburn and Segules introduced. 1. A new technology has been added to the technology tree. Finding the crashed spaceship actually brought Li Wenyuan a pleasant surprise. The most important discovery was by far the star map of this star field, which also made him realize that deciphering the spaceship systems could bring him great benefits. Thus, he instantly turned his attention to several captured pirate ships. Continue deciphering the pirate ship systems. The invasion has begun. Remaining time, 5 minutes. After receiving the order, Li Wenyuan first opened the star map and checked the current interstellar environment. The star map does not contain the coordinates of this place, which means that this place most likely has not yet come to the attention of other interstellar civilizations. Although this universe does not seem to function according to the law of the Dark Forest, I still have to be on my guard against enemies who could invade at any time. And there is also this Grand Duke Yingxing. If possible, I need to restore the industrial system here. At the very least, we should have some space battleships for self-defense, right? Oh, there's a shopping mall in a nearby star system? Perhaps I can find a way to get the things needed to restore the planet there. Li Wenyuan scanned the information very quickly. He had already begun to get used to his digital consciousness, and could now read 10 lines of data from the virtual world at a glance without errors. Before the new invasion was completed, he had already looked at the star map and studied the resources salvaged from the crashed spaceship. The energy goods were almost all destroyed, and the explosion caused by them may have been the real cause of the ship's disintegration. But Li Wenyuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the accumulated metal near the crashed spaceship. There were probably tens of thousands of tons of these things in there, and he felt they should last for a while. He began to move red warnings in the area to repair the virtual world, muttering, "Let's see what I can fix with these." After a while, after he confirmed it over and over again, he exclaimed, "Why can't I fix anything? The metal used does not meet the design standard's energy structure. Area A91, Level 4, singular point missing materials for repairs. Approximately 50,000 tons of reinforced Keras standard alloy. 1/3 level energy core, 1 T0. Li Wenyuan looked at the structure that was the easiest to repair, and felt a headache from the materials he had never even heard of. Looks like I'll have to go to the interstellar shopping mall. Even if I can't buy something, I should at least find out the price of goods in the interstellar market and what the standard currency is. Once he made the decision to go to the shopping center, the deciphering of the pirate ship systems was completed. The invasion is over. Comparison with the database engine warning, it is not possible to connect to the database engine. Comparison with the general database. The star map has been updated. A new technology has been added to the technology tree. Li Wenyuan took a look at the information provided by the pirate ships and found nothing new. The only valuable thing was that the location of the pirates was marked. He would be able to take this hidden resource in the future. He then landed the pirate ship's main ship on Earth and arranged for dozens of synthetic humanoids to board the ship. They will become his avatars when visiting the interstellar market to trade. It was a huge space battleship. Although it was several times smaller than a cargo spaceship, it had very basic weapons and a warehouse for goods. Currently, this was the only space travel-capable ship that Li Wenyuan had. The synthetic humanoids he selected were also carefully selected. They could self-destruct at critical moments so that their origin could not be traced. As for Li Wenyuan himself, he was thinking about what he should bring to the interstellar market for trading. A pirate ship can only carry part of this pile of useless metal, and God knows how much they cost. Speaking of something else, the pirates seem to have cut off the walls here, right? These greedy guys probably didn't do anything useless, which means, with such thoughts, Li Wenyuan looked at the structure next to his body where the administrative core was located. There was a huge wall there, glowing with a silvery light. Looking at the walls, equivalent to clothing for his body, he had a strange idea to cut off some and sell it. After all, I have already become the program. I don't need to feel ashamed yet. Li Wenyuan calmed himself down and asked the synthetic humanoids to cut off a cubic meter of silvery metal and load it onto the pirate ship. When everything was ready, Li Wenyuan tried to separate some of the data that made up his huge program and transfer it to the pirate ship's system. At the same time, He also eliminated possible hidden threats in the ship's system. Since he was now a program, he wanted to see if this would allow him to directly control the pirate ship and use it as a means to control synthetic humanoids. This was his first experience of flying into interstellar space, his first meeting with the endless universe. If he failed to receive up-to-date information about what was happening around him, he would always feel a hidden threat. Soon the test results became known. Sensing the pirate ship, which seemed to be an extension of his consciousness, Li Wenyuan expressed surprise. Works? It seems this administrative matrix of mine has many secrets. Could I do the same and transfer some of my data into synthetic humanoids? Li Wenyuan had such an idea, but he did not immediately implement it. He felt that the situation was now good enough, and he did not need to appear as a separate individual just yet. The tail of the pirate ship slowly emitted a stream of air, which gradually increased in size. Soon she passed through the planet's atmosphere and left the planet's gravity zone. In the universe, through the vision of synthetic humanoids, Li Wenyuan saw the planet he was on for the first time. Large areas of destroyed ruins were visible on the beautiful blue surface of the planet. The huge barrier field that spanned the entire planet flickered for a minute as the ship passed through, and then became transparent again, blocking all sorts of space debris from entering. A satellite, cut by craters, revolved around the planet. Through the ship's window, many buildings on the surface of the satellite were visible. In this star system, 7 other planets orbited the star, and a giant space station, not controlled by anyone, was slowly falling towards the star under the influence of its gravity. This was the Chintian space station mentioned earlier in the warning, and the so-called fall should have become inevitable in no less than 200 years. If I have the opportunity, I must restore this space station. It seems that the space battleship will also have to pass through it. Taking his eyes off the star, Li Wenyuan looked into the distant void. His main program was still in the administrative core, and he gradually calmed down. Stepping into the sea of stars was an inevitable path in the future. Sooner or later, he will have to go through this. It is better to become an unrivaled creature before being discovered by invaders from other civilizations. This is the only way he can ensure his safety. Having made a decision, the ship accelerated, and a bright light appeared on its surface, enveloping the ship like a bubble. The next moment, a stream of light engulfed the ship and disappeared from interstellar space. When he reappeared, he was already in another galaxy. This was the most ordinary galaxy, and there were no planets worthy of attention. However, the number of ships around was enormous. The reason for this was a huge space station, towering over the star as if it would never fall on it. Chapter 5. For the first time in heaven, dear interstellar travelers, welcome to Koribo Trade Enclave number 13. Are you still fussing and running around because your fur isn't strong enough? Koribo has the materials you need. Are you still worried that your warship is not as advanced as others? Koribo has the technology you need. Are you still worried about resource imbalance? Koribo has the market you need. No matter what race or civilization you are from, be it organic, intellectual, materialistic, or idealistic, everything you need is here. The broadcast from the shopping center was heard throughout the galaxy. Li Wenyuan, who had just entered this galaxy, naturally also received it. Koribo Trading Company? Judging by the name, they seem to be some pretty powerful guys. He admired. Such a company, which could have shopping centers in different parts of interstellar space, must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, the pirates wandering everywhere would have taken their lives long ago. The Koribo Trading Company sounded like a regular business by name, but it may have been more powerful than other interstellar civilizations, and some of them could even be only its subsidiaries. The inhabitants of such civilizations would then be its employees, responsible for providing resources and labor. After thinking about this, Li Wenyuan began to pay more attention to this journey. He had to not only ensure his safety, but also obtain enough information. While he was wondering whether he should immediately head to the shopping center, a communication request suddenly appeared on the screen of his ship's system. Message from security? Are they going to kick me out because the ship belonged to pirates? Li Wenyuan thought, starting to get a little nervous. After all, he wasn't sure whether the mall would accept the pirate ship for docking. After some hesitation, he finally accepted the request. If the other side does not attack him immediately, then it will be possible to try to negotiate. Once the connection was established, an image of a large alien with brown hair, 4 eyes, and an overall appearance similar to a standing bear appeared on the screen. As soon as he appeared, he immediately swore, Hey, Tony, you dirty rat. Since when did you upgrade the ship's security to this level? I can't even give you an ID signal. This time your guarantee fee will double, no, quadruple cursing." The alien suddenly realized that something was wrong. His 4 eyes widened as he saw the synthetic humanoids in the cockpit. "Guys, who are you anyway?" "Oh, I got it. The red tongues have fallen, right? I knew they couldn't last long. Apart from Tony, who was a little smarter, the rest are nothing more than a ragtag team. The bear-like alien raised its strong claws and rubbed its eyes. He looked like he was talking about an old friend and was a little sad. This scene made Li Wenyuan hesitate about whether he should leave immediately. If the alien was determined to take revenge on the pirates, then the ship in his hands was no match for the enemy. However, the next moment, the alien returned to his previous facial expression, as if nothing had happened, and poorly hidden greed appeared in his arrogant gaze. You're new here, so maybe you don't know the rules here. Your pirate ship is wanted by the Labourn Federation. Strictly speaking, I can't let you in. However, Korobo always follows the principle that anyone can come and make a deal. The Labourn Federation is not a threat to us. Therefore, as long as you pay enough fee, you can enter this galaxy. The alien narrowed his eyes and continued in a softer tone. Speaking of which, looking at the shabby appearance of your ship, I don't think you have anything valuable to trade. Since this is your first visit, I will only take 30% of the transaction tax as security. But in the future, it will be the standard 50%. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your pirate ship will be able to leave this place safely. He specifically emphasized the word pirate ship, which made Li Wenyuan pause for a moment. In the virtual world, he frowned and wanted to object, but he quickly calmed down and decided to make this compromise. He didn't expect such a large corporation to have so many abusive employees, but he had no other choice. There was no benefit in annoying this alien who is essentially the captain of the guard here. The bear-like alien looked at the ship with satisfaction and gave it a satisfactory label. Li Wenyuan calmed himself as he approached the space station. Even if this silver metal is very valuable, it is so scarce that it can only be sold for a few coins. As the ship approached, it attracted the attention of many. After all, such old antiques are no longer popular in interstellar space. It was quite exciting to see him now. While passers-by whispered to each other, the ship's system controlled the docking of the ship at the space station. After some of the synthetic humanoids landed, Li Wenyuan could see the interior of the exchange through their eyes. Countless strange creatures were walking back and forth. Some looked like huge stones, some were born with huge wings, and some were robots that looked like synthetic humanoids, but their eyes were full of wisdom. There were also those whose body was a sponge immersed in a free-moving water tank of a machine, communicating with other beings through speakers. Li Wenyuan, now looking at the real interstellar space, was deeply shocked. He didn't dare to imagine that there were so many intelligent races in this universe. He then immediately pushed it to the back of his mind. The universe was vast and full of wonders. Although death was the main melody of the universe, rebirth was also one of the main phenomena that could not be ignored. While ordering the synthetic humanoids, Li Wenyuan quickly caught his attention with a variety of goods. Oh, they sell a spaceship here? Let's look at the price, 10,000 energy coins for an old frigate with insurance for 10 years. I wonder if it's cheap or expensive. Technological scheme of a second-level civilization. Miniature-controlled nuclear fusion. Price 600,000 energy coins? Apparently the technology here is really very valuable. Oh, they even sell planet coordinates? The price of the coordinates of the mysterious lost planet is 10 million energy coins? Isn't this too much? Looking at himself from the outside, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but sigh. He was like a tourist who was interested in absolutely everything in interstellar space. It's a pity he didn't have anything now. Although he wanted to purchase these goods, he had to go to the official exchange here, the Karibo Enclave Exchange Center. It was a huge complex structure located in the center of the entire space station, with thousands of people always bustling around here. This was the real purpose of Li Wenyuan's journey. It was here that he would take his first steps in interstellar communication. In the Karibo Enclave Shopping Center, two robots were having a conversation. One of them was a synthetic humanoid controlled by Li Wenyuan, and the other was a service robot. Hello, mister. How can I help you? Is it possible to estimate the cost of goods here? Of course, and we don't charge an assessment fee. If you want, you can go to the assessment room on the second floor. With the help of the service robot, Li Wenyuan soon found the evaluation room and sat down comfortably. The so-called evaluation room was actually a huge automated device. Countless people sat placing the samples they wanted to evaluate into a large box in front of their seats. The automated equipment stored the item in a closed scanning area, and then displayed the results on a screen that could only be seen by the person on site. This saved Li Wenyuan for evaluation. The results appeared instantly. Item being assessed, Morton Standard Strengthened Alloy Description. An alloy produced in the Morton Galaxy. One of the lowest quality metal products. Market price. Approximate. 0.1 energy coin per ton. As expected, this is trash. Li Wenyuan couldn't help but let out a disappointed sigh when he saw the result. The alloy from a cargo spaceship could not be sold even for the price of an old frigate. He didn't give up. He then asked the synthetic humanoid to retrieve the second item. It was a weapon similar to a pistol, but the barrel of the pistol was shaped like a horn. This was what he received from the pirate leader. It seemed like it was a second-level civilization weapon or something like that. Evaluated item: miniature interference device, Tier 2. Description: individual interference wave transmitter produced by a Tier 2 civilization, obsolete. Market price: approximate 100 energy coins. After all, it is also junk. The item that Li Wenyuan had high hopes for was also determined to be junk, which made him sad. The technology blueprint of the second-level civilization that I saw earlier can be sold for 600,000 energy coins, so I thought that this weapon would cost about the same. It seems that I was too naive. Frustrated, he ordered the synthetic humanoid to retrieve the third item for evaluation. It was a mysterious metal cut from the wall next to his body. I hope pirates have better judgment. He had no choice but to throw a sample of the mysterious metal into the evaluation box. But this time the assessment took a long time. What's going on here? Is it really such rubbish that it cannot be appreciated? Li Wenyuan began to feel his heart getting colder. Then the evaluation results slowly appeared before his eyes. Item appraised. Living metal description. An extremely valuable strategic metal resource. Living metal is unparalleled as a key part of some projects. Previously, it was believed that it could only form naturally under extremely harsh conditions. Currently, only a few mysterious civilizations have permanent distribution channels. Most of the living metal on the market comes from the exploration of various lost planets by interstellar seekers. Market price: 200,000 energy coins per kilogram buyout of living metal extraction technology. Negotiations in person. Note: hello friend, I am the person in charge in this trading enclave. I was very surprised to see real live metal here. Are you interested in a personal meeting? We will be happy to offer you a price that suits you. If you agree, please do not leave the assessment room yet. We will organize a meeting for you in our VIP room. This unexpected surprise made Li Wenyuan very happy. He really didn't expect his clothes to cost so much money. For a short time, he felt the urge to take off his clothes and sell all his clothes as starting capital. However, this idea was quickly discarded. From the description, it became clear that living metal is an extremely important resource. If he is sold en masse on the market for a short time, he, as a seller, will definitely be discovered. At this point, the place where his main body is located will be in danger. But if I only sell a little, it shouldn't cause too much of a problem. He urgently needed startup funds to repair his home planet. Otherwise, he would not take the risk. According to the records, Li Wenyuan left the synthetic humanoid in place and assigned other synthetic humanoids to roam around the exchange center in search of the necessary resources. A little later, a group of robots approached the second floor, where the assessment room was located. They had a silver-white reflective surface, and every movement of their metal limbs was synchronized. Their eye cameras also rotated constantly, and soon they focused on the position of the synthetic humanoid. Then they came up and said in a very standard mechanical voice, "The welcome team is in place. The deviation is 2.99%. The communication signal is normal. Destination, 125th floor. The route is planned." Their incomprehensible words stunned Li Wenyuan. He barely understood what they meant. Does that mean they want me to go up to the 125th floor? He controlled the synthetic humanoid and took the elevator to the 125th floor. The controller that controlled the robots was also confused. Isn't this the latest trend in artificial intelligence civilizations? Does this AI seem uninterested in this style of communication? Oh no, I didn't manage to make a good impression. My salary will be cut again. The controller lamented that his low salary will be cut again. However, this had nothing to do with Li Wenyuan. He easily climbed to the 125th floor. This was a VIP room, and only those who were considered partners of the Karibo Trading Company could enter here. And today, Li Wenyuan became one of them. As soon as the elevator doors opened, an alien approached him. The alien had large fan-shaped ears, and his prominent cheeks were covered with hair and a beard. His dark eyes sparkled with the keen sense of a merchant. The part of his body below his chest was replaced with mechanical prosthetics and covered with bionic skin. Although he concealed himself with clothing, thanks to the synthetic humanoid's powerful scanning capabilities, Li Wenyuan could determine that at least 2/3 of the alien's body was mechanical. "Hello, my friend. I'm the person in charge here. Just call me Blanning. What can I call you?" The manager greeted Li Wenyuan with great enthusiasm. Only then did Li Wenyuan remember that he had never thought about the name issue. After some hesitation, Li Wenyuan decided to use the code name he told Lillian earlier to refer to himself. I am the administrator. Administrator. This simple word seemed to stun Blaney, and his eyes suddenly expressed understanding. Then his expression immediately became serious. With a wave of his hand, the environment changed from the VIP room to the conference room. It turned out that the previous scene was a projection, and this conference room was the original view of the room. After that, he changed his previous enthusiastic expression and said in a very formal and deep voice, I understand. I know that artificial intelligence civilizations have never liked to beat around the bush, so I will say it straight. Now I act as a diplomatic ambassador, and on behalf of the Karibo Trading Company, I would like to acquire all the living metals you have in the form of inter-civilization trade. I will buy as much as you have. You can communicate your requirements, and I will do my best to satisfy them. After his words, several blurry projections appeared in the conference room. They seemed to be high-ranking members of the trading company who had come to discuss the deal. Li Wenyuan, who was in the virtual world, frowned. After thinking a little, he answered through a synthetic humanoid. The process will be organized? The sudden change in the situation in the VIP room instantly alerted Li Wenyuan, and he seemed to begin to understand what had just happened. An alien named Blaney apparently decided that the synthetic humanoid standing in front of him was an envoy from one of the artificial intelligence civilizations. This kind of civilization usually represented a collective consciousness for many intelligent machines. Each of them was nothing more than a derivative of one huge consciousness, and only in some special representatives it was semi-independent. In the era of interstellar travel, the bionic skin on the surface of a synthetic humanoid did little to hide its true nature, and it was quite easy to detect that it was a robot. After careful consideration, Li Wenyuan decided to continue according to the other party's words. If he could make them think that the creature sitting opposite him represented a civilization and not an individual, then his future would be much safer. He always assumed that interstellar society wished him harm, so he never lowered his vigilance. The process will be organized. Li Wenyuan parodied the voice that he often heard in the virtual world, and saw how Blaney exhaled in relief. Then Blaney asked his first question. Then may I ask, how much living metal do you have to sell? As one of the rarest metals in interstellar space, living metal has always been in high demand. Even if you wanted to buy it, it might simply not be on the market. Almost all of the metal was monopolized by a few major players, with only a few random samples of living metal coming from interstellar adventurers. Although Koribo was a powerful company, it was unable to get its share of the pie due to its later founding. Therefore, when news appeared about the presence of living metal in the frontier galaxy No. 13, the upper echelons of the company immediately attached great importance to this. Having learned that the living metal came not from an adventurer, but from a robot from an artificial intelligence civilization, they immediately felt that this was their chance. Apart from perhaps mysterious ancient civilizations, no one else in interstellar space will miss the opportunity to obtain living metal. This was due not only to its rarity, but also to the technology associated with the further development of civilization, which required a sufficiently large supply of living metal. Li Wenyuan, in deep thought, decided to use a method that could probably only be used by an artificial intelligence civilization to demonstrate the living metal he had brought. With that thought, the synthetic humanoid's artificial eye blinked and released a projection beam. A square piece of silver metal was projected into the center of the conference room. At the same time, a large amount of data was noted next to the projection, regardless of whether the aliens understood it or not. Blanning's pupils shrank and he said in disbelief, "So much. This amount is almost the annual production for the entire Milky Way." Li Wenyuan naturally heard the surprised remark, and was very interested in analyzing it. After all, from an ordinary point of view, a cubic meter of living metal was not even comparable to a ton of sand. Why are interstellar civilizations fighting over him? He was curious, but the synthetic humanoid remained indifferent. His appearance did not change. The blurry projections of the upper echelons of Koribo also began to tremble, as if they were whispering to each other. After some time, it seemed that Blaney received an order from his superiors and suggested, "We really want to trade with you and are ready to agree on a long-term partnership regarding living metal with a 50% premium. If you agree to entrust the Karibo Trading Company to become the exclusive distributor, the price can be increased by up to 200%. What do you think about this? 200% premium?" The virtual world made Li Wenyuan silently surprised. Having suppressed the attack of greed associated with the desire to immediately sell all the living metal available, he rejected Blaning's offer. After all, he didn't know how to produce this metal. What if he needs it in the future? In addition, he understood that he could not reveal his wealth to anyone. If this interstellar company confirms that he has the ability to supply living metal in large quantities, they can immediately take action against him. Seeing that the synthetic humanoid was not giving his answer, Blaney continued as if nothing had happened. Although I am sorry that I could not reach an agreement with you, the Korobo Trading Company will always be your best partner. Then, should I transfer the energy coins needed to purchase this batch of living metal to your civilization's credit account through an interstellar bank? Or will you transport them yourself? Bank account? Transportation? Li Wenyuan, while controlling the synthetic humanoid, thought in a daze. After thinking for a while, he decided to answer, "We don't accept energy coins yet. Our requirements are a reinforced Karas standard alloy, a third-level energy core, and Cero." He was not aware of the transaction process, but knew that the less information he revealed, the more other civilizations would look at him with suspicion and would not take immediate action against him. He planned to return resources to his home planet and not leave it for at least 50 years, and only after developing a master plan of action will he visit interstellar space again. When he revealed the list of materials needed to repair the singularity energy structure on his home planet, the entire conference room was enveloped in a strange atmosphere. Not only did Blaney look at the synthetic humanoid in shock, but the projections of Korobo's senior leaders were shaking, as if they were arguing about his request. Blaney could not resist confirming. "Are you saying that you need a reinforced alloy of Karas Standard and Cero?" The strange behavior of these people made Li Wenyuan, who was in the virtual world, nervous. But he still nodded. This time everyone in the room fell silent, looking at each other. Blaney said with regret in his voice, "The Karas galaxy was destroyed 5 million years ago. However, the strengthened Sadov alloy used in the modern world can meet the same requirements. We can provide it." But regarding Cero, hesitating slightly, as if not knowing how to voice his thoughts in such a way as not to offend the synthetic humanoid, Blaney continued. "As for hallucinogenic gases such as Cero, here you will have to turn to idealistic civilizations. But I must warn you in advance that they may not be as lenient towards artificial intelligences as we are." Li Wenyuan couldn't understand what the other party meant, but he didn't know how to get more information without destroying the image. So after these words, he completed the deal without unnecessary emotions. He was about to leave, when Blaney suddenly approached him in a friendly manner and casually extended his hand, as if to shake hands. And this was done so quickly and looked so natural that Li Wenyuan shook his hand without hesitation, as was customary in the business etiquette of the Earth. But from this simple gesture, Blaney looked so shocked that his eyes even dimmed for a moment, as if his thoughts had gone somewhere very deep within himself. After the synthetic humanoid left, he fell to the floor as if he had spent all the strength he had. His eyes were red from overexertion, and he could hardly breathe. Then, overcoming his own weakness, he hurried to call his boss. "How did everything go?" he asked as soon as the connection was established. "It didn't work out. The hacking program in my body seemed to have fallen into a black hole, and there was no response from it. Moreover, I have a feeling that I was hacked. If I hadn't cut the connection to all the artificial limbs in time, the creature behind him might have already connected to our network." What a terrifying civilization. Even your hacking skills were useless, right? No wonder he was able to obtain so much living metal so easily. Well, it looks like it will be impossible for us to trace the origin of this robot. You should also hurry up and get a new limb, in case they really hack the old one. I'm already doing this. Blaney skillfully removed the mechanical prostheses from his body and requested the delivery of new parts from his subordinates. Then he seemed to remember something and asked with confusion, "According to your instructions, I used a handshake to test, but it showed no signs of anything unusual, so everything is fine." The boss at the other end of the communication device was silent for a while, before slowly saying, "The absence of anything unusual is the most unusual thing about this gesture." 5 million years ago, Karas Cero, the chief, suddenly muttered and seemed to come to some idea, because his voice became deep, and he asked, "What did he say? His name?" Hearing how the boss's tone changed, Blaney quickly replied, "He said his name was Administrator?" So Administrator the boss's face also changed, as if he finally understood something. Then, as if testing Blaney, he asked, "The Watcher, the Guardian, the Traveler, and the Silent One. You are familiar with these 4 names, right?" Blaney also quickly replied, "Of course, these are the 4 most mysterious civilizations in the Milky Way. Nobody knows when they appeared. All we know is that their economic, technological, and military power is at the level of gods. Ordinary interstellar civilizations in their eyes are not even comparable to ants. Really, most of the living metal on the market comes from them, so it is no exaggeration to say that they hold in their hands the hopes of all other civilizations for further development. Blaney, of course, understood this situation, but was still at a loss as to why the boss mentioned it. Immediately after this, the boss, in a more relaxed tone, as if simply telling a story, said, "When I was young, I accompanied my grandfather in exploring interstellar space. We explored many galaxies and saw many interesting things. The most profound impression on me was made by a painting dating back tens of millions of years. It told the story of a great civilization confronting a threat on a universal scale. And this story ended with that civilization mysteriously disappearing. Nobody knows where they went. As for the handshake, I learned about it from this mural. This is a gesture expressing friendliness. And in the entire Milky Way, besides us, there seems to be no second civilization that follows this etiquette. And although this is just a guess, don't you think?" At this moment, the boss deliberately paused before continuing with mockery. "Don't you think that the name Administrator is very similar to the names of other mysterious civilizations?" Blaney was surprised by this line of thinking. "But why does a civilization that has reached such a level need to trade resources with us? Shouldn't they have everything they need?" The boss on the other end of the communication device laughed and explained, "The way an artificial intelligent civilization thinks is different from ours. It is difficult for organic life forms to understand what they are thinking. Besides, haven't you forgotten? We invited them to a deal. They didn't ask for a deal. Most likely their so-called need may just be a hobby like collecting. After all, the artificial intelligence that needs Cero. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't make any sense, right?" Blaney came to a sudden understanding and agreed. "You're right. Such a product of idealistic civilizations is truly unacceptable for a materialistic worldview. In any case, the artificial intelligence called the Administrator may be a mysterious civilization similar to the Observer and others like it. Add him to our list of friends, not to the list of VIP partners. If you meet robots from there again, treat them with respect. Don't be shy, and try to leave a good impression on them. If they are on our side, even if it is just a small gift, it will be enough for us to become famous in the Milky Way." As for those who trampled on our heads, the boss chuckled mockingly and slowly said, "One day I will make them understand who the biggest merchant in this interstellar space is." His boss's arrogant words made Blaney shrink a little. But he soon smiled again, because he had already presented a beautiful picture of how the Administrator's civilization gave the company incredible technologies and materials as a result of his unbridled flattery, or rather hospitality. In this case, he himself would become an influential figure in Korobo. So much so that positions that he had never even dared to dream of began to seem to him a completely achievable goal. After leaving the VIP room, Li Wenyuan was lost in thought for a while. The only resource that he still needed to restore his planet was Cero, and now only 1 gram of this substance stopped his further development, and he couldn't do anything about it. Just think that even such a huge company as Koribo could not get Cero. Apparently he had no choice but to send synthetic humanoids in search of representatives of idealistic civilizations. According to Blaney, they were the only ones who produced Cero. In fact, it is difficult to believe that there are idealistic civilizations that have evolved to interstellar travel. The upbringing that Li Wenyuan received in his previous life hardened him into an unshakable materialistic worldview. In his view, the so-called idealistic civilizations existed only formally, but in fact, they also followed the path of science. However, when he was thinking about this, a voice suddenly rang out next to him. "To some extent, we are also materialists. It's just that in your understanding, our materialism looks like nonsense that madmen talk to themselves." The sudden voice startled Li Wenyuan in the virtual world. He looked around but saw nothing. "I'm here. Can't you see me with your mechanical eyes? Then, perhaps you should fix them." Only now did Li Wenyuan notice that there was a small fairy floating in front of the synthetic humanoid. In appearance, she seemed to be floating in the air. But the artificial eyes of the synthetic humanoid were able to see that in fact, behind her back, 2 pairs of dragonfly-like wings were flapping rhythmically. The high-frequency movement of the wings made them invisible to the naked eye. Li Wenyuan felt that she was very similar to the fairies that flew among the flowers in Western fantasy films in his previous life. But the most amazing thing was that the fairy in front of him was very similar to a person, both in body shape and in face. This was the second human-like creature Li Wenyuan saw after Lillian's furry. He experienced a pleasant surprise, like meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign country, which even made him forget how the fairy began their conversation. Meanwhile, she raised an eyebrow and asked with obvious curiosity in her voice, "So you are really an artificial intelligence, and not one of those modified bodies? I thought that only organic life forms could detect spiritual signals." Unexpectedly, artificial intelligence is also capable of this. A very interesting discovery. It looks like we need to question the theory of spirituality in our textbooks. Hearing her words, Li Wenyuan suddenly realized that this fairy seemed to be able to read his thoughts. What's happening? This is magic? Or some unknown technology? The idea that emerged instantly made him on alert. The cold eyes of the synthetic humanoid analyzed the fairy's body structure, and at the same time added a new species to the atlas of living forms, which had not been updated for a long time. "Oh my God," the fairy suddenly said regretfully. "Why are you suddenly wary? This way, I won't be able to continue reading your spiritual signal. How about I pay you for this, and we can talk some more? This will give me more material for my graduation work." Although the fairy's expression was sincere, Li Wenyuan did not intend to linger after the conclusions he had drawn. He immediately hurried to get lost in the crowd. The fairy seemed disappointed at the missed opportunity. If I had known that he would react this way, I would not have started the conversation with him in this way. Then, I might study it a little more. But who can resist the temptation to communicate with an AI that has a heart? I hope that in the future, I will be able to meet several more such creatures. With such thoughts, the fairy continued her way through the crowd, which parted before her in fear, as if at the sight of a ferocious beast, for inexplicable reasons left unattended. However, such a reaction seemed familiar to her, and only after she left, someone in the crowd whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, it seems it was someone from the Ferris Kingdom, right? I think we saw them for the last time at a scientific conference." Hush, they say, that scientific conference ended in tears. Nobody knows what exactly happened. But after this, the idealists almost stopped contacting the outside world and rarely appear in interstellar space. One way or another, almost all idealistic civilizations are under the protection of the observer. So there were few conflicts with them before. But aren't they just a bunch of crazy people talking to themselves? It's better to stay away from them. What if it's contagious? Li Wenyuan didn't know anything about what happened after he left. He simply hurried to make a deal with Korabo, after which he launched the spaceship and headed back. His encounter with the fairy made him realize that there were still many dangers in interstellar space that he had never thought about. He thought that due to the high level of security of synthetic humanoids, it was almost impossible for information to leak. However, he did not expect such a shock from meeting an idealistic civilization. Who would have thought that they would be able to use some method to read his thoughts, which he could not even think of before? I need to hurry. The galaxy is too dangerous for me right now. I will return to the stage of exploring interstellar space when I have more power. After checking the product and confirming its reliability, Li Wenyuan launched the spaceship with a cargo full of reinforced alloys and a third-level energy core stored in a special container. Meanwhile, the bear-like creature in the security room received a message that the pirate ship he had marked had left the spaceport. At first he was stunned, and then he became furious, as if he could not even imagine that someone would dare to ignore him and leave without paying the guarantee fee. Thus, he quickly opened the staff communication device and contacted his colleagues working in the trading department to find out what the pirate spaceship's trading volume was on the stock exchange. He has already decided to take 95% of the guarantee fee. Of course, if he did not have such an opportunity, he would never allow the ship to leave. "Hello? Bearded man, it's me. I have a request for you." "Yes, help me check." This time these guys really got confused. We have to let them know who the real boss is. The person on the other end of the communication device readily agreed with this statement. But after a while he asked in a sly tone, "Little bear, do you really want to tax that spaceship?" "Certainly, but of course, in the end my honor and dignity are at stake. Do you think these pirates have the balls to somehow harm me?" The bear has not yet grasped the danger in the question asked to him. The bearded man was silent for a moment and then continued, "Okay, you are by far the coolest here. The trading volume of this ship is 22.5 billion coins. And I must say that I have never seen such a volume of transactions in such a frontier galaxy as ours. Just think, this is just a measly 22. How much?" The bear, who had previously been calmly in the security room, suddenly jumped up from his chair. All four of his eyes, usually full of greed, now expressed only extreme shock. 22.5 billion. You usually charge 30%, right? Since the ship's crew has so clearly challenged you, you must take at least half, right? It will be more than 10 billion, buddy. Don't forget to share a little with me later when you have time for this. The bearded man continued to speak, enjoying the expression on the bear's face, suddenly realizing that he was in a situation of complete disaster. At this moment, the bear was already shaking, drenched in cold sweat, and immediately shouted into the communication device on the other side. "Hey, you! All of you here, no one has the right to leave the port. I will throw anyone who dares to leave the port into the star furnace." His men, who had just been flexing their fists in preparation to arrest the wanted criminals, were stunned by this cry and immediately stopped. "What's happened? Don't you feel so cool anymore? What do you usually tell these pirates? That they will not live long in this trade and will die sooner or later, right? But this time, it looks like you hit the wrong person, right?" The bearded man's voice was still heard in the bear's ears, but he no longer paid attention to it. Instead, he paced quickly around the security room, thinking about how to rectify the situation. His monthly salary as a security captain wasn't even in energy coins. Instead, it was an electronic currency that circulated only within Karibo. Energy coins were used in interstellar operations, but even one energy coin already had an exorbitant price in the eyes of ordinary people. Even with all his annual income, Bear couldn't afford a single energy coin. Fortunately, his position was special. As the captain of the guards at this trading base, he was able to collect taxes from illegal spaceships without attracting much attention. And it must be said that there was no shortage of illegal spaceships here. It was a trading station in name, but in reality it was a place where interstellar explorers could trade and resupply their supplies. Koribo's partners were usually just such people. Crazy adventurers usually did not return to their home planet until the end of their lives, and therefore the electronic signatures of their spaceships were often not updated in a timely manner. Therefore, they were considered illegal in most star systems. In this way, Bear earned from 100 to 200 energy coins per year under the guise of tax revenues from such ships. By the standards of interstellar transactions, this amount may have seemed small, but it was enough for him to buy dozens of buildings on his home planet. But now, take 10 billion from the deal. He would not dare even look in the direction of this money, even if he were 10,000 times braver. Therefore, while he informed his people to leave the spaceport again for the ceremonial escort of the pirate spaceship, he sent him an email admitting his guilt and asking for forgiveness. Li Wenyuan was about to activate the hyperspace drive to travel to the next galaxy when he received this letter. When he saw the sender and realized that it was a security guard, he immediately threw the letter into the trash. He was in no mood to quarrel with such a petty swindler. He just wanted to get home quickly. If the other party wants to collect taxes, then it can do as it pleases. Li Wenyuan left all the energy coins with Koribo. He didn't believe that someone like the security captain would dare to touch such a large number of energy coins. Moreover, the administrator's civilization he represented had already attracted Koribo's attention. The captain should have been glad that Li Wenyuan did not come to him to take revenge. He eventually activated the hyperspace drive and disappeared from this galaxy without a trace. The old pirate ship passed through the vast sea of stars, finally entering the atmosphere of the blue planet. Power plant, Area A91, Level 4. Singular point missing repair materials, Kero, 1 gram. Li Wenyuan almost fell into despair, seeing that even the easiest plant to repair still needed materials that he had no way of obtaining. Is there any other way other than disabling the automatic defense system and supplying power to the industrial zone? This reallocation of resources will take a long time. Is there really no way to get Zero without turning to those idealistic civilizations? The thought of fairy-like aliens being able to read the thoughts of his digital consciousness sent shivers down Li Wenyuan's spine. While Li Wenyuan was thinking, he called up Kero's information in the database. Zero description: an inert gas that does not react with most substances. Apparently, only idealistic civilizations know how to properly use Zero. Only idealistic civilizations know how to properly use Zero. So why is it needed to repair a power plant? Li Wenyuan, no matter how much he thought, could not understand it. Just as he was about to close the interface with a sigh, he suddenly saw a new green notification among the many red warnings. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the notification and his breath hitched for a moment at the contents. Rare resources have been discovered on the planet. Zero, please process this in time. Those. I flew halfway across the galaxy and he was here the whole time? Li Wenyuan did not expect that there would be Kero on his home planet. He was very surprised. It seemed as if the heavens themselves were on his side. He immediately checked the location of the gas. This place. While Kero's location gradually increased in the virtual world, a strange expression appeared in Li Wenyuan's eyes. If Zero was there, then things were going to be interesting. At this time, Lillian, who was in the middle of her daily prayer reading, sneezed, and looked around in confusion. Are you saying that if you pray diligently every day you begin to exhale this gas? To the administrator's question, Lillian nodded in confirmation, trembling. When she was suddenly called, she thought that she had done something wrong and was now very timid. On the other hand, Li Wenyuan was shocked. It seemed to him that he had learned something that changed his understanding. After the synthetic humanoid examined the furry woman standing in front of him several times, he became convinced that the interlocutor was just an ordinary creature. But imagine that she can naturally produce tsero. It was hard to even imagine this. This is incredible. Do you know where this purple gas comes from? He tried to find out, but seeing the emptiness in Lillian's eyes, he understood everything. Okay, we'll talk about this later. Go calm down. If you need anything, ask. Remember that in the future, when you pray, call my name. I'll have someone collect this gas, okay? I got it. Lillian stepped back, her animal ears twitching nervously. Seeing how scared she was, Li Wenyuan sighed. He wondered if he had gotten too carried away with his performance earlier. He then told the synthetic soldier to take out a small electronic device that looked like a cell phone. It was a game console that synthetic humanoids found on the planet while clearing the ruins. It appeared to be a museum piece. After scanning it, he discovered that it contained many versions of apparently classic games that were used by people of that era to kill time. This is for you. Consider it a gift in gratitude for your help. Try to figure this out on your own, and if you succeed, I'm sure that you will very quickly get used to using this device. He rightly believed that the inexperienced and naive Lillian would quickly become interested in computer games, so much so that he would become a real geek. After that, Li Wenyuan concentrated his efforts on repairing the 4th-level singular point. Apart from synthetic humanoids, there were only a small number of robotic technicians on the planet. He couldn't even find the machines needed to construct large buildings, so he had no choice but to entrust all tasks to synthetic humanoids, who had great strength and, of course, did not need sleep or rest. And so, as time passed, the day came when the 4th-level singular point was completely repaired. Looking at the huge building rising on the ground, Li Wenyuan's eyes filled with tears. How much time has passed? He was finally going to fulfill one of the smallest goals he had set for himself when he arrived on this world, to solve his energy problems. The repaired singular point occupied an incredible 10,000 square kilometers of area. It was even larger than some cities and covered the entire area of the A91 area. We can say that the entire zone existed only for the sake of this building. Instead of calling a singular point a building, it would be better to call it a huge group of buildings. Complex and intricate pipes connected the various functional areas, while circuits for transmitting and transmitting energy were scattered throughout. Before the repairs were completed, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but be grateful that the damage to the 4th-level singular point was not serious. Basically, there were problems only with keynodes. 50,000 tons of reinforced alloy was just enough. Well, it's time to see the results. Li Wenyuan controlled the synthetic humanoids that slowly entered the tower in the center of the structure. This tower was the center of the singular point. That is why 10,000 square kilometers of land were built up. In the tower, the synthetic humanoids gradually approached the energy core, which was floating in the air in a multi-layered cubic space. The 3rd-level energy core he obtained from the previous deal was used for this. At the same time, the next step was also the most important. The synthetic humanoid held a special jar filled with purple gas in his hands and inserted it into the interface. At the same time, the gas inside, due to the change in pressure, flowed into the cubic space and gradually enveloped the energy core. A small jar of tsero gradually filled the entire cubic space. Its color did not change, maintaining a mysterious ethereal hue. After this, the energy core inside began to rotate faster and faster. As the electric current passed through the cubic space and hit the gas rotating inside at high speed, a series of explosions rippled through the cubic space. And then it suddenly became so empty that Li Wenyuan even seemed as if both Kero and the energy core were just a figment of his imagination before. However, at this moment, a huge amount of energy passed through the center of the cubic space. The buzz from the launch of the structure began from the singular point of the 4th level and gradually spread. The corridors, which had not been used for a long time, shook under the influence of this wave of energy. The dust cleared, revealing secrets that had been buried many years ago. The entire planet seemed to come to life thanks to the renewed supply of energy and began to glow with life. In the virtual world, Li Wenyuan looked at the energy production soaring and finally smiled. Current planetary energy production, 120,000 energy units. Energy consumption of automatic protection system, 800 energy units. Energy consumption of data corruption objects, 72,000 energy units. Current approximate energy income, 20,050 energy units. The energy produced by the fourth level. Singular point is truly impressive, and with scientific research and industrial planning now restarted on the planet, the next step is to look at what's in the sky. After finishing the repair of the level 4 singular point, the sudden abundance of energy brought Li Wenyuan great pleasure. Areas and facilities that had to be temporarily closed due to energy shortages were brought back online, and even so, energy remained in abundance, unlike the previous poverty-ridden situation. The shared database has been restored and is fully functional. Connecting to the main database warning. Unable to connect to the main database. The shared database is set as the primary database. Database module activated administrative matrix completion. 25% more administrative rights granted. A large amount of energy was generated, and the first person to benefit from it was Li Wenyuan. As an AI responsible for monitoring the normal functioning of the entire planet, he always felt that he lacked resources. He always lacked everything he needed, and was forced to cut back on many things in order to maintain a positive energy balance. It seemed that the damage here was so severe that not only did the administrative matrix lose contact with many objects, but this also resulted in the administrative rights associated with these objects being limited. It can be said that since his move, the administrative matrix has been incomplete, gradually solving the most pressing problems. His matrix gradually began to restore its previous capabilities. Maybe it's worth trying out new features? Li Wenyuan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the newly added additional programs column in the virtual world. Set up a research project? By defining a target for a research area, will they be able to operate automatically? The so-called research area was actually an automated, all-inclusive city. He did not require the presence of people. With one command from Li Wenyuan, the city began automatic work and the zone began to solve the assigned tasks. The research zone didn't even need any materials for their research because they had a dedicated research virtual world. All scientific work was carried out in the virtual world. Through countless simulations and errors, the most probable result was achieved, and the accuracy was infinitely close to 100%. I still don't know what research results there might be. I need to find something to start with, Li Wenyuan thought as he remembered several notifications he saw when he hacked into the system of the crashed spaceship. A new technology has been added to the technology tree. If I'm not mistaken, it should be in the database. Following his thoughts, he opened the general database. A large frame connected by many lines suddenly appeared in the virtual world. It expanded from the bottom to the top, and the branches protruding outward became increasingly dense, resembling a lush tree. At the bottom was the basic technology that served as the base of the tree. The columns were all illuminated and expanded into new branches of possible technologies. Li Wenyuan quickly looked at the aerospace technology that interested him the most, and smiled. Basic structure of a spaceship technology level, 0. Introduction. Based on the analysis of the wreckage of a crashed spaceship and a pirate ship, we have a preliminary understanding of the construction method of these small, primitive spaceships. Available technologies: engineering vessel, 99.9%, transport ship, 99.9%, basic spaceship AI, 99.9%. These available technologies were in a gray, locked state on the tech tree. They were the technologies most likely to be developed from existing technology, according to the research zone's calculations. At the moment, only the 3 most likely to be successfully implemented were displayed. But once one project is completed, new technologies will become available. Doesn't this mean that if I have one core technology, I can use it to develop all the others? Li Wenyuan looked at the technology tree with great interest, but quickly discarded this naive idea. This was because the higher the technology tree grew, the lower the success rate for learning the available technologies. Without enough underlying data to back it up, these high-level technologies were nothing more than a fantasy. For example, he saw a technology called Skyveal spaceship, which was in the basic spaceship structure technology tree. She was a level A technology, which was one of the highest in the entire tree, but its success rate was 0. It was just a piece of possible technology placed on top to maintain the fullness of the tree. In fact, even for many Tier 3 or 4 technologies, the research success rate was dramatically less than 10%. This confirmed that the research zone was not optimistic about the planet's current scientific potential. Let's try the new feature first. We will develop a research project for an engineering ship. Progress has been made. Scientific Zone E1 is in progress. Research completed. Engineering ship. A new technology has been added to the technology tree. Li Wenyuan, who was about to do something else, was stunned. He then showed a surprised expression. So fast? Not even a second has passed, right? Opening the technology tree again, the new engineering ship branch was already glowing above the basic spaceship structure node. If you click on it, you can even see a large number of detailed drawings and reference data, as well as simulation clips from the scientific research virtual world. Impressed by the efficiency of the scientific zone, Li Wenyuan simply ordered the research of all technologies with a success rate of 99.9%. Thus, the initially gray technology tree quickly began to light up from below, and the speed slowed down only slightly when it reached the third level. At this point, most of all Tier 0 and Tier 1 technologies have already been researched. It was only when he chose the Level 2 technology called Total Invisibility that the science zone informed him that it would take 15 days. Surprisingly, the harvest is really large. As expected, the sky is the limit when you have enough energy to do everything. He sighed and turned his gaze to another object to be repaired. Although there were still enough Level 4 singular points on the planet that needed to be repaired, Li Wenyuan, who now had a surplus of energy, needed something more important. Industrial equipment, C2 zone sizing device, missing materials for repair. About 360,000 tons of reinforced Keras standard alloy, 1 gram of cero. Among the many objects in need of repair, Li Wenyuan found one that he thought was the most suitable for repair. According to the description, the dimensional creation device could extract resources from other parallel universes, using only a small amount of energy. Li Wenyuan didn't know how this device worked, but it was very important to him at the moment. Without a sustainable way to produce resources, a device that could produce energy from nothing was just a hotcake. Once the industrial zone starts working, I will already be able to synthesize the enhanced alloy, but the main resources needed for this can only be found on the planet. The thought that he would have to control a large group of synthetic humanoids to sort through the garbage on the planet made Li Wenyuan realize how far he is still from his goals. In the lonely expanse of starspace, a spaceship that had undergone a grueling journey of thousands of light years once again activated its hyperspace drive. There was silence on board the ship. After a long time, one of the members said, "Since leaving the mother planet, we have already crossed 25 star clusters and explored 20,330 planets in 156 galaxies. Excluding the planets we deemed worthless, we've explored at least 1,500 planets. So, Cooper, where are those ancient ruins you were talking about?" The entire team's atmosphere seemed to cool down after these words. The rest of the crew also looked without expression at the main character of these words. A creature with a green body, bulging muscles, and amazingly large eyes. This description indicated that he came from a new interstellar race, the Laborns. However, it was clear that the other members would not treat him particularly favorably just because of their racial differences. Cooper still had to provide them with an explanation. So, after a few seconds of silence, Cooper slowly expressed his thoughts. "I know you are unhappy, but you all read my father's research report, and at that moment each of you believed that it was worth trying. Now we're not even halfway through the exploration and you've already decided to go home? But there has to be at least something to hope for, right? We haven't found a single clue in these 2 years, not to mention hope. How will we explain this when we return?" You don't have a bit of patience. I really don't know how you got into United University. What did you say? Seeing that the argument was becoming more intense, the person who seemed to be the leader of the team suddenly said, "Okay, shut up." Everyone present immediately froze in silence, but from their dissatisfied expressions, it was clear that this calm was only time. Seeing this, the leader touched his forehead with his fingers and said helplessly, "At that time we voted unanimously for this. It's really too early to go back now." Hearing this, Cooper's eyes filled with hope. However, the next sentence seemed to wash him out of a tub of cold water. "But we cannot endlessly waste time searching. What do you say to this? We'll come back after we've completed our exploration of all the galaxies in this star cluster." "Professor? Cooper?" The professor leading the team said wearily, "I'm already old, and I have little time to learn new things. It was only for the sake of your father that I agreed to pilot this ship and accompany you on your exploration of one planet after another. But I still have my own research. If we can actually find the ancient ruins as indicated in your father's notes, then good. But probabilistically, you have to understand that the chances are close to 0. So listen to me this time, okay?" Looking at the elder who was almost like his second father, Cooper opened his mouth, but could only nod silently. As for the young man he had argued with earlier, he showed a mocking smile, as if he was incredibly pleased to see Cooper suffer. At this time, the ship's hyperspace engine was fully charged and sent the ship into the next galaxy at super light speed. Lillian, where is your daily prayer? Sorry, Lord Administrator, I overslept. In the artificial forest, Li Wenyuan controlled a synthetic humanoid who reprimanded Lillian, who was immersed in a video game. The artificial forest was Lillian's place of residence. According to her, it was because the environment here is very similar to my hometown. I really like it here. The artificial forest also produced synthetic fruits and pure water daily. Since Li Wenyuan didn't have to worry about Lillian's survival, he simply left her alone. However, the game console he had given her earlier was really good, or maybe even too good. When Li Wenyuan learned that Tsero's production was decreasing day by day, he sent a synthetic humanoid to find the only Tsero producer on the planet, Lillian. Then he saw her sleeping peacefully in a hollow tree. So, you're so caught up in the game that you don't get enough sleep every day, so you just use your prayer time to catch up. Yes? Lillian knew that she could not hide this from the administrator and nodded honestly. Li Wenyuan, on the other hand, with a serious expression on his face, took out the game console that she had hidden in the hollow of the tree. Then he poked her head with a branch and said, "Do you want to play that bad?" "Yes." "Do you know why I let you play?" "Because I can produce that purple gas." At that moment, Lillian suddenly remembered that the administrator is a creature that kills without blinking an eye. If she loses her value, then it will be her fate. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. She immediately knelt down and said with a trembling voice, Sorry. I won't make the same mistake in the future. I beg you, please don't kill me." This scene was beyond Li Wenyuan's expectations. He just wanted to clarify the relationship between them, and let Lillian understand that she could play games, but at the same time ensure the normal flow of her prayers. He didn't expect Lillian to think he was going to kill her and scare her senseless. "I think I overdid it." Li Wenyuan felt his head begin to hurt as he looked at the female animal trembling in front of him. He had no choice but to squat down and stroke her head with an artificial humanoid hand. He never thought about killing Lillian, the only living thing on this planet. This was not only due to the fact that she could produce Tsero, but also because her biological form was very similar to a human's, which attracted his attention and created a feeling of familiarity. To be honest, even if Lillian could not produce Kero, Li Wenyuan would still protect her until he had the opportunity to go into interstellar space. He did not believe that there would be a second fish in the Milky Way that could evolve to survive on land, survive one major extermination after another, and go through one vital battle after another to develop flexible limbs, develop a human-like appearance, and finally reach the top of the food chain, creating a civilization. Li Wenyuan always had the belief in his heart that Lillian and her family were products of human activity. At the very least, they should be closely connected with people. Someday, sooner or later, he will go to Lillian's home planet and look for traces of humanity there. When the time comes, Lillian will be the best guide, so he sat down and consoled her. Perhaps his calming effect had taken effect, and Lillian finally raised her head, but her cat ears were still down, making her look pitiful. Li Wenyuan sighed and handed Lillian a new game console. "Here is a new game console. It has more games and variety. In the future, just pray whenever you remember. It doesn't matter if you don't want to pray. For now, Tsero is in abundance. Cats don't have to work anyway, so why live tired?" While he was talking, one thought suddenly came to his mind, and he warned, "In the future, do not leave this forest unless you have special reasons. There is enough food and water there. I still don't understand the defense system of some ancient ruins to the outside. If you accidentally get there and die, I won't even have anyone to talk to. That's all," he said. Perhaps the kindness in his words was too obvious, or perhaps this feeling of alienation made Lillian feel uneasy, but when Li Wenyuan was about to leave, she stood up and stopped the synthetic humanoid. Lord Administrator, Lillian will try, so please don't kick me out, okay?" Li Wenyuan was stunned by Lillian's pleading words, and he didn't know what to do. Laugh or cry. She was so afraid just now, so why isn't she afraid anymore? And when he said he wanted her to leave, when I said that I wanted to forget about it, don't worry. As long as you remain on this planet, I will not allow you to leave. And don't lose your headphones on your head. Otherwise, I won't be able to contact you. Li Wenyuan couldn't help but sigh and casually voiced his thoughts out loud. It's a little unpleasant that the natives don't know how to speak humanly. Maybe I should order a synthetic humanoid to give you some lessons. Although Lillian didn't understand the meaning of the lessons, she felt that it was good and finally smiled. Little did anyone know that this would become her nightmare for a long time. At that moment, A spaceship suddenly appeared at the edge of the solar system. There were only a few people on the ship, but as they looked around the galaxy, they all opened their eyes at the same time. This place of fire flashed in Cooper's eyes. His instinct told him that he had finally found the right place. Whether it is the location or the size of this planet, they are very favorable for the origin of life. Numerous buildings are visible even to the naked eye on its surface. It seems to me that we have found a suitable place. On the research spacecraft, Cooper enthusiastically voiced his opinion regarding the planet they had just discovered, and it seemed that his excitement spread to the rest of the team. After passing through over 1,500 planets, they finally discovered a planet that might contain ancient ruins. Regardless of whether this planet is the one they are looking for, their journey has already proven not to be in vain. I'm glad that we received such news at the very last moment. Let's vote. Do we want to land on this planet or just do a surface scan? Anyone in favor of landing on this planet for a detailed inspection, please raise your hand. As soon as the professor finished his speech, everyone on the team raised their hand. Even the young man who had previously argued with Cooper did not hesitate. Although he didn't like Cooper, if he could add made an archaeological discovery to his resume, his future path would be much easier. Great! Since everyone has unanimously decided to land, then we must hurry. Wear protective clothing and take your equipment. We are about to enter the planet's gravitational field. On the not very large scientific ship, the crew began to fuss. Cooper clenched his fists. The secret that his father left him was ready to be revealed to him. While the alien group was preparing to land, Li Wenyuan, who was controlling the synthetic humanoids rummaging through the garbage, suddenly received an alarming message from the automatic defense system. Warning: an alien spaceship enters the planet's gravitational field. We ask the commander to take action. What? Aliens? Li Wenyuan was shocked by this message. He thought it was a system error and tried to check the information. But the data that was constantly updated on the screen confirmed his fears. It really was a spaceship, and it was approaching the planet. In the image, an alien ship, its shape resembling a stripe, was quickly approaching, describing an arc in the air. His target was more than obvious: this planet. From the looks of it, they probably didn't notice the existence of the planetary shield. If they continue moving, they will collide with the shield and turn into space debris. Pirates? Korobo? Or the Grand Duke of Yingxia? In the virtual world, Li Wenyuan frowned as he thought about the possible identity of the intruders. The first thing he did was exclude Korobo, because if they came for living metal, it would not be one ship, but an entire fleet. Then, he ruled out the pirates. The cunning pirates would not lightly allow their mothership to approach an unknown planet. The mothership is their lifeblood, and they would never risk using it for something as minor as landing on a planet. So these are Grand Duke Yingxia's people? His eyes lit up at the possibility of this. To be honest, he did not believe that the Grand Duke of Yingxia, who seemed to be a man of great authority, could decide to launch a direct attack without first conducting an intelligence survey. But I can't destroy their spaceship right now. If they send out a distress signal, it will be very difficult to keep the planet's location a secret. Let's first hack into their ship's system. There was one suitable one in the technology tree, and now I can test it. Li Wenyuan's eyes flashed, and a structure similar to a radar station began to slowly turn on the ground. Phantom Signal Technology Level 2. Description: in the era of interstellar travel, we can now allow signals to carry viruses that can silently infect most electronic devices. Available technology: Strong Ghost Signal, 11.1%. Ghost Signal Firewall, 9.2%. Simplified Ghost Signal, 6.7%. This was a new technology that Li Wenyuan developed on the technology tree. She could infect equipment using a hidden signal. At the beginning, all this seemed too fantastic to him, but now he could use this group of aliens to test new technologies. A few seconds later, Li Wenyuan received feedback from the ghost signal. Infection complete. The Bluestone spaceship system has been completely taken over. As he examined the spaceship system, which was now completely under his control, he could not help but exclaim in amazement. As expected, the result is truly impressive. He noticed that the technologies he had studied seemed much stronger than similar technologies from other interstellar civilizations. Most of the technologies he obtained from crashed and pirated spaceships were thrown away at the processing station in the research area, and only a few of them remained in the technology tree as base ones, so it was not surprising that he had such thoughts. Despite his doubts, Li Wenyuan still marked the ship with a marker allowing passage so that the planetary shield would not destroy it. He then looked at the interior of the spaceship through its infected system. Are you wearing protective clothing? Although based on the spectral analysis of the atmosphere, we should breathe normally on this planet. But I don't need to explain to you how scary alien bacteria can be, right? The professor in the conference room addressed his 4 students, giving a final warning. If the spacecraft can land normally, they will have to first protect themselves from local bacteria. Professor, everyone here has undergone genetic enhancement, and our immune systems are extremely strong. Is it really necessary to play it safe to such an extent? Asked one obese participant. He was the slowest at putting on the protective suit and always had trouble doing it. Every time he left the ship, it was torture for him. Good question. Of course it is necessary. Didn't your history books tell you how the Zombies' civilization ended? They were destroyed by a deadly virus brought from outer space. The professor's words forced the obese man to remain silent. Seeing that everyone was ready, the professor began to check the equipment for the last time. Food pills, medical gun, remote-controlled mosquito. Hey, where's the compass? Who is in charge of the compass? The obese man from the previous conversation again raised his trembling hand and said in a quiet voice, And where is the compass? I thought that since we brought so much technology with us, one mapping device could take over all navigation functions. There is no need to take such an archaic thing. The calm old professor? His eyes suddenly widened with anger, and he exclaimed, Hurry up and bring it! Otherwise you will get 0 points for your extraterrestrial expedition this time. Hearing that the results of his many years of work could collapse, the obese man instantly jumped up and ran to the door in a panic, heading to the pantry to get a compass. Meanwhile, the professor cursed in his heart. Even if you have never been to another planet, have you never watched films on this topic? Don't you know that the space environment is complex and constantly changing? Don't you know that equipment that can be used 1 second can break down the next? In fact, even a compass is not reliable enough, since it is essentially useless when we encounter a planet with an unstable magnetic field. However, we must consider all possibilities, and all preparations must be carried out in accordance with safety regulations. After making sure that everyone else had listened to him carefully, the professor calmed down a little. This troublesome guy needs to be taught a good lesson during this expedition. Otherwise, he might get hurt when he goes on an expedition alone in the future. While thinking about this, the professor suddenly realized that the obese man was still lingering at the door, showing no signs of leaving. He immediately flared up again and shouted, What's going on? The ship will land soon. Do you want us all to wait for you alone? However, he did not expect that the obese man would turn around, covered in sweat, and say with some fear, The door does not open. What? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they heard his words. The young man who had previously mocked Cooper was the first to come to his senses. He pushed the obese man away and shouted into the camera on the door, Bluestone! Open the door quickly. Bluestone was an AI, and most of the ship's functions were controlled by him, even little things like automatically opening and closing the door. But the answer was only silence. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with Bluestone on the control panel. A voice came from behind. Turning in the direction of the voice, he saw Cooper working at the console, apparently trying to wake up a large green stone with a human face on the central screen. What's happening? Bluestone is a standard AI developed by United University. It is widely used in various areas of ship AI and is unrivaled in stability and security. Why is this happening? The professor muttered to himself as he looked in surprise at the silent Bluestone in the center of the screen. An unpleasant feeling came over him. Cooper quickly made a decision and hit the lever next to the control panel. This was an emergency switch that could put the spacecraft into manual control. Emergency mode was invented to prevent such a situation. However, the ship's system still did not respond to his actions. No matter what he did, the spaceship continued to fall to the ground. This will not work! We need to leave the ship immediately in an escape capsule! If this continues, we will all die and no one will even know about it. As you would expect from a professor, he was very experienced. He first took a laser cutter out of his toolbox and began to cut open the door. Luckily, he asked the students to bring all their instruments in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get out of here. The others also quickly packed the necessary items. After the professor opened the door, they walked in order to the middle of the cabin. There was an escape capsule there. Although it had not been used for a long time, there was not a trace of dust on it. The reason is that the professor often maintained this life-saving system, even if he hoped to never use it. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. Prepare to strike. According to the professor, everyone, including himself, lowered their center of gravity and fastened their seatbelts tightly to their bodies. The professor took a deep breath and moved the lever in the escape capsule. The escape capsule has always been an independent component of the entire spacecraft system. No system control is required to manually open the release port and allow the internal escape capsule to exit the ship. In the next second, the sound of air friction caused by high-speed movement surrounded the capsule from all sides. Through the round porthole window, the ground, full of vegetation and ruins, quickly passed by. The escape capsule fell to the ground at extremely high speed. Most of them closed their eyes and prayed that they could survive the impact, except for the professor and Cooper. One of them looked at the simple operation system of the escape pod, occasionally activating the jet engine and glider wings to reduce the pod's inertia and try to correct its fall direction. Another used the time to memorize the entire panorama in the sky and determine their location. The fall from 10,000 meters was almost instantaneous. Soon the escape capsule fell into a meadow and slid hundreds of meters before stopping. Meanwhile, the mother spaceship flew over the mountain range above their heads and fell in an unknown location. After a long time, the door of the escape capsule was opened, and several figures stepped out. They finally reached their destination, but none of them were happy due to the circumstances surrounding it. The deafening silence around them seemed to be able to absorb any sound and seemed to indicate that this place was not as safe as they imagined from the orbit of the planet. Cooper's heart skipped a beat and he turned around sharply when he felt that he was being watched. However, he did not find anything suspicious. Li Wenyuan, who was in the virtual world, meanwhile smiled with satisfaction. Wow, not a single one was wounded or killed, and the spaceship is completely in my hands. Now whether you can leave this planet or not is no longer up to you. In the virtual world, Li Wenyuan was very pleased. Under his control, this group of alien guests successfully escaped the spaceship and were forced to land. He had no interest in the ship's technology. After scanning, the research area determined that the ship itself was not of much value, but its design could help create a new concept for spacecraft. Thus, a new technology was developed, a research ship. Li Wenyuan's true goal was to prevent a distress signal from being sent when the ship crashed, which could attract the attention of the aliens' mother planet during their search. After he took full control of the ship's AI, he ordered it to continue moving from galaxy to galaxy, creating the illusion that everything was in order, until the fuel ran out and it was lost in the vastness of space forever. As for the reasons why he wanted to leave these aliens alive, after all, I'm not a killer. As long as they don't pose a threat to me and don't reveal the coordinates of my location, I can spare their lives. But of course, not for free. Li Wenyuan's eyes glowed as he controlled the synthetic humanoids that followed the aliens from a distance, as if spying on the aliens. According to information on board the ship, this group of people is an archaeological team led by a professor. They are trying to excavate ancient ruins on planets with traces of civilization. I really miss such experts. If these people really have the ability to excavate, then it is quite possible to hire them to work. There were many damaged structures and forgotten ruins on this planet. The abandoned buildings were all marked in the system, but Li Wenyuan simply could not do anything about them. After all, he wasn't an archaeologist, and the database didn't tell him how best to do this kind of research. He attempted to control several synthetic humanoids for force excavations, but they were all instantly killed by self-invasion defense systems that he could not understand. As a result, he had no choice but to stop the excavations. But now, under the leadership of these people, synthetic humanoids could compensate for the lack of knowledge and experience. But first, I need to see how competent these people are. If I remember correctly, there are ruins nearby. If they really found something in them, then meeting them might not be a bad idea. Having made his decision, Li Wenyuan continued to do other things. Since the industrial zone was fully operational, it has been busy producing the reinforced alloy needed to repair the measurement creation device. To this end, the synthetic humanoids non-stop sifted through countless piles of garbage to collect enough raw materials for its production. Lillian no longer neglected her duties in producing Tsero. Every day, she spent enough time in prayer. Li Wenyuan secretly watched them and found that she was simply kneeling, clasping her hands and silently uttering incomprehensible words such as God, redemption, and the end. Then Tsero miraculously dissipated into the air along with her breath. An X-ray scan by a synthetic humanoid revealed that Tsero appears directly in her body, rather than being produced by an organ. Seeing something like this that defied the laws of physics, Li Wenyuan was shocked at first, but soon stopped thinking about it. In the end, he himself migrated to this world. Was there anything more magical than this? Moreover, every time Lillian prayed, she would praise the administrator, which gave Li Wenyuan a rare spiritual comfort. Although his body was already a program, his consciousness was not much different from how it was when he was human. Previously, he was so busy with so many little things that he didn't have time to think. However, when he happened to have time to himself, he did feel a little lonely. Now that he had Lillian, a talisman to keep him company, he considered himself quite lucky to have her. Okay, time to order the synthetic humanoids to work. Once the dimension creation device is repaired and there are enough resources, the construction robots on the technology tree can also be put into production. Everyone, have fun. The planet needs you. Only when the planet gets better will you have a better work environment and be able to create even more valuable things for me. Li Wenyuan muttered encouraging words to himself in the empty virtual space. He then continued to control a large number of synthetic humanoids and began transporting the enhanced alloy to the dimension creation device. Meanwhile, the professor led his 4 students through the artificial forest. Because they rushed into the escape capsule after losing control of the spacecraft, they were unable to take much equipment with them. And now their goal has long changed from excavating ancient ruins to finding a way to leave this planet. After all, none of them expected such an incident to happen. As they continued to move, Cooper suddenly asked, "Professor, what do you think happened to our spaceship? We were hacked? Your logic is valid, but what is the reason? Where is the source? We need a complete chain to form a possible result. What are your ideas?" This question was everyone's question. No one would believe that an AI that was fine a minute ago would suddenly become faulty on its own. Like Cooper, almost everyone was convinced that it was the result of an attack by an unknown hacker. Cooper thought for a moment and said, "We did a rough scan before approaching the planet. It's not 100% certain, but we have at least confirmed that there are no traces of large numbers of living creatures. There is a lot of space junk and abandoned space stations floating around in this galaxy. Ruins and buildings are also visible on the surface of this planet, indicating that there was once an interstellar civilization here. But for some reason they fell into disrepair. From experience, the ruins of these civilizations usually have some level of self-defense, and they can remain a threat even after 1,000,000 years. I think our spaceship was thoughtlessly hacked by one of these security systems." Right. There may be an uncontrolled electronic network on this planet. And our AI was attacked by her as soon as we approached her zone of influence? The professor nodded. But in that case, now we have a more serious problem. The level of protection of my exploration ship is unmatched even among professional adventurers, and yet we received no alarms until we completely lost control of the ship. After a short silence and making sure that all the students were carefully waiting for his conclusions, he continued, "There is only one possibility here. The other side's technology level is much higher than ours. That's why they broke through our defenses so easily. Do you understand what I mean?" The professor's words silenced everyone. After a while, the fat man said with difficulty, "Does this mean that the danger we face can be extremely frightening?" The professor nodded expressionlessly and said, "This is one of the possibilities. The more advanced a civilization is, the more things beyond our understanding will await us. Any out-of-control robot pet here could tear us all apart. But without allowing this fear to take root firmly in the minds of the young people, the experienced professor decided to cheer them up. But this also means that we can have a very rich harvest. It could be a mysterious technology, rare resources, or even a powerful combat robot." Professor Cooper finished his sentence and received an approving look from the latter. A young man on the team, who had always been on hostile terms with Cooper, exclaimed in surprise, "Are you crazy? Are you really going to go to these creepy ruins? Shouldn't we first find a way to leave this planet?" "I think the way out is in these ruins." Cooper's eyes glowed with determination, as if nothing could stop his thoughts. "Since there are so many ruins on this planet, most likely there may be exactly what we need to survive. Once we find the right way to enter, we will be able to leave this place sooner or later." "You're just delusional. I think you are doing all this for your father's illusory idea. I'm definitely not going to enter anywhere." Seeing that both were about to start arguing again, the professor intervened in time. "Okay, calm down. Whether it's walking around the ruins or exploring them, there's not enough time today. First of all, we need to hurry up and find a place to camp." The group fell silent again. At this time, the fat man who was behind suddenly felt a chill creep through him, as if from someone's gaze, and when he turned around, he was so scared that he froze in place, not even thinking about running away or giving any signal to his comrades. In the dark openings of the forest, a huge black shadow slowly raised its body, and her bright red eyes were glued to the fat man as if they were looking at a fragrant piece of fresh meat. The professor, who led the detachment, was struggling to make his way through the dense thickets when his gaze fell on a juicy fruit lying on the ground. About to turn to the fat man, who had a wealth of knowledge about alien flora, to determine whether the fruit was edible, He turned around and was suddenly surprised to find that it had disappeared from their ranks without a trace. Where did the fat man go? Everyone froze at his question, and only then did they realize the loss of one of the team members. A sudden feeling of anxiety gripped the professor, and he hurriedly led everyone back to look for the lagging fat man. And pretty soon they saw him shaking with fear on the ground. Cooper quickly called out to him, "Fat man, what are you doing here?" And he was already hurrying towards him, when suddenly, halfway there, his body suddenly froze, and almost primitive horror was reflected in his eyes. He saw a huge spider towering above the trees of the forest. Its 8 paws dug deep into the soil, supporting its heavy body. Beneath his bright red eyes were tentacles writhing with excitement, and thick saliva dripped copiously from the creature's mouth, falling straight onto the head of the fat man, numb in horror. No one knew how the fat man could provoke the wrath of such a terrifying alien creature. But that was no longer important. The professor was the first to come to his senses and took out his laser cutter. A high-energy laser designed to cut metal could kill any living creature within a certain distance. It was one of his few weapons. He quickly took aim at the spider and then shouted, "Why are you frozen here? Hurry up and pull him away from this creature." The others immediately came to their senses and hastily began to pull away the fat man, whose legs seemed to no longer obey him. At the same time, the professor opened fire, sending a green laser beam straight at the spider. However, after the high-energy laser hit the spider, nothing happened. This attack was like spit falling into the sea. The spider did not even react to it. It seemed that all he wanted was to get the fat man back, who was quickly being led away from him. The professor's face was in constant motion, as if not knowing what emotion he needed to reflect now. The cutter was the most powerful weapon he possessed, and yet he was powerless to harm the spider. He had no choice but to rush after his students, drawing his flare gun. During his many years of space exploration, he realized that the most effective way to deal with giant alien creatures like this was to instill fear in them. Both light and flame were the best weapons to intimidate primitive creatures. The flare, in addition to emitting light, was an excellent source of fire. If it is launched into the ground, it will form countless sparks that will spread quickly. The forest here just provided the necessary fuel, so the professor took aim at the dense bush and fired a flare. The next moment, a blinding light flashed, and even the giant spider stopped for a moment. The fire caused by the rocket intensified and quickly formed a burning wall. Tall flames seemed to touch the sky and block the path of the giant spider. The professor could not hide his joy, feeling that this time he had really managed to avoid mortal danger. However, in the next moment, the giant spider not only did not retreat, but also seemed to become enraged. He swept away and broke the burning trees around him, and then suddenly rushed to attack. The sounds of the movement of a huge creature echoed with a deafening crash in the burning forest. This time even the professor was scared to death and ran away. However, how can small creatures on 2 legs escape from a giant creature on 8? The distance between them was still rapidly closing. The young man, the second to last in the column, with a cold expression on his face, cast a quick glance at the fat man who was running behind in panic. It looks like it was the fat man who angered this creature. If we give him up, we might be able to avoid this disaster. Underneath his indifferent face there was a malice that no one could see. Noticing that they were not paying attention, the young man simply slowed down a little, keeping up the pace with the fat man, and then he tripped him up. The fat man, running in panic, could not have foreseen such a turn. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling several times before stopping. The young man's sly smile was frozen in his slightly dazed eyes. The others did not notice that someone was lagging behind, and the fat man froze when a thick paw mercilessly stuck into the ground very close to him. Trembling, he raised his head, only to see deadly mandibles opening above him. "Ah!" The fat man! Scream pierced everyone's ears. Cooper turned around and saw him already half-eaten by a giant spider. His heart sank, and his gaze glanced at the young man who was running last. However, they all needed to escape, so no one said anything. After running for a long time and leaving the forest, they finally stopped to rest. At that moment, a dark cloud hovered over their heads. The fat man's tragic death was still vividly etched in their minds. Only now did they finally realize how careless they had been before. Blinded by the majesty of their advanced technology, explorers often ignore the many dangers on more primitive worlds. "Arrogance and complacency ultimately lead them to death," said the professor, bitterness reflected on his face. This was a famous quote from the popular book on interstellar travel, Space Tramp, explaining the reasons for the frequent deaths of many explorers in foreign lands. When everyone heard this famous phrase, they also fell silent. Although they thought that they understood this expression perfectly, In the depths of their hearts, they still harbored the arrogance of a civilization that had the ability to travel among the stars. Even if a civilization once existed here, none of them attached much importance to it. Otherwise, they would not have approached this planet so thoughtlessly, and would not have lost control of their spaceship. One mistake led to another, and now one of their comrades had just died. The planet's rotation continued, and soon the sky became completely black. Eventually, they all fell asleep without saying a word to each other, but each had their own thoughts. In the artificial forest, next to the administration core, Li Wenyuan's synthetic humanoid sat on a tree stump and sighed. Meanwhile, Lillian sat quite straight, but her gaze occasionally flickered to the game console. In order to teach the primitive creature to speak, Li Wenyuan spent a lot of effort and explained his materials with the utmost eloquence. Ultimately, he came to the conclusion that he was simply not suited to be a teacher. It wasn't that he taught poorly. It was just that his student was so stupid that he began to doubt his abilities. Mr. Administrator, can I go play now? Okay, go. Looking at how happy Lillian was, Li Wenyuan grabbed his forehead and switched to the scene on the other side of the planet. The fat alien was wrapped in what looked like a spider's web and was hanging upside down from a tree branch, unconscious. Nearby, a huge spider activated in the background, occasionally spraying liquid to put out the fire, or using its large and powerful limbs to cut flaming trees in half. Wow, is this robotic gardener still fully functional? Li Wenyuan was a little surprised to see a huge spider. This huge spider-like creature was actually an old robot. His model in the database was much older than the synthetic humanoids, and apparently it was a relic worthy of a museum. It was an ancient gardening robot, responsible for cutting branches, destroying old trees, and similar tasks. But the forest he usually tended consisted of tall trees 50 to 60 meters high. Its hardware was so old that it could not even be connected directly to the administrative matrix. Li Wenyuan found it buried deep in the ground, where it had been on standby for God knows how long. Unable to find a way to wake him up, Li Wenyuan simply gave up on him. He didn't expect that a group of aliens would somehow manage to activate it, and one of them would even be captured alive. This piqued Li Wenyuan's interest, so he downloaded the surveillance records from this area. He saw that the aliens were carefully walking through the artificial forest, constantly removing the bushes that blocked their path. While watching, Li Wenyuan suddenly realized how they activated the garden robot. The professor, walking ahead, felt that it was too difficult for him to move through the forest in this manner, so he simply waved his laser-cutting device, instantly cutting off a large area of bushes and dozens of tall trees. This would no doubt make things easier for them. But the garden robot was certainly not happy to find that his garden had just been destroyed. As a result, he came out of standby mode to catch the pests, but due to the fire caused by the professor, he changed his goal to putting out the fire. The fat man was simply accidentally caught by a gardening robot, who was waiting for his master to come and check on these trespassers. Not even a day has passed, and they are already in such a deplorable state. It seems that these aliens are not very good. Li Wenyuan's interest in them began to rapidly fade. I should hurry up and just drive them to the ruins so they don't waste time. After thinking about this, he directed one of the synthetic humanoids towards Cooper's camp. In a cozy open-air clearing, Cooper was on duty, guarding the camp. The expedition members underwent genetic modification, so they needed only 2 hours of sleep a day to maintain vitality. By the light of a flashlight, Cooper studied the old scroll that lay in his hands. It was a secret left to him by his father before his death. The scroll recorded his memories of hiking through ancient ruins. Cooper did not know when his father became part of that research team, but according to the words written in the scroll, his father was the only one who returned alive. After this adventure, Cooper's father went into seclusion and almost completely cut off contact with the outside world. Even Cooper himself rarely saw him. Then a suspicious fire claimed his life, and all his belongings burned to the ground, leaving only this scroll. Since then, Cooper has carried it with him constantly. He felt that a huge and frightening secret was being revealed to him. He carefully put the scroll back, and suddenly his senses, enhanced by genetic modification, told him that something was rapidly approaching the camp. He instantly stood up, tensed, and stared at the thicket in the distance. Thanks to his excellent vision, he could clearly see that something indistinguishable was stepping on the grass and slowly moving in his direction. "Something is coming!" Cooper immediately shouted, waking up the sleeping people. The professor was the first to jump up to Cooper. He crouched down and quickly noticed unusual marks on the grass. His pupils immediately narrowed in shock. "Let's get ready quickly! Get ready to run!" After they encountered the giant spider, they no longer dared to disdain any oddities on this planet. Although they had not yet seen anything, they still decided to leave their overnight stay as soon as possible. While they were running, the young man, who was constantly arguing with Cooper, could not restrain himself and asked, "What is this? We only see traces of his steps on the grass. Apparently it is invisible. Additionally, the alarm we set beforehand didn't go off, which means our detection measures are ineffective against him. This creature clearly exceeds our technological level. Maybe it's some local resident? Or other aliens?" Cooper quickly shared his thoughts. The running professor also thought of various options based on his 10 years of experience exploring other planets. But none of them were suitable for the current situation. He couldn't help but turn around to look, and what he saw made his heart pound. A mysterious thick black fog rose from all the mountains and fields, moving towards them. In the black fog, the professor could vaguely make out some terrifying unknown creature, agitating and seething. The old professor expressed fear for the first time. Fear of the unknown is one of the greatest fears. If some fierce animal appeared in front of him, he would not feel such deep fear. After all, no matter how terrible these animals were, they were still living beings. They could be killed with the same laser cutter. But now, this black mist that seemed to be able to absorb everything was completely beyond his knowledge. The professor, who had adhered to a materialistic worldview all his life, felt that now life was testing his strength. "Faster! We need to find a place to hide!" He immediately screamed at the top of his lungs, his old face distorted with fear. The others were pretty surprised by their mentor's reaction, but when they turned around to see what had caused it, they immediately understood everything. They frantically began to look around in search of possible shelter, but nothing looked safe enough for this. As a result, all eyes converged on the ancient ruins nearby. Countless pieces of them were buried deep in the ground, surrounding the giant building in the center. It was like an inverted pyramid, the top of which was inserted into the ground. And at the base of the building, there was a door that you could go through. The wide base looked into the sky. It looked like a docking station or a beacon giving directions to incoming spaceships. "This is the only place we can go. Even if there are many dangers in the ruins, you must survive this one first." Everyone understood this logic, and eventually entered the ruins. They then saw that the originally threatening black mist instantly slowed down, seeming to be afraid of the place. However, he didn't seem to want to give up so easily, and was going to wait for them to get out of there. Seeing this, everyone's hearts couldn't help but flutter. They quickened their pace and finally disappeared completely into the ruins. The black fog still wavered for a while, but seeing that none of the aliens were leaving the ruins, he slowly began to dissipate. As this process progressed, a dark figure also appeared on the grass, losing its invisible state. This figure was a synthetic humanoid with complete invisibility technology. Li Wenyuan, who was controlling it, exclaimed, "Damn, this technology is quite useful. I didn't expect that I could create such a large holographic projection field. The development of humans on this planet has been incredible. Mobile holographic theater technology level. 3. Introduction. The popular holographic technology has taken entertainment to new heights. At this stage, everyone will be able to create their own fantasy empire. Possible technology: planetary holographic network, 1.2%. Holographic temple, 0.9%. Mirror universe project, 0%. The black fog that covered the sky was actually an illusion created through projection. It was difficult to recognize her if you did not know that this was possible in advance. She was so realistic. No wonder the aliens were so easily frightened. They finally entered the ruins. Looking at the huge inverted pyramid, a light of interest appeared in Li Wenyuan's eyes. He explored most of the ruins on the planet with the help of his synthetic humanoids, and some of them were extremely dangerous. The inverted pyramid in front of him was one of the more or less safe ones. At least Li Wenyuan didn't encounter any dangers inside, but he didn't find anything there either. However, he did not believe that it was empty inside. Rather, he simply did not find a way to activate some hidden mechanism. After all, if there is nothing in the ruins, can they even be called ruins? I hope these aliens manage to surprise me. The eyes of the synthetic humanoid lit up as he entered after them as he walked, becoming invisible again. When Li Wenyuan found himself inside the inverted pyramid, he felt as if he was in another world. The exterior of the building looked like it was taken from a science fiction movie, but inside everything was made of some semblance of limestone. The smell of erosion hung in the air, and the wide gaps between the layers of gravel immediately caught your eye. The synthetic humanoid brushed away the centuries-old dust from the walls. Previous analyses also showed that these stones were ordinary limestone. There was nothing unusual about them. But it was precisely this discrepancy between the external and internal appearance that aroused the greatest suspicions. The more Li Wenyuan thought about it, the less he understood. His only hope was that the aliens could reveal the secret of this place for him. That's why he walked at the back of the group, not worrying that his invisible humanoid might be discovered. According to the shape of an inverted pyramid, the space inside the building expanded from the bottom to the top. It was in the upper part that the secret of this pyramid was supposed to be kept. Climbing the spiral staircase, he soon reached the top level. This was the deepest part of the ruins, where Li Wenyuan was still unable to detect the problem. The 4 remaining crew members also stopped here. They seemed to be discussing the current situation. Li Wenyuan did not risk approaching them. Instead, he listened carefully to their conversation using the hypersensitive hearing of a synthetic humanoid. "Cooper, what are your thoughts?" "While I was running, I didn't notice this. But now, if I think about it, the shape of these ruins reminds me very much of what is described in my father's memoirs," Cooper answered, taking out an old scroll and pointing to one of its pages. If Li Wenyuan could look into this scroll, he would be very surprised, because the page showed a pyramid. Moreover, next to her lay a statue well known to him, the Sphinx. The professor's eyes lit up, and he quickly pointed out to Cooper the flaws in his reasoning. Indeed, judging only by their shape, these 2 ruins are similar, like reflections in a mirror, but they are not the same. However, we both know that the prism shape is extremely common in the universe. Even a primitive civilization could construct such buildings. We cannot say that these ruins belong to the civilization that your father encountered. The professor's words made sense. The prism is indeed a very common shape. Many other aliens also built similar buildings. Cooper was silent for a while and then said with clearly visible despair in his voice, "We have already explored these ruins, but we have not found anything. Moreover, they did not even encounter any danger. Any evidence that could provide us with more information in favor of this hypothesis is simply missing. These ruins seem to me to be nothing more than an empty shell. Perhaps everything that should have been here was looted many years ago." His words also reflected Li Wenyuan's thoughts. This pyramid was perhaps the most spacious he had ever explored, and yet she really looked like there was nothing in her. This was very rare on this planet. Li Wenyuan had encountered terrifying pyramid defense systems more than once, and this was the only one where nothing like this happened. But we can't just sit and wait. Who knows whether that black fog has cleared or not? Let's assume that this pyramid is the same type as the one your father explored. Can you draw any conclusions from his experience? The young man who killed the fat man was not ready to give up so easily. Cooper looked at him with suspicion, but still decided to follow his suggestion. "My father? Scroll used many code words and ciphers, and until now I have not been able to fully decipher them, so I can only get limited information. He believed that these pyramids were used by a lost civilization to, bury the dead." "Burials of the dead?" The guy couldn't resist and asked, "Are you kidding? Such a huge building just to bury the dead?" "Judging by the information in the manuscript, this is indeed the case. But perhaps my translation is not accurate enough," Cooper added with some embarrassment. After all, the idea of using an entire building as a grave seemed absurd to him. Although he did not attach any importance to it, Li Wenyuan, who was listening to him, took it seriously. It was normal that these aliens did not know this, but as an Earthling, he was certainly aware that the pyramids were indeed used as tombs. "Cooper, continue your reasoning. Perhaps we can unravel the secret of this building." The professor, who was also attentively listening to the conversations of his students, frowned. He himself was thinking hard, trying to draw his own conclusions based on more information. Cooper continued, "According to my father's assumptions, the remains of some creature must be kept in the very depths of the ruins. This creature was supposed to make a huge contribution to the entire civilization, and that is why this building was dedicated to him. But the research team he was with didn't go that deep into the ruins. They simply didn't have time to do it. The manuscript did not record what exactly they encountered, but apparently, it was a very dangerous creature." After giving the listeners time to process this information, Cooper continued to share his thoughts. "This place seems to be the opposite of the pyramid mentioned in the manuscript. If we look at this from the point of view of opposition, then that pyramid was for burying the dead, then maybe this one is needed for their resurrection." His bold guess stunned everyone for a moment. Then the young man laughed. "Resurrection? What nonsense! Do you take us for some idiots?" His laughter, however, hung in the general silence. No one paid attention to him. Everyone frowned and seemed to withdraw into themselves. Seeing this, the young man stopped laughing and looked at the crowd incredulously. "You can't believe such nonsense, can you? This is absolutely unscientific." The idea of resurrecting the dead is actually not so far from reality. If you read Professor Kalla's latest article, You know that there is a third-level civilization that has almost completed the Resurrection Project. In fact, many idealistic civilizations have conducted research in this area. There was a related article at a recent scientific conference. Moreover, some materialistic civilizations and large corporations are also secretly studying technologies related to this idea. So this is definitely not a laughing matter. You'll see in the future we will discuss the ethical side of the issue, and not the realism of such a phenomenon. Cooper's calm explanation made the young man's face turn pale. In the end, he could only remain silent with a gloomy expression on his face. Li Wenyuan also thought about an idea that was new to him because of what the alien said. However, this was not about the fact that this pyramid was intended to resurrect the dead, but about the concept of opposition in general. In the history I know, pyramids are not only used to bury the dead, but are also responsible for souls ascending to heaven. Is it possible that this inverted pyramid serves as some kind of pointer to this place? His eyes sparkled as he plunged into deep thoughts. What if this inverted pyramid serves as a beacon? This thought occurred to Li Wenyuan. This pyramid was too unusual. There was nothing inside, as if her figure itself already had some meaning. If you look at it from this point of view, it could really serve as a beacon. With such a huge area, it was surely capable of receiving a ton of signals. The more he thought about it, the more he leaned towards the idea. At the same time, the group of aliens began discussing again. Resurrection of the dead sounds like science fiction, but given the technology of ancient civilizations, even the most unscientific possibilities may be quite real. If this is the case, then there must be some activation mechanism in this pyramid that we are not aware of. We could probably use it to resurrect Fat Man. Even if this is true, all reasoning is based on the hypothesis that these two pyramids belong to the same civilization. What if they actually belong to different people? In this case, all previous conclusions are fundamentally incorrect. Cooper's final words silenced everyone present for a moment. After some time, he spoke again. Honestly, for some reason I myself am absolutely sure that this pyramid belongs to the same civilization that my father wrote about. Sure? Do you want to draw such an important conclusion based only on your feelings? You know, we need some more scientific evidence than your sixth sense. Maybe we don't know something, and you actually adhere to an idealistic worldview? The young man responded mockingly, who seemed to have taken it into the habit of teasing Cooper at every opportunity. However, when Li Wenyuan heard these words, they gave him new inspiration. Idealism? Indeed, if you think about it. There are quite a lot of damaged objects on this planet that require Tsero to repair. Isn't the use of this gas typical of idealistic civilizations? Could it be that people ultimately chose the path of idealism? Li Wenyuan thought thoughtfully. On the other hand, judging by what he managed to learn, the idealists believed that since consciousness is sacred, then the very fact of the existence of artificial intelligence is already offensive to them. If humanity had taken the path of idealism, would it have left behind its administrative matrix? These thoughts were worth giving serious thought to later. And right now, he could try to use Tsero directly in the pyramid. Perhaps this will cause some kind of reaction. He ordered the synthetic humanoids to secretly deliver 95% of his Tsero supplies to him, leaving only that part of it that was required to repair the measurement creation device. The synthetic humanoids approached the pyramid at a speed 10 times the speed of sound. Even though they had to move to the other side of the planet, it didn't take them long to reach the top of the pyramid. To begin with, Li Wenyuan released some Kero onto a huge platform at the top of the inverted pyramid, but the purple gas quickly floated into the sky and disappeared without a trace. He found nothing new. He then spread Tsero around the pyramid, but the result was the same. No reaction. Finally, he brought Tsero into the inverted pyramid and slowly opened the container. Purple gas surfaced and soon touched the weathered limestone walls. Like water soaking into a sponge, Tsero was almost instantly absorbed into the surrounding limestone. The jar of Tsero quickly emptied, and the next moment the weathered rock seemed to come to life, emitting a dim purple light that penetrated through the associated cracks and quickly spread throughout the entire stone wall. Soon, the inside of the inverted pyramid was completely illuminated. This stunning sight not only shocked Li Wenyuan, but also caused panic among the aliens. What happened? Did we accidentally activate something? A purple light instantly illuminated the space deep within the pyramid, and a strange path slowly appeared in front of everyone under the light. The complex network formed a huge map of the stars, on which hundreds of millions of luminous points represented galaxies. Some of them were especially bright, as if indicating that there was something in this place. Is this a map of the Milky Way? Cooper looked at the 3D map in bewilderment. He was shocked by the details. Li Wenyuan's pupils shrank as he quickly entered the star map into the database. At the same time, the top of the inverted pyramid slowly opened. The pyramid that no one knew how to activate began to work again. Sunlight entered through the opening that appeared. Then the stars began to disappear rapidly, and eventually only a small, inconspicuous spot of light remained, still shining. For some reason, Li Wenyuan felt that this glowing spot represented the solar system. The aliens also made wild assumptions at this time. The pyramid seems to have awakened, but what will happen next? Maybe we should find a safer place to hide. I don't see the black fog. Some seem to want to leave the ruins, but the old professor shouted, "I will never leave this place." At this moment, his eyes were blood red. Even if he had to look directly at the sun, he still wanted to see the sky. I've been studying alien ruins for half my life, and this is the first time I've seen one successfully activated. No matter what the consequences are, I must see them with my own eyes, even if I have to pay with my life. This was the first time the old professor showed his mad passion for ruins. Cooper didn't move either. His instinct told him that he couldn't miss this moment. At the same time, a large number of notifications appeared in the virtual world where Li Wenyuan was located. Notification received from the automatic defense system. Strong subspace fluctuations detected. Notification received from the Deep Space Observation Station. Strong subspace fluctuations detected. The number of notifications was extremely large, but all of them, without exception, reported. Strong subspace fluctuations were detected. Surprisingly, none of the subsystems issued a warning, as if they were very familiar with these subspace fluctuations. The next moment the world plunged into night, although a second ago it was sunny. No light was visible in the sky, which was as dark as ink. It looked as if a huge monster had swallowed all the stars and plunged the earth into endless night. Why did the sky suddenly become dark? Maybe the effect of this pyramid is not to revive the dead, but to change the day and night of the planet, someone in the pyramid asked. At this time, the only source of light was the glowing inner wall, and the almost disappeared small star system on the star map. "No!" Cooper suddenly said, his eyes full of shock. The sky didn't become dark. Something just appeared in it and completely obscured the entire sky. Combat AI of the mobile subspace fleet. A connection has been established with the administrative matrix. Transfer of control to the administrative matrix according to the security protocol. The mobile fleet module has become available. Completion of the administrative matrix. 35%. Additional administrative rights have been granted. Stunned, Li Wenyuan looked at the huge ship model in the database. He was no expert in rocketry, but everything he knew about life told him that this ship had nothing to do with mobility. The ship blueprint has been added to the database. A new technology has been added to the technology tree. The database, which usually recorded data instantly, took significantly more time to do so this time. Li Wenyuan heard the notification from the system only when the group of aliens had already held several rounds of discussions, and even began to record what they saw and heard. He then opened the technology tree interface and looked at the level 8 technology, which was in a very high place. Among the gray icons, only one technology burned like a guiding star. Battleship Sky Guardian Technology Level 8. Introduction. With enough knowledge and use of subspace, we will no longer have to worry about the size and mass of the spaceship. The construction of a super-large battleship, large enough to cover an entire star system, will be an interstellar wonder of the new era, and will be admired by any civilization. Available technologies: Subdimensional Giant Construction Project, 0%. Theory of Creation, 0%. Curtain Theory, 0%. Subspace is a buffer zone that exists between matter and antimatter. It was not space in the usual sense of the word, and ordinary physical theories did not apply to it. The huge battleship that was currently blocking the entire sky was using technology related to subspace. According to the drawing in the database, the actual cross-sectional area of this giant battleship was larger than the solar system. Such enormous volume and mass made it impossible for the battleship to fully manifest itself in reality, as the gravity it produced was sufficient to destroy the ship itself. In fact, the huge black curtain that now covered the sky was only a very small part of the ship's hull, no more than 0.01% of its total size. But even so, the battleship Heavenly Guardian instantly attracted everyone's attention. As stated in the description, any civilization will admire him. Even though I have the blueprints, I still can't create this thing. Li Wenyuan didn't seem to be particularly happy that he had obtained a powerful level 8 technology. This was because the preliminary technologies required for the Sky Guardian battleship had not yet been unlocked, and the costs of creating it were also unimaginably high. He couldn't even imagine how people in the past managed to build such a giant. Let's first see what unexpected functions this Heavenly Guardian battleship has. Li Wenyuan looked at the parameters related to it with great interest. The aliens at this time also enthusiastically discussed an unknown object that blocked the sky. What do you think it could be? Based on the fact that it appeared after the activation of the ruins, it is most likely something created by the local civilization. Maybe this is some kind of cosmic life form. Life form? I don't think this is possible. So much time passed, but we did not notice any movement. It seems to me more that this is a cosmic phenomenon unknown to science. Hard to tell. When the macroscopic size of a creature reaches a certain level, the laws we are familiar with may not apply to it. Do you really think that such a large creature needs to consume plants or meat? But it could also just be a cosmic phenomenon. Maybe once these ruins are activated, they will create such a black curtain that will put the entire planet in a state where it does not interact with the outside world. Honestly, it also seems to me more that this is a cosmic phenomenon unknown to science. The young man who had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Our devices did not detect any suspicious signals. In fact, since he came out, I've been very concerned about one thing. Why is this place not subject to abnormal gravity? The young man's eyes seemed to glow at this moment, and his strong self-confidence made him speak with fervor and confidence. Whether because of its large size, or because of its proximity, its mass must have a huge impact on this planet. However, gravity does not seem to affect it. What does it mean? This means that it has no mass, or rather, it has very little mass. At the same time, it really covers the entire sky. It seems to me that we should clearly interpret this as an unknown cosmic phenomenon and use this hypothesis as the basis for all further research. The more the young man spoke, the more excited he became, as if he was very confident in his theory. Even the professor couldn't help but nod, as if agreeing with the other's words. But immediately after that, a shrill voice interrupted him. Sounds quite plausible, but don't be so sure. Our ships are a good example of this. Maybe this is the effect of some technology unknown to us that affects gravity. This voice was familiar to everyone, but it made everyone's hair stand on end. Fat guy? But I personally saw you eaten by that huge spider? The young man was on the verge of giving away his secret. But at the last moment he managed to correct himself. The rest were amazed by the resurrection of the fat man. Therefore they did not pay any attention to this small hitch. It wasn't actually a huge spider. Well, it does look like it, but if we look more closely, we'll see that it's just a big robot. Fat Man didn't seem to react in any way to their surprised reaction. He continued to speak calmly. There was a warehouse inside this robot. Soon after you left, he hung me from a tree, as if he wanted to punish me for something in this way. But I found a way to escape and followed the tracks you left. And here I am. Are you not happy to see me alive? Such a description of the event was, to put it mildly, restrained, and no one could so easily believe it. On the other hand, he really appeared here alive and well, and everyone was too embarrassed by this fact to look for any logical errors in his story. Strangely, they remembered how they discussed that these ruins could serve to resurrect the dead. Maybe Fat Man came back to life after their activation? In the end, unable to stand the prolonged pause, Cooper said, "Of course, we are all happy that you are alive, but you yourself understand. Considering all the circumstances, I need to ask you a couple of questions. If you can answer them, we will be happy to welcome you back to the team." Oh, did you meet some kind of monster that can imitate the appearance of other creatures? But it doesn't matter. Ask your questions. First question, who am I? You are Cooper. Second question, where is your home planet? This is the planet Kalapor Mish. The fat man answered 2 consecutive questions without any surprises, and the serious expressions on the faces of the rest of the crew gradually relaxed. Only Cooper continued to frown, feeling that something was wrong with the fat man in front of him. Last question. What is our purpose for coming here? To explore the things written down in the manuscript you received from your father. Well, is everything all right? Fatty, his answers to all the questions made everyone believe that it was him. Even Cooper had a relieved expression on his face. Welcome back to the team, Fatty. I thought I would never see you again. Your experience is truly legendary. If we can leave this place, I will write a book about you. Right. Everyone said more or less the same thing, and Cooper was no exception. I'm really glad that you're alive and well, buddy. But we have a lot of new doubts during this period. Galactic language. We really need your help as a biologist. Leybourne language? Yes, of course. I'll do everything I can. Leybourne language. At that moment, Cooper's pupils narrowed. He stopped the crowd, ready to rush to hug the fat man, and stared at him nervously. The fat man also realized something. He changed the language and continued speaking again in the galactic language. You don't need to be so wary. Can't I learn foreign languages in my free time? This is not just a question of learning a foreign language. Cooper looked at the fat man with a serious expression and said slowly, I don't know who you are, but you probably haven't had contact with interstellar society for a long time. The Laborn language is known for its extreme complexity. Most of the time, when other civilizations need to use it, they simply use an automatic translator. Hey, you're not going to call me an imposter just based on this, are you? You know, this is a little biased. Maybe I'm just a linguistic genius? The fat man looked at Cooper with interest, trying to make one last attempt to justify himself. After a short silence, Cooper continued. Pronunciation of the Laborn language requires a special organ, and on our ship I was the only one who had it. After Fatty heard Cooper's words, he laughed, gradually revealing his true colors. This is really my mistake. I should have spent more time scouting before making direct contact. However, this is not that important. The fat man's body began to distort, and the camouflage projection attached to his skin instantly disappeared, revealing the figure of a synthetic humanoid. Let me introduce myself. I am the ruler of this planet. You can also call me Administrator. Administrator Cooper frowned and looked warily at the unknown creature. His brain began to search for any information related to this name, but found nothing. Just as he was about to say something, a young man next to him suddenly spoke, his tone filled with hostility. So it was you who knocked our ship off course? Of course, it wasn't difficult to hack your defense system. Li Wenyuan readily agreed without even trying to avoid responsibility. So, it's enough to deal with you here and we can leave? The young man's eyes became more and more dangerous, as if he wanted to fight. Li Wenyuan was also stunned. He looked at the young man appraisingly and could not help but say, Is self-confidence a virtue in your culture? Why do you think that someone who was able to take control of your ship without you even noticing would be defeated by you in battle? Only the unknown is scary, but now that you're here, we know what we're dealing with, and for us, you have become someone we can definitely defeat. The young man still did not feel fear and looked quite confident. Li Wenyuan nodded. I understand. I was wondering whether I should maintain a mysterious appearance to make contact with you, but in the end, I need to establish cooperation with you. And I decided that it was better to show my face as a sign of friendliness and openness in the relationship. But I did not expect that you would try to attack me. Then he looked at the young man with visible curiosity. I noticed this before. You seem to have an inexplicable confidence that you cannot get hurt. While everyone else was worried, you maintained a calmness that was surprising for your circumstances. Perhaps you have some kind of secret? These words caused the young man's pupils to shrink slightly. But on the surface, he still maintained his indifference. Finally, the professor stood in front of the crowd and stared at the unknown creature in front of him. Dear Administrator, my student. His words just now were a little offensive. I apologize on his behalf and hope you can forgive him. His words were full of humility, and he immediately apologized, putting himself in a lower position. The professor was more mature and insightful. He could tell that the administrator had no ill intentions towards them yet. It would be easy for a creature with such technology to kill them. There was no need to engage in any dialogue with them. Based on Administrator's words, he still needed their help to some extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to come out in person to show his sincerity. Therefore, the professor wanted to know what the Administrator wanted. Cooper thought the same thing. Provided that he could guarantee his safety, he was eager to learn the secret of this place at all costs, since most likely it had something to do with the death of his father. Then, dear Administrator, could you please tell us what you mean by cooperation? Of course. I came here to discuss this. Li Wenyuan nodded and continued. As you can see, there are many ruins on this planet, and countless secrets are hidden in them. For me, my area of expertise lies in planetary governance. I don't know how to excavate, so I need experts to help me uncover the secrets of the relics hidden here. My offer is this. I will provide you with all the necessary resources, including food, equipment, labor, and good living conditions. The synthetic humanoid controlled by Li Wenyuan looked at them with a smile, and after a pause said, Everything except freedom. I have no plans to release you from this planet yet, but if you contribute enough, I will also consider releasing you. Unacceptable. Before the others could speak, the young man said firmly, Why should we listen to the words of some unknown creature? What if you're just taking us for a show-off? Maybe you're just a tramp who came here before us and used your little tricks to make us think you're someone very powerful, so we'll work for you. We will not allow ourselves to be deceived. Shut up! The old professor frowned at the young man and cursed him dozens of times in his heart. He then looked at Li Wenyuan cautiously. Dear Administrator, my student is a little impatient. Please forgive him. But you see, we also want to know if you have the strength to support our excavation work. After all, it will be difficult for us to explore dangerous ruins only with the help of our physical bodies. Of course, the old professor was no stupider than the young man. He couldn't believe the administrator's story just based on his words. If the administrator cannot provide convincing evidence, this means that he really wants to deceive, the professor thought. But there was still a resigned expression on his face. Yes, no problem. Li Wenyuan nodded and snapped his fingers. Were you just discussing what that thing in the sky is? I can tell you that this is a ship. Why doesn't it generate gravity? Because his body is in subspace. What is in the sky is only its projection in the real universe. Here its mass does not exceed the mass of a meteorite. As he spoke, the dark sky instantly became bright again. The sun was still high in the sky, and the previous darkness seemed an illusion. What? Everyone seemed to be at a loss. Could such a huge object be just a spaceship? And more importantly, how amazing must a civilization be that can build such ships? This may not be enough, so I will show you some drawings and operating principles of this ship. I believe that with your level of education you will be able to distinguish what is fiction and what is science. The synthetic humanoid's eyes glowed, and a miniature blueprint of the Sky Guardian ship was projected in the air. It was surrounded by various formulas and explanations and looked very realistic. On the other hand, Cooper and the professor's eyes lit up, and their brains filled with knowledge instantly began to analyze the new information. When they encountered a problem, they even started discussing it on the spot. Sometimes they argued until their faces turned red, and sometimes they nodded their heads and clicked their tongues in surprise. Even the young man, who was always dissatisfied, could not resist and in such an atmosphere looked at the projection, and then was so captivated by the complex and fantastic structure that he himself did not notice how he went deeper into it. Even though there were many parts they could not understand, they had to admit that this was indeed a scientific discovery comparable to a miracle. Well, now do you believe me? The only civilizations that could possess such technology are mysterious empires. Dear Administrator, forgive our ignorance. It is my honor to serve you. The professor's attitude instantly became respectful. If earlier he still had some doubts, then after viewing the drawing, he was completely convinced of the power of the civilization represented by the administrator. Oh, even if you can't return to your homeland? Li Wenyuan asked with great interest. The professor hesitated for a moment and said, although it would be very sad, my main goal in life is to obtain results from my research on extraterrestrial ruins. I don't care if I can return to my home planet, as long as I can fulfill my life's aspiration. I will die without regrets. What a delightful spirit. Li Wenyuan praised and looked at Cooper. What do you say? I agree with the professor. Cooper answered quickly. I came here to investigate the cause of my father's death. Now that I have found the clue, I will not agree to leave even if you send me away. Fine. Li Wenyu nodded and finally looked at the young man who was very arrogant. So what will be your decision? The young man was silent for a long time. His eyes flickered constantly, as if he was in deep thought. Finally, as if he had made a decision, he asked Li Wenyuan, before I answer, may I ask a question? Of course. May I ask, are you piloting a ship in the sky? I manage it. What's the matter? Li Wenyuan answered happily. He also looked at the young man curiously, wondering why he was asking this question. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, and his entire body seemed to relax. His eyes, originally full of change, gradually turned into a playful gaze. His expression was full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. He slowly walked forward, and with each step his essence, energy, and spirit increased by one level. The confidence that followed turned into an aura that allowed him to look down on everyone around him. Then there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Old man, these tricks of yours are already outdated? As soon as he said this, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Let me show you the full power of the new era. Old man, these tricks of yours are already outdated. Even Li Wenyuan was momentarily stunned by the young man's arrogant and confident tone. Damn, does he really have a powerful trump card that I haven't been able to discover? Could this be some kind of super bomb capable of blowing up the entire solar system? He couldn't escape his panicky thoughts, and he looked at the young man with more caution than before. Seeing how the administrator reacted to his words, the young man became even more confident, and his every movement was filled with an aura of irresistible superiority. I knew you were bluffing. Otherwise, why didn't the life force detector that the powerful figure gave me react to you? It can even detect even cosmic life forms capable of devouring planets. This means that either your life force is so strong that you can freely walk among the stars, or you are just a weak ant with excessive impudence. And obviously this is not the first option. Life forms that have reached this level, without exception, exist in the form of pure energy. The young man spoke majestically, showing off in front of his comrades. By his nature, he simply cannot miss such a moment to amuse his vanity. Li Wenyuan also heard more information from his words. Wow, there are such life forms? The universe is truly full of wonders. Moreover, this powerful figure. His eyes flickered as he looked at the young man who was still spewing his nonsense with gusto. Meanwhile, he quietly aimed one of the cannons of the battleship Heavenly Guardian at this place. If necessary, he would abandon this group of experts and nip the threat in the bud. I miscalculated a little. Next time I shouldn't come out so openly. Being a puppeteer behind the scenes is the best strategy of all. Li Wenyuan admitted his mistakes with belated regret. After observing and scanning for a long time, he was absolutely sure that this group of aliens did not have any abilities that could threaten him, which is why he so openly offered to cooperate with them. But what if this young man really had a bomb that could destroy the entire planet? But what can we say about this now? We need to increase our vigilance. As soon as this alien makes a move, he will immediately turn everything here into dust. That's enough, Hushi. At this moment, Cooper could no longer hold back. He pointed to the young man, and for the first time called him by name. Who gave you such courage? Have you forgotten how our spaceship got out of control? Are you so sure that your rotten device or whatever else you are counting on will work? Shut up! Hushi suddenly stared at Cooper, as if he was looking at a blood enemy. Do you think you are worthy of disrespecting the capabilities of my patron? I can't stand your smug face for a long time now. You Laborns are just a trash civilization that has just left your home world, and you, along with the rest of your backward race, are worthy of studying alongside me? Yes, just the color of your appearance makes me sick. You! Cooper was so angry that he could barely utter a word. He never thought that this was the reason why Hushi disliked him so much. No matter how hard-working a person from a trash civilization is, he will never catch up to a person from a higher civilization like me. Having said this, Hushi coldly looked at the indifferent Li Wenyuan and said with greed in his eyes, "And you old fool? I'm very interested in your technology for controlling the ship. If you ask me to accept this technology and allow me to become the master of this ship, I may consider making you my slave and giving you the glory of witnessing my conquest of the Milky Way." Li Wenyuan was not annoyed by his impudent words. Instead, he thought to himself, "Oh, so this is all about the battleship. As expected, good things don't need advertising. But is this alien really that powerful?" It was the last doubt in his heart that stopped him from using the ship's cannon. If possible, he didn't want to lose the archaeologists he needed. Still, first he had to see what he had up his sleeve. "I'm ready to activate." Even if this synthetic humanoid lost contact, the ship's cannon would open automatic fire. Thus, he continued to silently stare at the young man. Seeing this, he also realized that the old man in front of him had no intention of following his instructions. With a mocking expression on his face and even some pity, he turned to Li Wenyuan. "As expected. Don't throw pearls before swine. You, relics of the past, like to immerse yourself in your own world and look down on everything new, not knowing that this is what will cause your death." After these words, he also snapped his fingers. The entire interior of the ruins suddenly plunged into a strange atmosphere. The shining walls began to tremble, and the dust attached to them flew off without stopping. Cooper and the other aliens suddenly fell to their knees and continued to lie on the ground, as if they were experiencing some kind of enormous pressure. Their entire bodies trembled slightly and their faces were distorted with painful suffering, as if they were trying to hold a huge rock on their shoulders. Li Wenyuan's pupils also shrank, and he almost forced the battleship to open fire on this place. The next moment, the shaking of the walls stopped, and everything returned to apparent normality. Only the group of aliens remained in a lying position. Well, how? Do you feel this power? This is an honor that only a select few can receive. All of you, kneel before me. The young man maintained his extremely confident and smug appearance. Only Li Wenyuan, who was confused, couldn't help but ask, "Is that all?" Although he did not say this with any hidden mockery, but was truly surprised, his words still seemed to hit Hushi's ears. "Oh, you bastard! How dare you mock me, the great chosen one? You deserve to die!" Hushi's eyes immediately became bloodshot, and the surrounding walls began to tremble again. This time, The bodies of the remaining aliens began to bleed, and their internal organs were damaged. Only Li Wenyuan still looked at Husi with a strange expression. Why aren't you affected? Shouldn't everyone kneel before me? Husi looked at the motionless administrator in disbelief, and his expression became insane. On knees, a pathetic ant like you can only admire me by looking down at me. He again increased the magical effect, putting the lives of the rest of the crew at risk. At this moment, Li Wenyuan, who had not reacted at all before, suddenly spoke. Oh, I understand. Gravity manipulation? This is the first time I've seen something like this. However, I cannot allow you to continue like this. Otherwise, the experts I found with such difficulty will die. Before Husi could react, the synthetic humanoid's legs moved slightly, and in the next moment he literally slammed him into the wall. The force that was suppressing the group of archaeologists immediately dissipated, and the professor spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Hushi in the wall and said, "This technology. Are you one of the Grand Duke of Yingxia's men? No wonder you had a vitality detection detector." Hearing the familiar name, Li Wenyuan's expression did not change. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed it at Hushi. The bionic skin on his palm suddenly split open, revealing a black hole behind it. An aura of death arose within the void. I thought that there was no such stupid creature in the world, but you really opened my eyes? You can't even tell the difference between a living being and a robot, and yet you still expected to defeat me using gravity manipulation techniques? Honestly, even if you increase it 100 times, it will not affect me at all, because the capabilities of this body are far beyond your imagination. But you were so confident in yourself that I even began to take you seriously. If you used your acting talent, you would no doubt become a big name in the art world. But I'm afraid you no longer have a future to talk about. These words announced Husi's death sentence, causing his expression to change slightly. He tried to crawl out of the wall, but continued to threaten. You don't know who you're talking to? I have been elected Grand Duke. Do you know how powerful he is? You retarded old fool, if you dare to kill me, you and your entire pathetic planet will become food for the Grand Duke of Yingxia. But if you apologize to me immediately, so be it. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, well, that means there really are stupid creatures like you in the world. Li Wenyuan shook his head. He didn't bother talking to this idiot anymore. The synthetic humanoid's palm flashed, and a high-energy beam of light pierced Hushi's head. The moment his life stopped, Hushi still maintained his arrogant manner, as if he never believed that Li Wenyuan was really going to kill him. As his corpse fell to the ground, Li Wenyuan turned to the other aliens with a friendly smile, as if nothing had happened. Do you have medicine to treat your wounds? If you don't have one, I can lend you one, but it's not free. 1 pill for 1 year of freedom. How about that? Isn't this a good deal? The aliens, who had been pretending to be seriously wounded, suddenly stood up. Their physical form was very strong due to genetic enhancement. They looked pitiful, but in reality they were not seriously injured. After hastily swallowing the medical capsules they had brought with them, their facial expressions quickly returned to normal. However, we did suffer some internal injuries. We hope to rest for a few days before starting excavation work. Cooper carefully tried to bargain with the administrator in front of him. Li Wenyuan also nodded and agreed to his request, being in a good mood. Of course, you should rest. You must get used to the planet's environment. After all, it will be your home for a very long time. Looking at his happy expression, Cooper somehow felt as if he had fallen straight into a black hole. When the professor led his students to the dwelling that the administrator had arranged for them, they were amazed by the majestic picture. This was the synthetic city. A huge number of buildings gathered in the prototype area. Thanks to impeccable pre-planning, it didn't feel overwhelming while making the most of all the available space. From the metal floor to the skyscraper reaching into the heavens, it was as big as an amusement park, covering thousands of square meters, and as small as a rice cooker connected to a metal base. Everything in the city was synthesized by some larger mechanism. Simply put, it was a city printed with a super-large 3D printer. Could he have foreseen all this? What an incredible civilization this is, Cooper? His words were accompanied by a deep sigh. To be honest, he was horrified. He felt that the greatest luck in his life was that he had not said anything bad to the administrator from the very beginning. He could not even imagine how powerful the civilization of this planet was at the zenith of its glory. The Laborn Federation, founded by his own race, did not deserve to be even a speck of dust in their eyes in comparison. A civilization that can build such a warship can certainly easily build such a city. The professor was also amazed, and his eyes were full of aesthetic delight, as if the city in front of him was a work of art. Li Wenyuan felt good listening to the alien's flattering words. Although the construction of the city had nothing to do with him, who doesn't like to see the envious eyes of others? Their speculation also attracted Li Wenyuan's attention. He took out the technology tree and began to read. These technologies must have been used to build this city, right? With this thought, he found the corresponding entry among the dark branches and leaves. Large-scale printing project technology level. 5. Description. In the past, the assembly line greatly increased the capabilities of industry, and the assembly shop became synonymous with efficiency. However, in an era where manufactured goods are gradually becoming larger, we must try to find more efficient methods. For example, a machine that can print cities. Available technology. Unified fleet. 0%. Giant printing project. 0%. Giant construction project. 0%. Li Wenyuan has not activated this technology. The synthetic city in front of him was one of the legacies left by humans. However, at the moment, there was only one such city on the planet. Apparently, the prospects for this large-scale printing project were not very optimistic. People only experimented with it once before giving up on using it. Otherwise, there would be synthetic cities like this everywhere. You guys aren't robots, so I don't think we can just implant a chip in you. We'll use this for now. He took out an object that looked like a tablet and gave one to each of the aliens. There must be many similar things in interstellar space. I am sure that thanks to your intelligence, you will be able to quickly figure out how this tablet works. If you have any problems, please contact me through it. Having said this, he turned around and took off. He described an elegant arc in the sky and disappeared from the sight of the aliens. The aliens also looked at each other, and Cooper could not help but say, "He just leaves. Doesn't he need to keep an eye on us?" The professor sighed and said powerlessly, "This whole planet must be under his complete control. Please note that besides him, we did not meet any other representatives of his civilization. If I'm not mistaken, besides us, he is the only intelligent life form here. Have a good rest in the next couple of days, guys, and be prepared to never be able to return home." Li Wenyuan did not hear the discussion of aliens. It was just a small idea that he had flown off somewhere. In fact, his consciousness returned to the Matrix core immediately after he said goodbye to the aliens. At this moment, the autopsy results of the extremely confident alien Hu Xi were ready. Li Wenyuan was very interested in how exactly he controlled gravity, and now the answer was right in front of him. In the laboratory in the research area, a white fragment the size of a grain of rice was caught in the center by a powerful force field. It was the special material extracted from Hu Xi's body that also surprised Li Wenyuan. Neutron star, living matter description. The high-density neutron star matter has been artificially separated and maintained in a degenerate neutron state. It appears that there is a special group of people in the universe who can use this substance to generate gravity on a small scale. Is there even a race that is endowed with such superpowers? Li Wenyuan frowned, finding it difficult to understand. The neutron star's grain-sized material weighed more than 10 million tons. He didn't understand how an ordinary and stupid alien like Hu Xi could hold it in his body without being crushed by it. Don't tell me it has something to do with those idealistic civilizations again. The thought of that anti-scientific mind-reading creature gave him a headache. He wanted to dig up Newton's coffin and let the old man see for himself what magic was. But thanks to him, I also discovered a new technology. As soon as he said this, the technology tree appeared again in the virtual world. There was also one technology in the middle part that was light. Element 0 material technology level. 6. Description. High-density neutron materials can solve the battleship defense problem that has been troubling us for a long time. Available technology, 0-element armor, 0%. The branch of the 0-element material ended in 0-element armor, which surprised Li Wenyuan a little. It's a pity that I didn't activate the 0-element extraction technology in advance. I cannot create this armor even if I have its technology. For some time he still complained that again he received technology that he did not need yet. And then he turned his attention to a project that had recently been completed. Finally, with this, I won't have to worry about resources. His eyes lit up, and his digital vision was filled with expectations of a great future. At this moment, a huge black box slowly rose from the ground. It was a dimension creation device that had just been repaired. It could extract resources from parallel universes and create them in this one. Its main buildings were located in this huge black box, which occupied an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers. Although it was much smaller than a level 4 singular point, it was still a very special piece of equipment. Li Wenyuan still remembered that the repair drawing specifically stated that after activating the dimension creation device, no humans or even robots could be placed in the black box. At the same time, they could not use special surveillance equipment to directly observe the inside of the black box. Even if there was a problem, they had to wait until the dimension creation device shut down before they could repair it. It can be said that according to the special instructions on the drawing, once the device is activated, it becomes a no-observation area. Although the produced resources would be transported to the outside world through fully automatic transport pipes, Li Wenyuan always felt a cold sweat run down his back when he looked at these special instructions. Okay, forget it. There are many strange things and potential problems in this universe. It was better to think about something more realistic. Still, he had no intention of violating the special instructions. He ordered the synthetic humanoid to transfer the last missing part to the external input device for repair, and Sero was immediately sent to the black box. After that, everything was calm. There were no explosions or strange lights. The world was still functioning normally. But Li Wenyuan, who was staring intently at the planet control interface, gradually smiled. Current planetary energy output: 120,000 energy units, corrupted data consumption; 72,000 energy units, dimension creation device consumption; 5,000 energy units. Current energy savings: 150 energy units. The measurement creation device began to function normally, and he also saw the last most important value to him constantly increasing. It's good to live in abundance. Another 8-10 years of development and it will be possible to enter the interstellar stage without much fear, right? 10 years were nothing more than a moment in the universe. No one would have thought that during these 10 years, a terrifying civilization arose in a small galaxy on the edge of the Milky Way. Given the current damage, we will need at least 20 more humanoids as cannon fodder to explore these ruins, said one of the aliens. Why so much? Although the administrator does not limit us in the use of resources, we cannot throw them away so carelessly. Let's reduce this number to at least 1, another replied. In that case, all we can do is compete in skill. Do you still have that drug to enhance the spirit that you took last time? It was a sample developed by the administrator. I begged him to share it, and I only had 2 left. It's a pity. I wanted to feel like Superman again. Okay, forget it. Would you like to place a bet? I bet I will reach the depths of the ruins before you, and at the same time my losses will be less than yours. Ha! Does a young man like you really want to compete with an old man like me? Normally I would think twice, but now that I have synchronized my consciousness with a synthetic humanoid, I already know who will win. At the entrance to the ruins, 2 aliens made a bet. They were Cooper and a professor who had lived here for almost 10 years. They did excavate a lot of ruins in the last 10 years, but it was only 15% of the planet. However, this 15% brought Li Wenyuan many unimaginable benefits. Today was the day they launched the Site 012 excavation project. Excavation of ruins has long become a familiar part of their lives. From a cautious attitude at the beginning, they gradually gave themselves free rein until they were eventually completely immersed in this truly unique life experience. They were happier than ever in their lives, indulging in what they loved, from which they never got tired. Then let's start at the same time after counting down 10 seconds. Cooper was the first to put on the helmet-like device, and desire shone in his eyes. The professor said nothing in response, but also put on similar equipment. After a few seconds, 2 synthetic humanoids suddenly raised their heads. The artificial eye that was supposed to be deprived of life flashed with a bright light. This was a mind synchronization device that Li Wenyuan had developed specifically for them. It could synchronize the organism's consciousness signal with synthetic humanoids, allowing them to be controlled almost perfectly. Archaeologists fell in love with synthetic humanoids after trying them. They were fascinated by their incredible capabilities. Moreover, exploring these dangerous ruins also gave them a great sense of excitement. Strange phenomena and dangers that they could previously only see in films or read science fiction novels could now be experienced for themselves without putting themselves at real risk. Overcoming all sorts of difficulties, discovering hidden truths, and the most unexpected treasures were also a pleasant seasoning for their spirit of exploration. The old professor had visited many extraterrestrial ruins before, but now he felt that the first half of his life had been wasted. He regretted that he had not arrived here earlier. The ruins, which he had carefully explored with the help of a drone, now had no meaning to him. It wasn't as exciting as first-person exploration with a synthetic humanoid. The 2 synthetic humanoids looked at each other as if challenging, and the next moment they disappeared into the ruins. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, in the huge administrative core, Li Wenyuan was thinking about something. A row of data was neatly arranged in front of him, and it was the result of his 10 years of work. Completion of repair of planetary objects. Singular point of level 4 in zone A91-A95. Dimension creation device in zone C2-C6. Robot assembly factory in zone R1. Research center in zone R10. Planetary support control center in zone R25. Completion of repair of space objects. Space clear sky station. Wide-range signal obstruction station. FTL suppressor unmanned fleet. Size: Battleship Sky Guardian X1, Battleship Titan X1, Cruisers X25, Battleships X10, Frigates X200. Completion of repairs to the administrative matrix, 45%. In addition to this, there were other results. For example, Li Wenyuan had researched almost all level 5 technologies, and he had also successfully researched a small number of level 6 technologies. Thanks to this, he also created many good things. I almost reached a dead end. Most level 6 technologies will take over 10 years to develop, not to mention more advanced technologies that will take hundreds or even thousands of years. Could it be because the research area's computing power is not large enough? He looked at the fully loaded research area and felt a little helpless. The complexity of these technologies has increased exponentially. In the beginning, the research zone could easily handle this, but now it looked a little outdated. I need to find a way to improve my research ability. Should we go to other planets to build more research areas, or should we build a planetary research facility? In any case, I must go into interstellar space again. The solar system is our home, so it should not become overpopulated. It's still impossible to build everything you need just here. I definitely need to go to other galaxies to develop. Now I can afford this without fear of falling flat on my face? Li Wenyuan's eyes flashed as he looked at the distant starry celestial sphere. There, in the abyss, floated a flotilla. Its decade of production was used to build this fleet. He never had a sense of security, so he urgently needed this cosmic defense force to eliminate any possible intruders. After repairing the Clear Sky space station, which was moving towards the star, he found many drawings for the construction of warships. From a frigate, less than 1,000 meters long, to a Titan battleship, almost 100 kilometers long. All this was now available to him. I must go to Korabo again. This time, I should be able to accurately assess the strength of the current interstellar civilization. If it is in an acceptable range, then we can expand. Otherwise, many things cannot be realized in the solar system. Following his thoughts, a group of synthetic humanoids from the station entered one of the research ships. He didn't plan to buy many things this time. Therefore, a simple exploration ship with all sorts of functions will be the best choice for exploring the universe. Several frigates separated from the fleet and escorted this ship to the edge of the galaxy. After leaving the sun's gravity well, they activated the hyperspace drive and traveled to the Karibo Trading Company enclave. Lillian, who was busy with her daily prayers, apparently sensed something and looked up. Her human appearance had not changed over the past 10 years, which surprised Li Wenyuan at the time. After Li Wenyuan took a strand of her hair for testing, he discovered that her cells were aging very slowly and regenerating at a terrifying rate. This meant that she would not have any obvious changes in appearance for at least another 500 years. After some questioning, he learned that Lillian's race was born this way. Among them, there were even individuals who lived for more than 2,000 years. From then on, Li Wenyuan became even more curious about her race, and even wanted to go to her home planet to learn more. I hope that I can gain useful information from this trip. In any case, staying on Earth was boring to death. Hurry up! Quickly notify headquarters. We are under attack from a swarm of bees. Crap! Where is the patrol fleet? Where were they? Hurry up and fight off these dangerous eaters. My dear adventurers, a swarm of bees attacked this place and blocked the hyperspace channel leading to the outside world. We must unite to overcome this crisis. The Karibo Trading Company promises a generous reward to all participants in this battle. The enclave of Karibo Trading Company number 13 was currently experiencing a catastrophe. No one can imagine that even such a remote place on the edge of the Milky Way would be attacked by a swarm of bees. The badly damaged guard frigate fought its way through the chaos of the battle, dodging the acid blasts of the bugs and using advanced technology to destroy the mosquitoes that blocked the way. He then docked at the crumbling spaceport of a trading enclave. The tall alien jumped from the ship and saw a tragic picture. Countless pieces of corpses of various races were scattered all over the Earth, and pus froze in the air, mixed with an intoxicating and disgusting smell. A small number of flying insects that had escaped the nest's control were still wandering around here, indifferently gnawing on the remains scattered all over the ground. The alien frowned and, using the weapon in his hands, killed several of the flying insects, who continued their feast despite this. Then he addressed through the communicator. Hello? Is anyone alive? I'm Mao Xiong. I need whoever controls the defensive ion cannon on the platform. Please answer if you can hear me. Mao Xiong was an alien in the form of a bear who tried to extort money from Li Wenyuan. He was currently emitting a murderous aura, and his eyes were cold. He was indifferent to the corpses on the ground, as if he had long been accustomed to something like this. After a series of rustling sounds, someone answered his call. This is a shopping center. At the moment, we are surrounded by a swarm of bees and cannot allocate extra personnel. I hope you can quickly bring people to help. He not only did not receive the expected help, but on the contrary, he himself was asked to help. This made Mao Xiong immediately hang up the call. He angrily grabbed himself by the fur of the fur and shouted somewhere behind him, "Get down urgently! They are ready to break through to the defense platform. Otherwise, we will all die here." Just as he finished speaking, several more people jumped down from the docked frigate, all of them veterans. Meanwhile, Mao Xiong led the remaining battle group and began to advance deeper into the trading station filled with corpses. At this time, two groups of creatures were fighting in outer space. One was the Karibo patrol fleet, mixed with the ships of adventurers who did not manage to leave in time. And the other was a swarm of all-devouring bees that caused a massacre here. The bee swarm was a civilization made up of very dangerous creatures. When it came to the question of whether they should be considered a civilization or not, interstellar scientists debated among themselves for a long time before finally deciding whether they could be classified as a civilization. They had most of the required characteristics, including the division of labor, the existence of a language, and in general everything about them seemed very orderly and understandable, with the exception of their inexplicable craving for collecting organic matter. In simple terms, they loved to turn all living things into organic molecules, and then use these organic molecules as a resource for self-development. The whole process was to devour all alien life forms encountered. For most creatures, this was certainly a terrible disaster, but for the bee swarm itself, it was only the most effective way of evolution. Damn it, what's going on at headquarters? Didn't they claim victory? Why is there a swarm of bees here? One of the employees in the central building began to swear, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even the man in charge of this place, Blenig, looked at him, although he only expressed what each of those present was thinking. Recently, a swarm of bees expanded to one of the planets under Krabo's jurisdiction and turned this planet with great potential into a desert full of only bare rocks. Of course, the company could not put the brakes on an incident of this kind. They immediately declared a state of war and used large numbers of mercenaries to counterattack the bee swarm, quickly achieving victory after victory. And now, when it seemed the war was coming to an end and in some places they were already celebrating the final success, the bee swarm returned to take revenge. They created a new outer shell that could protect them from detection by interstellar probes, and undetected they reached several enclaves of Karibo. And this place was just one of them. Hold on, reinforcements from headquarters are on their way. If we survive this, each of us will have our contract cut by 50 years. Blaning tried to say a few encouraging words, but no one answered him. After all, based on the current situation, it is unlikely that any of them will survive. Blaning's eyes also darkened slightly. Even though he always looked down on idealistic civilizations, at this time he couldn't help but pray for a miracle. At this moment, in a neighboring galaxy from the trading station, Li Wenyuan looked at the distress signal he received and frowned. After a month of traveling through hyperspace, the research ship and the unmanned frigates it controlled were about to enter the galaxy where Krabo Trading Station was located. However, it was at this moment that he received a call from them for help. To all interstellar civilizations who receive this message, I am Blaning, manager of Karibo Trading Company Enclave number 13. Our coordinates are here, XXXXX. We were attacked by a swarm of bees. On behalf of Karibo, I ask for help. Anyone who sends a fleet to support will receive a generous reward, regardless of the final result. This Karibo Enclave was the closest interstellar information point to the solar system. Li Wenyuan didn't want this place to be destroyed, but he was a little worried about the strength of his own fleet. Is it enough to get involved in this conflict? A swarm of bees sounded like an insectoid life form. He remembered a famous phrase he had heard in Star X competitions. My swarm is endless, and your troops die every second. The outcome of this battle is predetermined. Thinking about the overwhelming number of insects, Li Wenyuan felt that perhaps at the current level of development he was not yet their rival. Okay, sooner or later I will still have to face a war in space. I can use this incident to get an idea of the strength of my fleet. If it's not enough, I still have the Sky Guardian battleship as insurance. He made up his mind after some thought and ordered the unmanned fleet in the solar system to move. The heavy steel giant seemed to come to life in an instant, and its engine let out a quiet roar. Streams of light surrounded the huge bodies of spaceships. Space was instantly destroyed and immediately reassembled. Some kind of strong vibration spread throughout the Milky Way as the fleet disappeared. At the same moment, hundreds of warships appeared near Enclave number 13. The trading station was already on the verge of collapse. But no one seemed to care. The eyes of all living beings were focused on the black fleet of unknown origin. The entire galaxy was shocked. Warp drive. Li Wenyuan often encountered it in science fiction. They all, of course, differed from each other in some ways. But in general, it was just a way to allow a spaceship to move faster than the speed of light. Archaeologists unearthed this technology in some ruins, and it must be admitted that in this universe it was the pinnacle of scientific thought. Warp drive tech level. 8. Description. While lightspeed travel has become an integral part of interstellar travel, we need to find a faster way to navigate. The technologies of an idealistic civilization have given us some inspiration. Perhaps we can directly break the continuity of time and space, recreate space at the quantum level and make it consistent with the destination to achieve the desired effect. Warp drive was the latest technology in its branch. Li Wenyuan conducted several experiments and found that the so-called breaking of the continuity of time and space to recreate space at the quantum level changed the position of the ship and the position of the space around it. It was not the ship that arrived at its destination, but the space in which the ship was located that became its destination. In fact, it was nothing more than real teleportation. The spaceship, which just a moment ago was hundreds of light years away, appeared in front of them in an instant. Li Wenyuan didn't know how far the warp drive could transport him, but he knew that teleporting even such a relatively short distance was worthy of level 8 technology. At this point, almost all of the technology available to him had been largely explored. So the discovery of the warp drive made him even more excited about exploring the remaining ruins and artifacts. However, technology like warp drive, which was more like a bug, naturally had some disadvantages. First of all, creating a rift required a huge amount of energy. The larger the space, the greater the energy consumption. Therefore, the warp drive could only be used once in a short period of time. Secondly, teleportation required a large amount of data indicating the destination to construct a consistent space and time. It was impossible to reach places you knew nothing about. However, these shortcomings were not worth mentioning in comparison with its effectiveness. This time, due to Korobo's urgent request for help, Li Wenyuan was unsure whether the fleet could rescue them in time using normal hyperspace travel. Therefore, he decided to use warp drive to arrive at the trading enclave as quickly as possible. All living beings in the galaxy are extremely wary of this mysterious fleet that has suddenly appeared. B-Swarm was puzzled as to why the fleet arrived here without sending a hyperspace signal, while Korobo could not tell which civilization the fleet came from. Being a megacorporation, they could name most of the civilizations in the Milky Way, but they had no idea what civilization this black fleet was from. Mustachioed Mao, you know everything about everyone. Can you tell where this fleet came from? The alien with a long beard scratched his beard and said, I don't know. If you don't know, why did you come so close to look? In words, you are a big-tailed wolf, but in reality, you are a short-tailed lapdog. This is not so. My eyesight is just not very good, and if I don't get closer, I won't see anything. If you have bad eyesight, go and get new eyes. Don't let the old ones just take up space. I will have to pay my entire salary for 2 years to change my artificial eye. You young people are just about to acquire all sorts of artificial limbs, but with this approach, you will never be able to redeem your contract. Blaney did not hear the chatter of his employees. Instead, he was completely focused on the mystery of this fleet. As a leader, he certainly could not complain about a lack of experience or education. Otherwise, he would not be able to take this place. Is this the Turbulence Empire? Hardly. Their ships are usually blue. Race Duncan? No. This bunch of pacifists never sent a fleet unless their territory was attacked by the Kur Alliance? That's unlikely. The fact that these bandits did not attack us, taking advantage of a moment of weakness, can already be considered more luck. He remembered all the civilizations with which he had recently been in contact and which were nearby, but he did not meet any of the conditions. Who else could it be? When he was thinking about this, he suddenly found an inconspicuous word from a corner of his memory. 10 years was a long time for a man like him, who busy himself with all sorts of activities every day to forget many fleeting encounters from the past. But among them there was one that he never forgot about. Maybe the administrator? While he was thinking, he didn't notice that he had said it involuntarily. When he raised his head again, he found that all his employees were looking at him. Manager, do you know the origin of this fleet? Is Administrator the name of their civilization? Manager, are we saved? "Manager, you are simply the best. You are Karibo's mainstay." Even in the moment of life and death, there were still people who flattered him. However, Blaney said nothing, although he felt that his guess was correct. He simply watched the battle unfold before his eyes. The bee swarm launched a probing attack on the mysterious fleet. Their goal was to completely destroy this trading enclave, so they naturally could not stop their plans simply because another fleet had arrived. Moreover, the Queen Bee colony did not think that the Black Fleet was a worthy opponent for them. Although she sensed the danger posed by these warships, she was confident that she could drive off or even destroy this fleet through sheer numbers. A group of bugs aimed their long and hard nasal cavities at the Black Fleet. These large creatures could compress the acid produced in their bodies and shoot it at very high initial speeds. They were the primary means of attack for a swarm of bees. In the era of interstellar travel, where polarization barriers were widely used, many shields could not block this acid. This happened because a parasite lived in it, which could change the speed of flight of the acid-corrosive liquid. The acid could suddenly slow down, fool some shields that specialize in blocking high-speed flying objects, and then quickly disintegrate the spaceship's armor. The Queen was also a skilled fighter. She knew that the ships of most civilizations had a thin shell, and despite great firepower, were very weak in defense. Although they could easily destroy large numbers of insects in a single salvo, they were easily defeated simply by being overwhelmed by numbers. She was sure that the enemy would soon be defeated, even with huge losses, but this time she was wrong. The acid disappeared the moment she approached the warships. The blue light that represented the shields flashed, but no one saw what happened. The Queen was stunned for a moment, and then continued to shoot the acid-corrosive liquid. The exact same scene happened again. The acid disappeared the moment it touched the shield, regardless of whether it was at high speed or low speed. The Black Fleet finally moved. Their guns slowly turned and stopped in one direction. The swarm of bees that deliberately hovered in front of them had no effect. The black cannons were aimed directly at the shooting beetles hiding behind the countless bees. The next moment, a bright light illuminated the entire galaxy. Multicolored rays formed a scene of death, instantly evaporating thousands of bees that were blocking their path. The beetles, who tried to hide as best they could, also failed to escape. At best, gaping holes the size of soccer balls appeared on their bodies. Those who were less fortunate were absorbed by these rays and were split into basic particles. This scene, of course, shocked the Queen of the Bee Swarm, but she quickly began to think about how to fight back. Despite the heavy losses, they still did not exceed 1% of the total number of the swarm. But her thoughts were immediately interrupted by a beam of light that flashed past her body. At this time, on the largest warship in the Black Fleet, a huge weapon, even larger than the size of her own body, was aimed directly at her. And a light was already gathering in it, which did not bode well for her. And this time the Queen of the Bee Colony, usually indifferent to everything, experienced a long-forgotten feeling of fear. The bee swarm was a colony of living beings with a hive mind. Every single consciousness in it was under the control of a powerful master consciousness, and only a very small number of the most important individuals had semi-autonomous consciousnesses. The one who controlled this bee colony was the central person, and she was called the Queen Bee Colony. But now this queen is faced with the biggest crisis she has had to face since her birth. Unique insects, sensitive to energy emissions, have discovered its enormous accumulation. The source was the main cannon of a warship of an unknown fleet, and the target was the Queen Bee. She didn't understand how she could have been discovered. All interstellar civilizations knew that killing the Queen Bee was tantamount to destroying a castle in the sand. The entire colony would immediately be scattered throughout space, so she always carefully hid her position. However, she didn't expect to be discovered so easily. For this reason, she had no choice but to order a large number of bees to protect her from the impending threat. At the same time, she sent all the other individuals on a suicidal attack on the fleet. Countless creatures rushed at him like crazy from all sides, but they were all blocked by the blue barrier halfway. The blue spherical shield continued to blink as the colony of bees continued to try to break through it, but the smallest of them disappeared without a trace as soon as they touched the shield. Large specimens could survive for a few seconds, but they then evaporated into the thin air as if they had never been there. This time, Queen Bee also discovered what kind of shield it was, which easily blocked acid attacks. It was a barrier formed by a dense layer of high-energy particles. Anything that came into contact with it was instantly broken down to the atomic level. The only way to break through such a shield was to use a particle beam of the same energy level or a heavier kinetic weapon. But even then, the attack power was significantly reduced. She instantly realized that the current swarm of bees was powerless against this fleet. If she couldn't even break through his defenses, what could she possibly do? Therefore, she could only use her swarm as a human shield to try to leave the galaxy herself. Huge energy fluctuations spread throughout the galaxy, and a thick beam of light seemed to pierce the entire surrounding space. Those watching the battle from the side could only cover their eyes so as not to be blinded by it. At the same time, the queen bee was desperately retreating. 80%, 70% consciousnesses under her control were rapidly disappearing like snowflakes under hot breath. The bees lined up in front of the queen, trying to reduce the power of the beam, sacrificing their bodies for this. However, their bodies, which had evolved over tens of thousands of years, were easily turned into cosmic dust by high-energy particles, and did not have even a small effect on the strength of the light beam. 30%, 20%, 10%. The total number of bees was still dwindling. No one expected that a swarm, the number of which was usually measured in tens of billions of individuals, would disappear in just a few minutes. This extermination was final. Bees, which could use most of the organic matter in the universe to repair themselves, could not use basic particles to do so. Eventually, after losing 95% of her swarm, the queen managed to block this attack from the Black Fleet. The smell of fried beetles could be smelled even in the trading station, and the survivors who witnessed the scene let out deafening cheers of joy. "It's great! These warships and guns are real magic!" "Not like our patrol ships, armed with some kind of water pistols. We are finally saved. Thank God, although no. I should thank myself for escaping death again. Such terrifying firepower. Is this gunship a Titan? Only such a gigantic beast could be armed with such a cannon. But from the energy fluctuations, it seems that the Titan-class battleships we know of are not as powerful as this one. Even the flagship of the Turbulence Empire is significantly inferior to it. Who is this administrator of yours after all?" All sorts of emotions and questions were heard at the trading station, but Blaney simply ignored them, because his mind was occupied with completely different thoughts. They were saved. As far as one can judge, this crisis had already been practically resolved, and this only confirmed their previous guesses. The administrator was truly a powerful civilization that for some reason hid itself from the rest. After the bee swarm was almost dispersed, the signal blocking was lifted. He immediately reported everything that happened to headquarters and already received an answer. This time, he had to make even more efforts to please this mysterious administrator civilization. The queen bee was in complete despair. This was not only because that cannon was preparing a new attack on her, but also because she had lost too much organic matter. For her species, organic matter was the basis of development. She did not expect that the energy contained in the beam would be so terrifying. Otherwise, she would not have dared to block him with a human shield. Instead, she would choose to commit suicide. In this case, individuals, losing control, would instinctively flee in all directions, falling into long hibernation in different parts of the galaxy, waiting for the call of a new mother's nest. But now it was too late. It doesn't matter whether the queen survives or not. With less than 5% of the bees remaining, she might not even be able to make it through interstellar space, teeming with danger. She turned her gaze to the trading station floating in the distance. She could feel the energy from the black cannon gathering to attack, but as part of the collective consciousness, she had never had the concept of death. The queen avoided danger only in order to better fulfill her role as an incubator. But now the time has come to sacrifice herself. The genes in the queen bee began to decay and break down on their own. Soon they dissolved along with her huge body, turning into a field of hormones containing information. The biological connection of the bee swarm also mutated during this time. The swarm, which should have fallen into chaos with the queen's disappearance, curled up under the influence of these hormones, becoming cocoons floating in space. Some people at the trading station noticed that something was wrong and began to worry. Blaning's eyes widened, and the mechanical arm holding the corner of the table even left a mark on it due to his excessive force. The next moment, all the floating cocoons began to move, and countless strange creatures with the same appearance emerged from their shells. They looked like an evolved version of giant flying ants, and their white chitons quickly turned black when exposed to cosmic radiation. However, the wings that bees usually use to fly were not on their bodies. Instead, they had a cylindrical organ on their tail. Their powerful muscles contracted rapidly on the surface, and he could vaguely see light brewing into their organs. However, they all looked at the floating trading station, ignoring the threat of the Black Fleet. The pheromones left by the queen bee were still affecting them. With their help, she left her last command. Destroy the trading station. The organ on the tail of the giant flying ant suddenly released a dazzling light, absorbing a large number of particles floating in space and quickly turning them into traction force. The living creature seemed to possess a motor as a powerful jet of energy shot out from the cylindrical organ, sending it flying towards the trading station. The outer layer of hardened skin on the surface of the ant's body slowly split into 5 petals like a rotor, allowing the giant flying ants to spin at high speed to stabilize their flight path. At this moment, those giant flying ants were like missiles, heading straight towards the trading station. The remaining patrol fleet reacted to this, and began to do their best to intercept explosions, caused by various weapons occurred here and there. But it was not enough to cope with the total number of bees. Even if less than 5% of the swarm remained, it still amounted to hundreds of millions of units. Even though this type of temporal evolution, caused by the queen bee's dying command, was very unstable and a large number of them died during the evolution process, and for some it ended in errors, causing them to disintegrate while flying at high speed. However, there were still tens of millions of bees heading towards the trading enclave. It was safe to say that this would be more than enough to destroy the entire station. But unfortunately for the last wish of the queen bee, the Black Fleet made its move again. The mysterious fleet made its move again. The surface of the Titan-class battleship lit up with a hexagonal light array, similar in structure to the structure of a honeycomb. It wasn't a particularly impressive sight, but it gave the survivors at the trading station a ray of hope. Facing thousands of giant ants flying into a suicidal attack, they could only wait and hope that they would be rescued. The light emitted by the hexagonal formation became more and more dazzling, but suddenly went out when it reached its peak. It looked as if something had gone wrong during activation and caused concern among all the inhabitants of the station. However, they soon realized that they were mistaken. The bees that attacked them suddenly lost their orientation in space, and some even turned around in place. Before the survivors could rejoice, they themselves suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground, unable to stand up. Fortunately, the dizziness quickly passed and everyone gradually came to their senses. They quickly looked out the portholes and found that the terrible swarm of bees was no longer a threat. To fulfill the queen's last wishes, they went through a highly targeted evolution. The biological engine in the tail could produce enormous thrust, but also consumed a terrible amount of energy. The giant flying ant itself could not provide this energy continuously. Therefore, during their evolution, they chose a special energy supply plan, which consisted of particles left over from bees that were vaporized by the Black Fleet. These particles still contained a large amount of energy that could satisfy the giant flying ant's thrust requirements for a short time. Therefore, using this external and their own organic energy, they achieved a very high speed from the very beginning and continued to move towards the trading station. However, under the influence of the Black Fleet, the swarm of bees fell into chaos midway, losing the necessary speed for their suicidal attack. Their narrowly focused evolution also meant that they had no way to somehow influence this one. All of their organs were literally created for only one purpose: to collide with the trading station. It can be said that the moment their speed decreased, the bees were already sentenced to death. Unable to move freely in space, they had no choice but to float in place and wait to die. After some silence, the survivors at the trading station burst into loud cries of joy and delight. Everyone celebrated their salvation. Some even began to flex their fists in preparation to attack the small bees that were still laying siege to the area. The corpses of these creatures were in great demand in interstellar space. If you can get a few of them, they can be sold for a good price. Blanning smiled too. As the head of a large division, he always tried to remain calm. But this time, without the synthesis of a sedative in his artificial organs, he would hardly have managed it. The fact that they were able to survive this disaster made him believe in his exceptional luck, and also crave the same power that the administrator had. If I had such a private fleet, that alone would be enough to lead the entire company, right? He quickly suppressed the thought and dialed the number at the trading station. At this moment, Mao Xiong, who was fighting the little bee beast in hand-to-hand combat, used his palm to block the blow aimed at his vital point. The scythe-shaped forelimb of the bee beast pierced his palm, but his expression did not change at all, as if he was not the one who had just been injured. He then punched the bee beast right in the face. The sound of cracking bones rang out as his bare paw easily shattered the outer armor that could withstand normal weapons, piercing straight into her head. Then he twisted his hand a little, and the bee beast instantly lost all signs of life, and its front limb dropped. Seeing this, the bear pulled his paw out of the bee's head and lightly wrapped his wound. He then took out his communication device, which kept ringing. "Hello. Whoever it is, I warn you right away. I will try to get you out of here only after I get the defense platform's ion cannon working again. Otherwise, no one will survive. This is no longer urgently necessary. A swarm of bees no longer poses a threat. As far as I remember, you are one of those who have previously come into contact with the administrator, right? Be prepared, soon we will go together to meet him. Yeah, I haven't even paid yet. Wait, you said that the bee swarm is no longer a threat? This entire terrifying fleet, all 10 billion individuals, which 10 minutes ago was an imminent existential threat to the station, no longer exists? Yes, they were just dealt with by the fleet sent by the administrator. Now we need to discuss how to thank them for this. Such a civilization has no shortage of anything we can offer them, so we need to think carefully about this. Mao Xiong silently turned off the communicator and sat down in the corner. As far as the eye could see, the tunnel was filled with the corpses of large and small bees. Under Blaning's orders, he had no choice but to retreat from the first line and try to save the higher-ups. He paid a big price for this. Many of his brothers left this world forever, but he had no choice. According to the company's rules and regulations, due to inadequate protection, which resulted in great destruction for the trading station, he now had to work for the company for an additional 100 years, absolutely free of charge. And this one will not be written off for a long time due to his untimely death. Instead, it will be entrusted to his children until one of them works it off. His fellow veterans were even worse. They did not even have a pension for their death. Instead, their children's life contracts would be changed to limited contracts, the average term of which was around 200 years. After working these 200 years, they could get rid of their status as corporate workers and become free workers. Although they will still work for the company, their salary and benefits will be much higher. There was just one problem. The average lifespan of their species was about 150 years. It was a large corporation, and all the rules in it were established in the interests of the company. After resting, Mao Xiong wiped his face and left. At this time, Li Wenyuan, who was in the administrative corps, looked at the signal from the unmanned fleet with a puzzled expression. The swarm of bees had their own unique means of communication, and it was usually difficult to understand what they were saying. Li Wenyuan found the queen bee hiding in the swarm using the life force detector on the ship and shot her. Speaking of this, Li Wenyuan had to thank that stupid alien. Without him, Li Wenyuan would not have been able to find such an effective device to combat the swarm of bees. However, at the last moment before Queen Bee's disintegration, her extremely strong biological waves were detected by the drone fleet's monitoring equipment. This kind of chaotic signal was completely incomprehensible at first glance, but the brainwave translator was somehow miraculously able to analyze it. Rogue. Why did she say this? Maybe the swarm and the civilization of this planet have some kind of hidden history. Li Wenyuan couldn't understand. He thought it would be a violent curse, but the result was completely different. He even suspected that the brainwave translator had simply mistranslated her signal. I'll remember this for now. The most important thing now is to get what I need from Koribo. This time, I have a rough estimate of the strength of my fleet. At the very least, the defensive power of this border enclave is completely incomparable to mine. I'm not sure how strong the bee swarm is in the galaxy, but their numbers are truly terrifying. Fortunately, I equipped the battleship Titan with a suppression field. Otherwise, we might not have been able to save this trading station this time. He felt extremely lucky because he decided to arm Titan with different technologies rather than build more warships. Suppression field, biological technology level. 5. Description. This field can cause an imbalance of bioelectricity over a large area, causing biological units to lose their combat ability, thereby turning the battle into a confrontation between artificial intelligences, in which we are especially strong. Please note that the field effect problem has not yet been resolved. Use it with caution in situations where there are large numbers of friendly biological units. Available technologies: subspace trap, 4.8%, CBP suppressor, 3.9%, crack generator, 3.1%. This was one of the devices he equipped the flagship battleship of his fleet with. In addition to this, there was also a suppression field, electronic, that Li Wenyuan also equipped the Titan with. It was this device that caused the bees to lose their fighting ability. At first, he wasn't sure if it would work on creatures like the bee swarm, but now it seemed that despite how special they were still living beings and were still within the effects of the suppression field. Once the remaining swarm of bees is eliminated, I can send someone to talk to Koribo. By the way, I still don't know what the situation is in the galaxy around the solar system, whether it is suitable for my expansion. The star map we received from the pirates was too sparse in information, and the star map excavated from the ruins was compiled tens of thousands of years ago. It may no longer be suitable for the modern Milky Way. I must receive a detailed star map from Koribo. I think they will be only too happy to make a deal with me. All this time, the Black Fleet was near the Karibo trading station. Countless news of this mysterious fleet and the civilization behind it spread to the rest of the Milky Way. Some were idly curious, some began to conduct serious investigations, some treated him with contempt, and some were simply indifferent. And this was just the beginning of the game on the Milky Way stage. Cleaning up the remaining bees took a lot of time. Even with the help of adventurers hired by the company, the process dragged on for several days. Finally, the Karibo Enclave completed the repairs and cleaning of the trading station, and prepared for the official meeting with the administrator. A small and inconspicuous ship docked at the spaceport. Normally, no one would pay attention to the arrival of such a ship, but today, countless survivors who had been saved from being devoured by the bee swarm were watching him closely. The spaceship's hatch slowly opened, and several unusual-looking humanoid creatures emerged. Those with a keen eye could see that they were, in fact, robots. Although it was unknown why they had a layer of bionic skin over their bodies, it only confirmed that the administrator was, in fact, a highly advanced machine civilization. The trading station manager, Blanning, was the first to greet them. He said with a polite smile, "Administrator? What an honor to welcome you here. Please go to the VIP room. The Karibo Trading Company thanks you for saving the station and has prepared a gift for you." Although he wanted to wipe out his tongue by licking the boots of such a powerful creature, he could not be overly obsequious in front of so many people. At the end of the day, here he personified the entire trading company. The synthetic humanoid did not react to the greeting, but dutifully followed Blanning into the VIP room. Such indifference to himself usually irritated Blanning, but now he acted as if it was absolutely normal for him. Some people in the crowd began to whisper, "Is the administrator always this cold?" He didn't even say a word. Shh! They are intelligent machines. Naturally, their way of thinking is different from ours. I don't think that they have emotions at all in the usual sense of the word for us. Don? You know? There are rumors that the administrator is most likely one of the mysterious civilizations. Why would such a creature care about the feelings of others? What? Mysterious civilization? You mean someone like the Observer? Exactly, haven't you noticed? Their Titan-class ships are also much larger than those of ordinary civilizations. I saw a similar ship in the Turbulence Empire, but it wasn't even half as big as the administrator's. Just don't tell anyone, okay? My friends in Karibo say that the entire administrator fleet appeared out of nowhere, and they could not find the slightest hint of the opening of a hyperspace tunnel. Is this even possible? The last statement surprised onlookers the most. Hyperspace navigation was the most common way to travel at superluminal speeds in interstellar space. Civilizations were recognized as interstellar only on the basis of their having an engine for such travel. Roughly speaking, such an engine allowed the spacecraft to enter the galactic highway. And unlike the deadly subspace, hyperspace was very stable. Even if someone fell out of it halfway, they simply returned to the regular universe. It is not surprising that when they heard that the administrator did not use an engine of this type for travel, their eyes widened in surprise and curiosity. Without using hyperspace, then what could it be? Wormholes? Stargate? Perhaps they used subspace. Although to us this technology only exists in scientific theories, it is highly likely that for someone like the administrator, this is an absolutely primitive device. For some time, galactic adventurers, who were not usually interested in such topics, began to discuss subspace like real scientists. New things have always attracted people's attention. When they finished their discussion and turned their attention back to the corridor for the ceremonial greeting, they discovered that the Koribo representatives, along with the administrator, had long since left. Oh no, I forgot to take a video of it. How can I brag to my friends now? Who has footage of the administrator? I'll pay 10 energy coins. Look how stingy you are. I offer 25. I offer 50. And the coordinates of the new galaxy. The crowd began to buzz noisily again, and many finally felt the return of the relaxed atmosphere familiar to this place. In Koribo's VIP room, the synthetic humanoid and Blanning were once again seated opposite each other. By the way, the last time we met, it seems, was 10 years ago. I haven't changed much since then, but you amazed me here too. The VIP room had not turned into a meeting room, which meant that they had not yet entered the formal stage of negotiations. Li Wenyuan listened to Blanning thoughtfully, without giving the synthetic humanoid any instructions regarding how to react to his words. He heard people in the crowd discussing his appearance, a mysterious civilization. If I remember correctly, my archaeologists also voiced this assumption. These civilizations sound like something incredibly powerful. If I continue to pretend to be one of them, will that do me any good? At that time, he already had the idea of using the tiger's reputation as a cover. After all, There was no difference between real power and fake power until it was revealed. Not to mention that now he was no longer an empty space, as he was the last time he appeared here. If necessary, he had the opportunity to prove his strength with deeds. So, after some thought, he decided to pretend until the end. And so that he has less chance of making a mistake on something, say as little as possible. This style of behavior would allow others to guess his intentions for themselves and reduce the possibility of his discovery. At the same time, it was very much in line with his idea of how a highly advanced artificial intelligence should behave. Blanning saw that the synthetic humanoid did not want to carry on a conversation with him, so he smiled awkwardly and turned the VIP room into a conference room. I forgot that artificial intelligence civilizations do not like to beat around the bush. I am glad to re-establish contact with you, my dear administrator. My assistant, Mao Xiong, and I will represent the Kuribo Trading Company in these negotiations. Only now did Li Wenyuan notice that all this time someone had been sitting in the corner of the room. Having looked closely, he recognized him as the same security officer who had scammed him out of money. Mao Xiong approached, full of doubts and fear. It was obvious that he also remembered what he had done in the past. Now Mao Xiong regretted not telling Blanning that he had extorted money from the administrator. Fearing punishment, he said that he was very friendly when meeting him, and even personally escorted the administrator when he left the station. This made Blanning take a new look at Mao Xiong. He gave him a substantial increase in salary and many other bonuses, so that for some time he himself believed in his lies. However, now, having seen the administrator again, he no longer expected to get out of this situation, and mentally even chose the place in which he would like to be buried. Of course, Li Wenyuan noticed his inner fluctuations of spirit, but 10 years later he did not have any special feelings about what this rather ordinary-looking character on a galactic scale had done. By and large, he didn't even really lose anything then. Moreover, such petty revenge did not correspond to the ethics of the mysterious civilization, so he simply maintained his indifferent appearance, giving Blanning the opportunity to move on to the main topic of this meeting. First, I would like to thank you for your help. Without you, this trading station would have been destroyed long ago, and tens of thousands of representatives of various races would have died, which would certainly be a huge blow to Kuribo's reputation. Therefore, in addition to the compensation for the rescue, Kuribo, as a sign of the eternal friendship between us, has decided to gift you with 20 billion energy coins. They can be used as a universal currency for interstellar transactions. Of course, you can also directly convert them into energy for use whenever you need it. Seeing that Li Wenyuan was not reacting at all, Blanning continued. In addition, we are giving you a 75% discount on trade duty from Kuribo. This discount is valid in all enclaves of our trading company, as long as Kuribo exists. Next, we give you the ownership of the mountain galaxy. Blanning listed many gifts in one sitting, but the synthetic humanoid in front of him still did not react. As expected, this was still not worth Administrator's interest. He also felt that it was quite natural. Why does the mysterious civilization need these things? That small batch of living metal that they sold them last time essentially cost a good half of these gifts. In that case, I can only use the last method. Speaking of which, it is surprising that these stingy people are actually willing to spend so much to win the favor of the administrator. With this thought, he said his last sentence. And finally, 10% shares of Kuribo. You do not need to participate in management, but you will always have a share of dividends from all activities of the organization. It was the biggest sacrifice a megacorporation like Kuribo could make. For these capitalists at the top of the world, every bit of stock was enough to start a bloodbath. By putting up so much this time, it was obvious how much Kuribo wanted to mend her relationship with the administrator. Blanning looked at the synthetic humanoid hopefully, as if he had already heard its approval. The synthetic humanoid slowly shook his head and expressed his thoughts. I need a star map. Star map? The moment he heard this word, Blanning was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why he needed this. But immediately after that, his eyes widened in horror, and an extremely disturbing, but quite reasonable assumption arose in his mind. Outwardly, he immediately pulled himself together, but his back was already wet with cold sweat. He was so embarrassed that he didn't even notice that his voice was shaking. Excuse me, please. I'm afraid I need to contact my superiors. Please wait a moment. Sorry, please. I'm afraid I need to contact my superiors. Please wait a moment. Having said that, Blanning hurriedly left the meeting room, leaving Mao Xiong and the administrator looking at each other in silence. Li Wenyuan, on the other hand, did not understand why Blanning reacted this way. Maybe such a request does not correspond too much to my image of a mysterious civilization? This was his first thought, but he felt that the reason must lie somewhere else. This is wrong. He acted as if he was very scared of something. What consequences could there possibly be for something as trivial as a request to share a star map? Or was it some kind of hidden signal? He continued to wonder as Blanning ran down the corridor, sweating profusely, while his artificial organs frantically synthesized the sedative directly into his blood. However, perhaps because he had used them too much previously, he had already developed a resistance to them. Because at this point the sedative had little to no effect on him. Finally, Blanning came into the closed room and immediately called his boss. "Hello? Aren't you negotiating with the administrator? Shouldn't the negotiations have ended so quickly? Or have you angered him?" Seeing his boss's tone becoming more and more dangerous, Blanning quickly replied, No, boss. Listen to me. Everything is normal, but a small incident occurred. An unexpected situation arose. This is very important, and I decided to inform you about it right away. If possible, I hope you can also invite the entire board of directors here." The boss on the other end of the communication device frowned upon hearing this request and said displeasedly, "First, tell me what happened. And if this is some kind of trifle, you better order a replacement for your last biological organs in advance." The cold tone made Blanning flinch, but he quickly pulled himself together and told his boss, "The administrator did not accept our gifts. He only has one requirement, and that is a star card." "Star map? But this thing is worth nothing at all." The boss's voice suddenly broke off. Apparently he also realized the possible consequences of such a modest request. There was a sudden noise coming from the communicator. It sounded like someone was rushing out of bed and getting dressed. "I understand. This matter is really very important. I'll go talk to the board of directors now, and you go back and calm down the administrator. I will send the company's solution to your chip. And listen, Blanning, you did a really good job this time. Once this matter is settled, you can expect to be transferred to headquarters." If this had happened in the past, he would have been overjoyed to hear such news. But now he was too afraid to feel any other emotions. "Come on, Blanning, you need to calm down. Just like you rose from rock bottom to where you are now. Nothing can affect your emotions." He tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't. He had a feeling that an important event was coming that would change the entire Milky Way. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Karibo Trading Company. It was a gigantic space station floating above the planet, where only the most senior employees of the company could reside. The planet below was a low-level world for corporate workers who signed lifelong contracts. Blanning's boss hurried to the most luxurious building on the giant space station, sending invitations to the board of directors through a private emergency channel as he went. "Listen, information has arrived from Enclave number 13. I know many of you just woke up, but you need to get your act together. The administrator civilization demands a star map." The sleepy members of the board of directors did not react much at first, but they soon realized the significance of this request. One of them immediately said, "Is it going to expand?" The most common reason for requesting a star map was to help one's own spacecraft find the optimal route. In the galaxy, the exchange of star maps has long been commonplace. Unless you have a blood feud, no civilization will refuse to exchange star cards with you. But for someone like the administrator, things were completely different. Has it already been established that the administrator belongs to the category of mysterious civilizations? Perhaps this is an ordinary civilization that has simply inherited someone else's forgotten legacy? Someone tried to raise an objection, although not really believing in it himself. According to historical chronicles, the last time the mysterious civilization performed any action was approximately 20,000 years ago. Yes. And that time the fleet they sent was the same size, with the battleship Titan, dozens of cruisers and hundreds of frigates. They then intervened to destroy the Star Eater. The result is well known to everyone. Cosmic life forms, which many Level 4 civilizations could not cope with, were easily destroyed, and most importantly, no one discovered how this fleet appeared. Their technology, as far as is known, does not use hyperspace. During the B-Swarm attack, the evidence we found confirmed that the Administrator's fleet appeared in the same way. The directors were silent for a while, then one of them continued. "Based on how the Administrator requested the star map, this civilization is preparing to announce its existence to the galaxy. After establishing contact with interstellar society, it is very likely that he will want to return his former territory. How appropriate would it be to continue to call it the mysterious civilization? If it really begins to actively interact with the galaxy, it will be too different from the rest of the civilization of its class. Perhaps it would be better to call such civilizations the Forgotten Empire? Colleagues, let's leave such nuances for later. Now the most important thing is to please the Administrator. We can also try to find out the attitude of other mysterious civilizations towards him. Oh, it's like a giant came down to play in the sandbox. The situation in interstellar space will change very dramatically again. This is a good thing. The more chaos, the more opportunities. As long as we seize the opportunity to enter the market, sooner or later, we will be able to bypass those companies that are located above our heads. The board of directors discussed this topic for some time, but in the end, everyone, without exception, made the same choice. They will give him a star map and try to make friends with the administrator's civilization if possible. Blanning, who was still trying to tell a joke to the synthetic humanoid, finally received a message from headquarters. His mouth was dry and he couldn't wait to open the contents of the connection and then get the expected result. He felt much calmer and modestly said to the administrator, "Headquarters agreed to your request and upgraded your status to a permanent trading partner. If you have any other needs, please let us know. We will do our best to satisfy them." This obedient behavior surprised Li Wenyuan in the virtual world, but he did not allow the synthetic humanoid to react. Based on the current results, his disguise as the mysterious civilization was extremely successful. Have you guessed my intentions? Although I am indeed preparing to expand, your fear of me is truly too great. I need to develop quickly to avoid exposure in the future. So, the first goal of these negotiations has been achieved. Now we need to try to complete the second objective. His eyes flashed and the synthetic humanoid began to move. The projection beam illuminated the conference room. Most of the level 5 technology has been completed. What level of civilization would you consider me to be in this galaxy? Li Wenyuan, deep in thought, did not notice how shocked Blanning was. Soon after his arrival in this world, Li Wenyuan encountered the concept of second-level civilization. At first he thought that this was some kind of galactic standard for determining the strength of a civilization. He even asked the archaeologists of his home world, but the answer he received surprised him. No, this is not the estimated power of civilization at all. In fact, we still measure the strength of an interstellar civilization through its production capacity, military might, technology, and other aspects. Yes, the level of civilization refers to the flexibility or upper limit of the development of civilization. This limit is expressed in terms of its expected lifespan in the galaxy. A level 1 civilization can last a maximum of 10,000 years. Most level 1 space civilizations return to their pre-space era after some time or even die out. This is because their function of resource redistribution, social form, ethics, and technological progress, etc., i.e., everything necessary to maintain the stability of a civilization inevitably becomes inflexible over a long period of time. After this, the slightest accident can cause great upheaval throughout civilization. Sudden wars and disastrous internal contradictions happen all the time. The most common outcome of cosmic development is the regression of the entire civilization back to the primitive era. Much of their history and technology is lost, and those who remain struggle to survive, gradually forgetting that they ever went into space in the first place. With luck, after a long period of development, you may once again enter the interstellar scene, but as a different civilization. If you're unlucky, you'll simply die out and become a forgotten part of interstellar history. Therefore, evolution is something that every interstellar civilization must think about sooner or later. Even second and third level civilizations must find ways to continue moving upward. Each civilization, having reached certain limits, builds a new foundation for its evolution. This type of modernization and development in the galaxy is called ascension. If such an ascent was carried out several times, then at what level will this civilization be? In theory, all interstellar civilizations are at least level 1 civilizations, and all artificial civilizations, AI, are at least level 2 civilizations. But what exactly the ascent requires, what is researched and what preparations are made, no one knows. Civilizations that have already ascended to a higher level are also unwilling to share this secret. Li Wenyuan did not expect that there was such a theory of the development of civilizations in the universe, which seemed to be generally known. Then he asked the archaeologists with great interest what level of civilization he belonged to. However, the answer he received was, "You are a mysterious civilization. Such an assessment of development cannot be applied to you. You have no limits and restrictions in development. The only thing that can destroy you is an external factor." He suddenly felt irritated and realized that no matter how outstanding the results he showed, they would always be met for granted. After all, you are a mysterious civilization? This is a natural outcome for someone like you. But perhaps archaeologists already considered themselves representatives of this planet, and were not surprised by new technologies for a long time. It is unlikely that their opinion could be trusted in this matter. Therefore, Li Wenyuan decided to choose the technology to demonstrate Koribo. Through their reactions, he could determine the level of each section in his 10-level technology tree. In this way, he could roughly determine the upper limit and potential of his development. After thinking, he chose the most suitable technology. Ascension Theory. Technology Level 3. Description. Our history is a cycle of dramatic leaps in technology, politics, and culture. These leaps were often accompanied by an era of violent change, but after them there always came a time of peace. We have seen too many of these cycles. To break this vicious circle, this theory was born. Available technologies: body and skin, 99.9%, design evolution, 99.9%. Ascension theory was a very special technology. It was added to the technology tree when Li Wenyuan communicated with archaeologists and was considered basic. The available technologies that it allowed to study were also quite simple, and in general this branch was extremely inconspicuous in the entire technology tree. However, based on the name, Li Wenyuan realized that this technology could be the evolution path of civilization in this galaxy. Therefore, Li Wenyuan chose the body and skin technology and showed some of its contents to Koribo. Blanning looked at the slides in front of him in disbelief, not noticing how his breathing became rapid and uneven. This technology, although he was not a scientist, he still had a certain level of scientific literacy. After he took his position, he began to worry about the future of the company. Of course, he knew about the theory of the evolution of civilization that was circulating in the universe, and he also knew that his company was seriously studying this theory. In fact, most people didn't know how to use it. They could only vaguely sense that some resources must be important to this process through the behavior of large players in the market, such as was the case with living metal. This time, when Blanning saw the technology that Administrator showed, even with his little knowledge, he instantly realized that this technology was directly related to Ascension. He tried to pretend to be calm, but the enthusiasm filling his eyes had already given him away. If he could get his hands on this technology, his status would change dramatically, and he could even take a seat on the board of directors. Mr. Administrator, you are showing this technology so that his voice trembles uncontrollably. At that moment, the artificial organs in his body could no longer suppress his emotions. Seeing his extremely excited look, Li Wenyuan also realized that this technology probably had a very high cost. Here's how. Even a company like Karibo is hungry for Ascension-related technology, but body and skin has only the 4th level. While I have studied almost all level 5 technologies, so following this logic, I should be much stronger than Koribo. If I'm not mistaken, they only recently entered the 2nd level. Then my current technological level should be close to, or even higher than level 3 civilizations. Additionally, the technology in my tree is generally stronger than that of most interstellar civilizations. Then it is quite possible that I am quite capable of fighting a level 4 civilization. God, how powerful were people in the past. Even their small legacy made me a major player in the galaxy. He admired the glory of the past, and since he already had all the information he needed, he simply hacked into the system in front of Blanning and transferred the body and skin technology directly into their database. Since he wanted to pretend to be the mysterious civilization, he decided to be as direct as possible in his behavior. He trusted that Blanning would be able to correctly understand his intentions. Indeed, despite the electronic intrusion alarm sounding non-stop, Blanning was stunned for only a moment before his face took on an ecstatic expression. This is a gift. After that, Li Wenyuan ordered the synthetic humanoid to leave as if nothing had happened. Blanning was stunned by such a big surprise and came to his senses only after the administrator walked out the door. He quickly pulled Mao Xiong along with him. Hurry up! Come quickly with me, I don't need to see him off with all honors. The administrator's fleet left the port. Each negotiator got what he wanted. Li Wenyuan looked at the Koribo star map with a satisfied expression. As expected, the interstellar environment around the solar system is very stable. Most of the galaxy has no master, and I can evolve as I please. The nearest civilizations are relatively far away. Therefore, you don't have to worry about your safety for now. They also gave me the coordinates of the lost planet. There are a lot of ruins on it, and if I have time, I can explore them. Well, this journey can be considered a success. Yes, he gave Koribo the body and skin technology, but not out of fleeting vanity, and after careful consideration. First, the value of this technology made it virtually impossible for Koribo to reveal it to other civilizations, and this, in turn, excluded the leakage of information about him on their part. Secondly, climbing is a long and slow process. Although the Koribos already had the technology they needed, it would take a long time to implement it, and his image and reputation have become more convincing now. This will make him more trustworthy when sharing information in the future. Thirdly, if Koribo manages to take advantage of this technology and ascend, They could become a powerful ally in the future. At the same time, during the hack, he left a bookmark in their network to observe the development of Korobo. In this way, he could determine the standard rate of progress of civilization. For now, he was confident that he had made the right decision. The galaxy was full of unknown dangers, and no opportunity should be neglected. In the end, strength is strength. The more, the more. I don't know why people in this universe became extinct, but I must not repeat their fate. With this thought in mind, Li Wenyuan began his expansion plan. The unmanned fleet, under the control of Li Wenyuan, returned to the solar system. And at the same time, following his commands, many research and engineering ships have already spread out from the solar system in all directions. Having made sure that nothing threatened him in the near future, he began his long-planned expansion. The first thing he had to do was declare the chosen galaxy as his territory. This required the construction of a building large enough to declare sovereignty. It became a starbase. It was a large space station well suited for surveillance, defense, and supply. If necessary, Li Wenyuan could arm it to the teeth and turn it into an impregnable fortress. He could also build docks and spaceports on them to increase the productivity of his fleet. The star map given to him by Korobo described to Li Wenyuan the current situation in the galaxies around him, but he still needed to explore each one on his own. Soon, one of the research ships encountered an unexpected situation in the closest solar system. Has a signal been detected on one of the gas giants? Upon receiving the news, Li Wenyuan was slightly puzzled. He immediately switched the image to the research ship. At that moment, he was hovering over the planet, and through the seething atmosphere he watched a barely noticeable building. An abandoned atmospheric mining station has been discovered. I am establishing contact with it. Communication has failed. The control center of the mining station has not been found. Please manually restart the control center. Lost mining station? After listening to the broadcast, Li Wenyuan immediately realized that this was one of the traces left by people. This star system was located not far from the solar one. If humanity was once an interstellar civilization, then their expansion to this point was a matter of course. That's it. So there could be many similar buildings in the Milky Way waiting for me to restart? Thinking about this, Li Wenyuan remembered the star map he found during excavations on Earth. This star map may have been written down a long time ago, but it highlighted the coordinates of many galaxies. Perhaps they were all pointing to places like this. Thinking about this, Li Wenyuan simply compared it with the coordinates on that star map to check his guess. This place was really marked. What was there at that time? Is there really only this mining station here? Li Wenyuan wasn't sure at all. The atmospheric mining station was a large structure, comparable in size to an entire city. But after receiving the device for creating measurements on Earth, it no longer had high enough productivity for it. If it weren't for the special mark on the star chart, he might have simply ignored this planet. Well, let's take a closer look. After all, a mosquito's leg is still a leg, right? Besides, what if there really is something more valuable here? Until you check, you will never know. With this thought in mind, he ordered the exploration ship to slowly approach the atmosphere of the gas planet. Two figures were having a conversation in the conference room. These were the chief scientist and engineer, one of the highest-ranking people in the city. How are things going in the place where the atmospheric protective shield was damaged last time? We have already discussed this. Now we do not have suitable materials for repairs. It's only a matter of time before it breaks again. Did the people we sent to the satellite bring good news? Yes, they found some rare resources, but with our old equipment, the amount of what we can bring back is very limited. At first, they discussed some troubling issues, but soon one of them remembered something and said comfortingly, "Let's not bother with these things today. This is a rare day of remembrance. We should go and celebrate this with all the people." You're right, after all these years, sometimes it would be nice to just look at the sky. They laughed and headed out of the room. After leaving the gates of the building, they saw a city filled with a festive atmosphere. On the streets, countless crowds were having fun, and from time to time the air exploded with fireworks, scattering streamers of colorful ribbons and confetti. A plane flew overhead with a long banner on its tail. Those with good eyesight could read the words on it. In honor of the 600th anniversary of the escape. The two friends looked at each other, barely holding back sad, knowing smiles, and then moved forward, not paying attention to the atmosphere surrounding them and the huge planet looming in the clouds, as if they had long been accustomed to all this. We haven't been this relaxed in a while. Yes, to maintain the stability of this mining station, we have worked hard for several generations, and only now we have been able to turn this place into a suitable place for living. Do you think the previous owner of this station will come back here? This unexpected thought silenced them. After a long time, the one to whom it was addressed visibly relaxed and said, "This place has been abandoned for so long? The civilization that built it must no longer exist. This is a rare holiday, so let's not talk about such a difficult topic. It's time to go, otherwise we won't have time for the mayor's speech." Yes, okay, let's go." At this time, Li Wenyuan frowned. He had just discovered the life signals at the supposedly abandoned station. He immediately stopped the ship's approach and released a group of research drones to get as close to her as possible. There really is something special here. I wonder if these are people or aliens who came here on an excursion. Could this be the indigenous life form of this planet? Many thoughts flashed through his head, but he still had to wait for the results of the drone's observation. The drone cluster quickly disappeared into the dense atmosphere. The wind speed here reached 100 meters per second. Even the most powerful hurricane on the surface could not reach this speed. At the same time, many thunderstorms raged here, and although the drones were reliably protected by the shield, it was still difficult for them to move forward in such conditions. But when they finally passed the epicenter of the storm, a strange picture opened up to them. There were no destructive winds or intermittent thunderstorms. The clouds moved quietly and changed to what they liked, enjoying the peace without being torn apart by the storm. And in this peaceful sky, the city floated quietly above the clouds. It looked like a funnel with a semicircular disc at the top. A huge protective field sheltered the entire space where the city was located from the hostile atmosphere of the planet. The lower level of the city was wrapped in a layer of metal armor and gradually converged into an extremely long cone-shaped tube that extended down into the depths of the clouds. It was impossible to imagine how long this pipe was. The city floated, held in the skies by an unknown force, and was apparently the source of life that Li Wenyuan discovered. The drone continued to approach the city, and gradually transmitted more and more detailed images to the spacecraft. As it approached the city, the drone transmitted an increasingly clear picture of Li Wenyuan. The mining station turned into a whole city. Although most of the original structures remained, it was clear that they were divided into functional areas. The tower in the center of the station, which supported the atmospheric shield, captured the eye, and around the tower there were many laboratory-like buildings gathered. Surprisingly, it seems that the inhabitants of this planet did not give up scientific research due to the harsh living conditions. Li Wenyuan couldn't even imagine how they managed to survive here all this time. The control center of the mining station must have been disabled by them. If I want to restart it, I will have to enter this city. But how necessary is this? Other research ships he sent into the surrounding solar system sent signals that everything was normal, and many engineering ships even began to build star bases. It wouldn't take long for him to start building scientific units on a few selected planets to improve his research capabilities. Otherwise, the research into sixth-level technologies, which began decades ago, will take too long, and many highly profitable facilities will not be able to be put into operation at all. Industrial buildings on Earth certainly contributed, but they were focused on long-term performance, prioritizing environmental friendliness over efficiency. Meanwhile, Li Wenyuan was already experiencing difficulties in meeting his growing needs due to expansion. Therefore, he has already noticed two technologies for immediate study. Ideal City Project Technology Level. 6 Description. The planet will no longer be the shackles of civilization. We will unite the whole world into one city and turn one city into a whole world. Available technology. Galaxy Development Plan, 0%. And also, Megastructure Construction Project Tech Level. 6 Description. Gigantic buildings. The size with the planet now exist, not only in science fiction. Our engineering theories are advanced enough to support our needs, to create galactic wonders. Available technology. Galactic Marvel. 0%. Both of these ideas, he believes, could significantly increase his own production capabilities, including industrial and research needs. But he couldn't do any of them yet because the research capacity on Earth was already overloaded. He needed an increase in computing power. Let's look at the level of their scientists. Looking at this city, which did not give up scientific research even in such harsh conditions, Li Wenyuan immediately remembered the special building that he had renovated on Earth not long ago. Area R10 Research Center Description. This type of large-scale comprehensive research center can greatly improve our capabilities, but it needs to be manually operated in order for them to get the maximum effect. This kind of building really increased the computing power of research units. But Li Wenyuan soon discovered that its utility was much weaker than that of other buildings. He even considered demolishing it to make way for other, more worthy alternatives. But when he sent in a fat alien who was good at biology, he found a big boost in the rate of biology research. And then he realized that if he could fill the building with real scientists, the center would begin to work much more efficiently. He even had thoughts of simply capturing some aliens so that they could be scientists. However, he soon abandoned this idea because he felt that such behavior would violate his image of the mysterious civilization. But after he saw these natives, who apparently captured his station, these thoughts came to life again. It seems their civilization has left the orbit of interstellar travel and is moving towards its decline. Therefore, it was problematic for them to tell other civilizations about it in the foreseeable future. In addition, it seems that survival on this planet is given to them with great difficulty. He wouldn't mind giving them a little help in exchange for the scientists. With such thoughts in mind, the synthetic humanoid under his control quietly entered the floating city aboard an invisible ship. In the center of the city square, a crowd tightly surrounded a high platform, listening to the speech of the speaker on the platform. Today, it's been 600 years since we escaped those damned invaders. Our ancestors brought us here and entrusted us with the task of reviving civilization. We are united. We work hard, and we never give up. I know that the seeds of revenge are forever buried in the genes of each of us, and I also know that we live a hard life now. But I believe that we are evolving, and one day we will return to interstellar space again and declare to the one who destroyed our homeland, we will never perish. The passionate speech drew warm applause from the crowd. While not all of it was sincere, at least most of them looked at the speaker on the podium with shining eyes, as if expecting something. The man in the suit glanced at the audience before raising his hands and announcing, "I declare that the celebration has officially begun." The crowd erupted into cheers after this proposal and seemed more excited than after the previous speech. Seeing this scene, the smartly dressed speaker could not help but chuckle and left the podium with a sigh. I said that people have not liked such pretentious speeches for a long time. Someone's voice was heard from the depths of the auditorium, and when the speaker saw the speaker, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He said joyfully, "You two also came to the holiday. This is truly rare. Haha, don't miss a day of rest. It's nice to look at that sky from time to time." These, of course, were the chief scientist and engineer. Now they were also dressed in exotic outfits that fit well with the festive atmosphere on the streets. The speaker was delighted to meet them, but soon became concerned. Has the problem with the atmospheric shield been solved? If you need any resources, just tell me, and I will do my best to accommodate them. One of the scientists waved his hand, making it clear that he should not worry. There will be no more problems in the near future. Complete restoration requires a special resource. We sent people to collect it on the nearest satellite. It won't be long before we solve this hidden threat. Hearing this, the speaker breathed a sigh of relief, and after some interaction and laughter with the two scientists, he also changed into colorful clothes, mingled with the crowd, and enjoyed the celebration. Freedom and absence of restrictions has always been the theme of this holiday. Everyone wore strange costumes and used makeup and props to transform themselves into another creature. Here, some became famous stars. Some became warriors who went on adventures. Some became strange creatures, and some became tourists from other worlds. Everything in the crowd was mixed up, and even if there was a real alien standing there, he wouldn't attract much attention. Maybe the quality of his suit. The synthetic man? His gaze flashed and quickly disappeared into the crowd. And Li Wenyuan, who was busy planning the starbase, created a separate screen to observe the events in the floating city. New creatures have been added to the illustrated creature guide. A new civilization has been added to the database information from the research department. Studying the behavior of the inhabitants of this floating city gives us the opportunity to obtain valuable data for our sociological theory. Is this possible? Maybe we should think about building an observatory here? Festive events in the airy city attracted a crowd of people, but the main part was concentrated in its center. The closer the area was to the atmospheric shield, the more abandoned it was. No one wanted to get close to this dangerous area. Only patrols and round-the-clock monitoring systems worked here. The patrol was a detachment of guards responsible for the safety of the atmospheric shield. In this zone, their powers were almost unlimited. They even had a license to kill. For local residents, two objects in this airy city were the basis for ensuring a stable lifestyle. The first is the energy core of the air city, located in the very depths of the island, accessible only to the chief scientist and engineer. It maintains the power supply of the entire city and prevents its collapse. The second object is the atmospheric shield. It ensures the maintenance of acceptable air conditions and protects the city from the terrifying geostorms that occur every 60 years. Even on this holiday, the patrols did not reduce the intensity of their observations of these zones. Meanwhile, The celebration continued as usual. The synthetic humanoid, under the control of Li Wenyuan, examined all corners of the air city in less than 24 hours. He also determined the place of residence of the chief scientist and headed there. In this small, airy city, every inch of land was priceless. Even such high-ranking people as the chief scientist lived in, albeit spacious, apartments, and not private mansions, as one might expect. It still used an outdated type of electronic lock, which the synthetic humanoid easily opened using the hacking technology built into the eyes. As soon as he entered the room, he was immediately confronted by the chief scientist, who had just returned from the celebration. For local residents, there is no difference between a synthetic humanoid and an alien. "Who are you?" When the chief scientist said this, he involuntarily took a step back. Eventually, an alien entered his house. Despite his knowledge, even the chief scientist found it difficult to remain calm. "I am the administrator, the former owner of this place," said the humanoid. His fluency in the language stunned the chief scientist, and his next words shocked him even more. "I returned to the galaxy and found you on this gas giant. I'm not going to interfere in your life, but I need scientists now. I roughly assessed your technological level. To be honest, you are no different from the natives now, but your level as a chief scientist is truly impressive, and I consider you valuable. If you agree to work for me, I can help you with your problem. What do you say?" The humanoid's voice sounded indifferent, as if he didn't care what the chief scientist would answer. It was Li Wenyuan's idea. If the scientist refuses, he will not worry. After all, he was just a scientist, and Li Wenyuan didn't intend to waste too much time on him. He has already begun the construction of a star base in this galaxy, and when the time comes, he will build an invisible observatory to monitor the city in order to collect data for sociological research. In this galaxy, only this place caught his attention. The chief scientist spent a lot of time digesting the words of the synthetic humanoid. After observing him, he discovered that the alien in front of him seemed to be a robot. In his civilization, robots of this level of detail only existed in science fiction. Therefore, he easily believed in the words of the humanoid. So taking a deep breath, he carefully expressed his proposal. "Dear Administrator, can you take all or at least part of us from here to a more habitable planet?" He felt that his idea might offend the administrator, but he still had to try, because there is no future for their race on this planet. They will most likely be locked in this city until the final destruction of civilization. Li Wenyuan shook his head and said, "Your value is not enough for me to act this way? Even though I regret your life, I have plans for every planet under my control, and the general level of development of your species cannot be called acceptable. To live on the planet under my control, I think that each of you should be at least at your level." At this moment, the synthetic humanoid looked at the chief scientist and continued, "Of course, I can also satisfy your need in another way. I will provide a colony ship and the corresponding star map. It can accommodate all of you and has a stable atmospheric circulation and power supply system, so that it can travel throughout the galaxy for a long period of time. But I won't provide security. All the problems that you encounter in the interstellar world, you will have to solve on your own. You can also choose not to leave and stay here with your race. I will not interfere in any of your actions." The administrator's words silenced the chief scientist for a while. Of course, he didn't think that this alien civilization would kindly send them all to a habitable planet. "I cannot make this decision for the entire race. I need to discuss this matter with others. Can you wait a little? I promise you will receive our answer in 3 days maximum. Of course, I will stay here until I get an answer. Thank you for your generosity." After the chief scientist finished speaking, he hurriedly left the room, and Li Wenyuan also temporarily focused his attention on other places. The resources consumed by a colonial ship were negligible for him, and he believed that one ship was worth exchanging for the loyalty of a scientist with good abilities. In the end, these creative creatures worked extremely poorly under pressure. But now there is one more thing that bothered him very much. This galaxy is highlighted on the ancient star map, but I did not find anything here that deserves attention. The civilization at this mining station arrived here not long ago, and there is nothing special about it. Then is there something in this galaxy that I haven't discovered yet? Thinking about this, he turned his gaze to the rings of the asteroid belts in the middle of the galaxy. There were a lot of asteroids here, which made it a good place for mining minerals. It was because of the large number of asteroids here that Li Wenyuan made a rough scan, and then focused his attention on other places. Now, the space base above the stars was actively being built by engineering ships, and soon it would mark that this galaxy was under his control. Then what's so special about these asteroids? He switched to controlling the research spacecraft and gradually approached the first asteroid belt. At this moment, one of the asteroids, which was very far away, began to tremble slightly, and some extremely dim green glow began to slowly flow out of the cracks in its rocky rock. The research ship began a detailed diagnosis of the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, a discussion broke out in the city floating above the gas giant. "You are crazy. It took us 600 years to settle here, and today you're telling me we need to go back to the age of wandering?" The mayor of the floating city, who was also the speaker at the previous ceremony, said this with surprise. Although he believed the chief scientist's words, he didn't think it was a good decision. "We both know that we will have no future here. There are barely enough resources, and the environment is still very unstable. On average, every 60 years we are caught in a major storm that destroys almost all of our progress over the years. The previous atmospheric shield breach nearly killed us all. How can we develop in such conditions? It took us 600 years to assemble a primitive spacecraft capable of reaching satellites, but how many resources did it bring? A drop in the ocean." And without giving the mayor the opportunity to somehow object to this, the scientist immediately continued. "Listen to me. This is a rare opportunity. I don't need to explain to you that there is hardly another civilization in interstellar space, like the Administrator, that would be willing to lend us a helping hand. If we miss this opportunity now, we will be trapped on this planet forever." The mayor silently digested the words of the chief scientist for some time, and finally slowly shook his head. "How far can we go with just a colony ship without any escort? Space is dangerous, and it is unknown whether we will even be able to find a habitable planet. If we don't succeed, our entire civilization will simply disappear from the pages of history." The eyes of the chief scientist dimmed slightly. He knew the mayor was telling the truth. If this desperate move fails, the entire civilization will pay for it with their lives. But being trapped in this floating city also meant death, albeit a slower one, and he could not come to terms with such a fate. He was about to somehow object, when the mayor suddenly changed his intonation and looked at him seriously. "But, once upon a time, our ancestors also argued about how best to preserve the fire of the entire civilization. At that time, they decided to let the people vote to determine the direction for development." The eyes of the chief scientist suddenly lit up. "You mean voting. Let the people choose their own destiny." Thus began a great vote about the life and death of civilization. 2 million people throughout the floating city voted for one of two options through a local network in the city: choose a colony ship and rejoin the dangerous interstellar space, or continue to live here in a relatively stable but hopeless life. And after 3 days, they received the results. Looking at the people who were loading everything that could be moved onto the colony ship, the mayor muttered with a helpless expression on his face. As expected, people are always drawn to the unknown. "No?" The chief scientist shook his head and said seriously, "People simply don't like a hopeless future. Have you forgotten the foundation of our civilization? Although we haven't called ourselves that for a long time." The mayor was stunned for a moment and then said in confusion, "Those who are always on the move like a stream of water. Ever since those damn water invaders destroyed us from the inside, we seem to have started to hate water. But this is our real name, with which we entered interstellar space, isn't it? We are the turbulent civilization. The colonial spaceship provided by Li Wenyuan has left this galaxy, and the abandoned mining station and city have lost the last signs of life." He showed no interest in reactivating the virtually useless mining station, but was quite pleased to have acquired a well-educated scientist. "Thank you for your help, dear Administrator. According to the agreement, my loyalty now belongs to you, and not to the turbulent civilization." What the chief scientist said amazed Li Wenyuan, and he immediately asked, "Turbulent civilization. Sounds a lot like Empire of Turbulence. Are you guys somehow related to each other?" "This is our enemy. They were originally an aquatic race of intelligent beings under our control, and we accepted them as citizens of our civilization. But we did not expect that they would be so insidious. Using methods unknown to us, they infected many of us with mind-controlling parasites, and then killed all other races." It seemed that even after so many years this story tormented the scientist. He took a short pause to pull himself together and continued. "After that, they replaced us as representatives of the turbulent civilization, and we became just a group of space vagabonds." Li Wenyuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a blood feud between them. Synthetic humanoids are still the best citizens. They are hard-working, do not need sleep, and always follow instructions without any complaints. Sighing, he returned to observing the asteroid belt. The ship's scan had just completed and detected anomalous signals. Now he needed to find the source of the anomaly. Li Wenyuan narrowed the scanning area with great interest, and finally identified a rocky asteroid that was larger than other asteroids. It was about 10 kilometers in diameter and looked harmless enough. But if it hit Earth, it would be enough to cause a mass extinction, and the anomalous signal came from him. Burning with curiosity, Li Wenyuan sent drones to study it better. But before they could land on the surface of the asteroid, something sleeping in its depths was activated. The entire rocky shell seemed to be torn apart from the inside, revealing a dim green light at the core. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that it consists of a group of nanorobots. This fluorescence seemed to be the source of the anomalous signal. But after activation, the nanorobots no longer emitted this light, as if it was needed only to attract attention. Without their rocky outer shell, the nanobots all formed a sphere with a diameter of about 5 kilometers. In windless space, wave-like motion still occurred on the surfaces of the sphere. Then the nanorobots began to separate from the surface of the sphere, gradually turning into something similar to a storm. Li Wenyuan looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The research ship under his control was far from the asteroid belt when the change occurred. At this distance, it was difficult to see the storm made of nanobots, but drones near the asteroid perfectly conveyed this magical spectacle. The storm, consisting of nanorobots, seemed to have incredible destructive power, and all the asteroids in its vicinity began to noticeably shrink before our eyes. Whether it was metal, stone, or ice crystals, everything the nanobots touched was destroyed and reassembled into one of them. Seeing that the nanostorm was getting bigger and bigger, Li Wenyuan suddenly became alert and almost forced the unmanned fleet remaining in the solar system to jump here to destroy these nanorobots, which seemed to have no intention of stopping. But at this moment, the nanorobots seemed to receive some kind of signal and instantly stopped. The weak signal was then transmitted from all the nanorobots directly to the research spacecraft. New technologies have been added to the technology tree. New coordinates have been entered into the star map. Li Wenyuan, who had not heard these two words for a long time, was slightly confused. When he looked at the nanostorm again, he found that they seemed to have lost their vitality, as if transmitting this signal caused them to lose their vitality. What's going on here? Seeing this, Li Wenyuan was confused. Doubting, he opened the technology tree and saw a new technology. Research of the gate builders? Technology level? 6. Description. Using the fragments of strange nanorobots, we analyzed the fragments of the destroyed ancient civilization. They seem to be connected to a huge stargate, but a more detailed description of the situation requires us to do more research. If we can find their stargate, then perhaps we can speed up the research process and find the gift left behind by this ancient civilization. Available technologies. None. Li Wenyuan looked at the new technology and was suddenly amazed. Stargate builders? After digging through his memories, Li Wenyuan did not find any relevant information, but he was very interested in this independent technology, which had no previous or subsequent stages in the technology tree. That's right, we need to hurry up and improve our research capabilities so that we can quickly research level 6 technologies. The first expansion step is almost complete. After all the research buildings are completed, production capacity will need to be increased. Speaking of which, if my memory serves me correctly, there should be a huge abandoned building nearby. A scientist from the turbulent civilization was placed in a research center on Earth. With its addition, the efficiency of the engineering technology research area has increased slightly. The robot assembly plant worked around the clock, producing new synthetic humanoids and immediately sending them to other galaxies to ensure the expansion had enough labor. Some tasks cannot be completed with the help of construction robots alone. Someone must coordinate their work from the outside. This made Li Wenyuan feel like a cruel, exploitative boss, but it gave results. He saw data on the growth of production capacity, and now he could remember with a laugh the situation in which he was at the beginning of his development. On Earth, a long-term project has begun to restore almost destroyed structures. Li Wenyuan wanted his home planet to be put in order. Having finished his business, he turned his attention to a star system located at some distance from the solar system. There, waiting for him was one destroyed structure, which he had thought about earlier. The Carroll system was an ordinary single-star system with 6 planets, orbiting a yellow dwarf star at the center. And next to the third planet hovered a huge structure, which distinguished this system from others in the Milky Way. Countless structures the size of entire cities united with each other, forming a gigantic interstellar structure, not inferior in size to many planets. Such structures were called megastructures. They usually performed only one function, but their effectiveness at such a large size was incredible. In the Milky Way, such gigantic structures often caused conflicts between civilizations. But this megastructure seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, and therefore, no one showed much interest in it. The young pirate was chewing on a low-quality energy bar he had found. Finally, he asked the pirate leader sitting next to him, "Boss, how could such a place become our base? Many civilizations strive to control such gigantic structures, so why did they allow us to settle here?" He ate the rubbery bar with relish, as if it were top-class food. However, the other pirates looked at their candy bars and silently threw them aside. In their opinion, even a swarm of bees would disdain such food. The pirate leader also had difficulty chewing the energy bar, but still answered the young pirate. "This gigantic structure is so destroyed that its restoration makes no sense. Even dismantling it and selling it as scrap metal will not cover the cost of fuel, so no one is interested in it. It took a lot of effort to swallow the energy bar, and it took a while to calm down after that before continuing. However, this is a good place for our hiding place. Despite its ruins, there are many pressurized cabins that can be used for repairs and storing supplies. And most civilizations in the galaxy know that this place is completely abandoned, and they are not interested in it. Only young people come here, full of curiosity and desire to learn about it. By the way, besides us, there used to be a group of pirates here, but they were engaged in dirty work. Murder, theft, intimidation, and tyranny. Nothing has been heard from them for a long time, and most likely they are already dead." The pirate leader spoke about it with enthusiasm, and it seemed that he had spent a lot of time in these places. One of the pirates, swallowing an energy bar in disgust, heard these words and casually indignant, "Intimidation? We seem to do this kind of thing a lot with newbies in space. Strictly speaking, we do everything on this list, except maybe murder." The pirate leader frowned and was forced to justify himself. "I just want newcomers to know about the dangers of interstellar space. Otherwise, with their naivety, they will sooner or later become victims of these corporations and lose everything." Yes, the boss is right. In the end, the group of pirates suppressed their disgust and swallowed their low-quality energy bars. They had all been pirates for many years, but had never made much money, so they had to eat this kind of food. After we finish eating, we leave immediately. It is said that the administrator has recently begun his expansion. I heard that it is not far from here. If we stay, we might be disposed of like trash, so let's hurry up and move somewhere else. The leader asked his subordinates to take as many supplies as possible, and they left the galaxy in a hurry. They were lucky because shortly after they left, a small spaceship arrived here. It was the administrator's research ship, and he had a very specific goal: to head straight to the giant structure next to the third planet. Sensors indicate that there is a giant structure here, but it appears to be completely destroyed. Li Wenyu looked at the huge structure in the image and felt his interest diminish. I don't think this is surprising. Even Karibo's star map pointed to a destroyed megastructure here. If it could be restored normally, then someone would have come here long ago to take this place. Although he thought so, Li Wenyuan still sent as many drones as possible to scan the structure. Despite the extensive destruction, the remaining debris could still provide useful data for research projects. Using drone scanning, Li Wenyuan obtained more detailed information about this gigantic structure. Almost abandoned clock. Array description. This gigantic structure was almost destroyed, but through analysis, we are still able to restore some of its functions. It is believed to be a giant locator that in the past was used to scan space on a huge scale, and through calculations and simulations achieved results with an accuracy close to 100%, providing monitoring of interstellar civilizations at the cosmic level. New technologies have been added to the technology tree. Li Wenyuan did not think that it was possible to restore even part of this structure. He immediately brought up the technology tree and looked at the technology he had just added. If he guessed correctly, then she could probably help restore this megastructure. Living Metal Restoration Project Tech Level 5 Description. This versatile metal can replace most materials. With its help, we can restore many miracles, even with a limited level of technology development. Available technology. Living Metal Megastructure Engineering 0.2%. Living metal? I have quite a lot of this stuff. Li Wenyuan immediately began constructing a starbase in this galaxy to confirm his rights to it, and at the same time allowed an engineering ship to deliver living metal to begin repairing this gigantic structure. Since he had an alteration machine, his living metal resources were not limited to just those on Earth. This magical device could also produce living metal from literally nothing. So after a long time, part of the repair work was completed. The structure still looked as destroyed, but some of its functions had been restored. Connected with the Watchdog Array. Recovery progress of the Watchdog Array. 20% monitoring range. Small, do you want to activate the Watchdog Array? Only 20%, but I should be grateful for that too. Well, let's look at its effect. Under Li Wenyuan's orders, this ancient megastructure showed signs of life again. Starting from the Carol Galaxy and in thousands of star systems around, an instantaneous spatial fluctuation arose. This wobble passed instantly and had no effect on interstellar space, but within the monitoring range of the Sentinel array, several civilizations were not so lucky. Everything in their galaxy was revealed instantly, and the wide-area interrupters they used to prevent other civilizations from spying had no effect and burst like foam under the influence of the Sentry Array. Weak civilizations have no problem with this. They didn't even realize that they had been exposed. But interstellar civilizations with sufficient power instantly found themselves in chaos. They realized that the interrupter had failed, and information began to spread rapidly throughout the galaxy. They desperately searched for a reason, and quickly began to put forward various notes of protest and threats against the star system that they considered responsible. Unfortunately, they soon changed these messages to "Sorry, we sent this message by mistake. Our diplomatic ambassador suffers from serious mental illness. It was temporary insanity, and we have already put him in prison. My pet accidentally pressed the send button. Now I have fixed it. Please don't worry," and similar excuses. They then despondently began to restore their breakers. Although they could not prevent the monitoring of this behind-the-scenes player, they still needed to protect themselves from other civilizations. Despite all the awkwardness of the situation, when everyone loses face, then no one loses it. The fact is that they discovered that this behind-the-scenes player turned out to be an artificial intelligence civilization with a level of technological development inaccessible to others. So much so that he seemed to playfully restore a long-abandoned megastructure. It was the Administrator, the Forgotten Empire, which recently became the center of attention of the entire universe. Activating the Sentry Array allowed Li Wenyuan to instantly obtain a large amount of information about the surrounding star fields. However, this sudden influx of data also dramatically increased the load on the planetary processor on Earth, and he had to build a second planetary processor to distribute it. Thanks to the Sentry Array, he now had the function of monitoring the surrounding star fields in real time, which certainly added to his sense of security. Now he did not need to send unmanned fleets every time as escort in case of possible incidents during the recharge of the warp engine. I still need more fleets. One fleet is not enough. The current expansion will be enough for now, so you can keep a low profile for a while. Li Wenyuan's eyes blinked as he changed his development strategy. His research capabilities now allowed him to study level 6 technologies, and the megastructure construction project was already in the research and development stage. However, its industrial capacity has not yet kept pace with the development of the scientific sector. He couldn't afford to build a large number of ships, let alone the astronomical amount of resources to create megastructures. Starbase ports were still being built, and he currently relied primarily on Clear Sky Station in the solar system, which could only handle 6 ships at a time. Yes, I need to stop for a while. That's how the Administrator, the Forgotten Empire, which was on everyone's lips, suspended its expansion. The survivors of that Kuribo enclave spread the news about it throughout the galaxy and made everyone understand that there was another, 5th mysterious civilization in this galaxy. And now, many civilizations that have paid attention to the slowdown in the expansion of the Administrator, civilization have, on the contrary, increased their vigilance, i.e., they were not sure whether the lion fell asleep this time, or whether it was just the calm before the storm. Espionage activity around this star field became constant, and all kinds of information drifted through interstellar space, becoming known to everyone and bringing it to the agenda on interstellar forums. A group of brave interstellar adventurers, after careful observation and verification, received the approximate boundaries of the Administrator's Forgotten Empire. This small star field included just over 10 star systems. Compared to those interstellar civilizations that often span hundreds of galaxies, it certainly seemed insignificant, but it was quite consistent with the ideas of the Forgotten Empires. They also confirmed that the Administrator had indeed restored the Sentry Array, which was considered beyond repair. Although it is unclear to what extent it was able to be restored, at least everything within a radius of 1,000 star systems was handed to the Administrator on a silver platter. This further highlighted the incredible scientific and technological achievements of the Forgotten Empire, forcing all civilizations to be more careful. After this, on the maps of the star systems of most interstellar civilizations, a new mark appeared on the edge of the empty galaxy, indicated by a short line without unnecessary words: Administrator. However, the description for this tag could not be ignored: the Forgotten Empire of Robots. Meanwhile, Although Li Wenyuan was not actively moving around the galaxy, the factories on his planets were working around the clock, and scientific research centers were also doing their best. Their production was large, but he still needed time to accumulate resources on a cosmic scale. After all, Li Wenyuan had been traveling in this world for just over 10 years. This time was enough to become omnipotent on Earth, but it was not enough to conquer the universe. Therefore, during this period of relative peace, Li Wenyuan, who had little less important business to do, again turned his attention to excavating the ruins. "Boss, when can we eat our fill again?" On the floating pirate ship, a young pirate held a low-quality energy bar in his hands and looked at the pirate leader with sympathy. They were basically living a wandering life with no permanent residence, and had been traveling around for a month now. The energy bar in their hands became their food for all this time. But this unpleasant and unnutritious food was a real test for the body and spirit. They all lost a lot of weight. Apart from the young pirate and their leader, the others could not withstand such poor living conditions. So they all left one by one, leaving their disgusting pirate lot behind. The pirate leader was also having difficulty chewing his energy bar. The last subordinate's words hurt his ego, but he really didn't know how to respond. The pirates on their ship were actually rich kids from an interstellar civilization. They became pirates only on a whim, inspired by adventure novels. The current pirate leader was their boss, because he was the one who got the ship and then led everyone on an exciting journey to meet the infinity. At the very beginning, they were full of self-confidence and vowed to become famous gentlemen of fortune, about whom novels would be written. However, the cruel reality soon hit them hard in the face. This group of naive young people were deceived by a real pirate of all their money on the first day. Later, many of them were kidnapped and sold to slave traders. In addition, due to the lack of an identification number on the pirate ship, they were regularly attacked by various frigates, and several times they almost died while escaping persecution. Besides, they were not reckless enough for piracy. As soon as the victim started begging for mercy, they immediately let him go. Throughout these 3 or 4 years, this group of pirates simply mocked weak civilizations that had just entered space and almost always faced a choice: to be beaten or to run away. The pirate leader also recognized this reality long ago, but he did not dare to return home because their actions were indeed pirates. Others could still return to normal life, but he, as the organizer and inspirer, would most definitely go to prison. In the end, he no longer had any choice but to come to this galaxy. "Brother, it seems that I am not destined to make a name for myself in this life, but you can still come back. You don't have to suffer with me here." "No, I'll be where you are." The confident voice of the young pirate made the leader feel guilty. Looking at this faithful friend who had been by his side since childhood, he decided to come from the other side and said loudly, "As expected from my most devoted subordinate? Then let's achieve something more together." "That's right, boss." The pirate spaceship fired up its engines again, with enough fuel left to fly to the nearest trading station. But the pirate leader has set his sights on a fertile planet in this star system. It could very well be his last flight. The spaceship's engine suddenly accelerated, causing the ship to fall to the planet like a meteorite. The friction between the shell and the planet's atmosphere caused a blinding light, which caused the peaceful creatures on the planet to turn their gaze to the sky. He crossed the ocean, jumped over the mountains, ran through the forest, and finally fell onto the plain. The huge collision sent the local species into chaos. They all looked at the smoking earth in horror, not knowing what exactly had just happened. However, 2 heavily armed figures soon emerged from the smoke and dust. One of them had arrogant eyes, and the other had curious ones. Meeting the gaze of the natives, the arrogant man slowly said in a language they could not understand, "Welcome the arrival of God, you barbaric natives." And the general chaos only intensified. After the 2 pirates, another strange guest visited this star system. The research ship arrived here unnoticed, secretly recording an image of the planet. And Li Wenyuan also looked at the ancient star map in the database and marked one of the star systems as important. Another planet with human remains has been discovered. So, what's in it for me? The ecological environment of the planet that Li Wenyuan observed was similar to that of Earth, but there were also serious differences. According to tests, the atmosphere contained a catalyst that could accelerate plant growth, resulting in unusually lush vegetation. Here, tropical rainforest occupied more than 70% of the territory, which created problems for normal development here. Looking from space, Li Wenyuan did not find any ruins on the surface of the planet, which was significantly different from Earth. Are there really human remains here? He couldn't help but wonder about it. He immediately began a comprehensive investigation of the planet and soon received an unexpected result. Are there signs of a spacecraft crash? The drone image showed burning debris from the spacecraft. They were still smoking, and it seemed as if not much time had passed since they fell. However, this fact only briefly attracted Li Wenyuan's attention. He then turned his attention back to searching for human remains. Soon the drones headed towards a tropical rainforest covered with tall plants. The average height of plants here exceeded 100 meters, and the spreading branches and foliage completely blocked the view from space. Li Wenyuan was sure that human remains must be hidden somewhere in these rainforests. Meanwhile, the pirates who survived the shipwreck were running through the forest as fast as they could. Now they were no longer as arrogant as when they first appeared before the inhabitants of this planet. On the contrary, only fear and regret were reflected on their faces. "Boss, what are these creatures?" "I don't know either. The pirate leader has long since repented of his behavior. More than anything in the world right now. He wanted to go back a few hours so that he could properly slap himself on the cheeks for the decision he had made. The original idea was very simple. Since they could no longer survive in the galaxy, they decided to find a planet with aborigines in order to amaze them with their power and force them to worship them as their gods. They naively believed that with interstellar weapons in their hands, they could easily defeat any local resident. But reality taught them a cruel lesson. Countless ape-like creatures were chasing them. The bodies born in this forest were more suitable for moving here than those of pirates. Their strong muscles and seemingly inexhaustible energy allowed these creatures to follow steadily behind. If the power armor the pirates wore weren't effective enough, they would have been caught up by now. "Boss, do you still have grenades? The distance between these guys and us seems to be gradually closing." Hearing the subordinate's words, the leader also looked back, but his eyes widened when he discovered that the distance from his pursuers was only about 10 meters. Therefore, the leader had no choice but to grit his teeth and throw the last few grenades back. A huge explosion echoed through the rainforest. These old-fashioned grenades could create a strong light and loud sound, and also had considerable impact force. Although they were considered junk in interstellar space, they could still frighten most lesser-evolved beings. Dozens of ape-like natives were hit by the violent explosion, covering the forest vegetation in a tangled mess of flesh and blood. However, those who remained continued the pursuit without paying any attention to the losses. They acted like killing machines. They were not afraid of the death of their comrades, and focused only on completing the combat mission. What was even more surprising was that the flesh and blood scattered everywhere still showed signs of life. They began to slowly wriggle and crawl, and after some time they gradually came together and formed monkey-like figures again. The renewed beings stood in confusion for a moment before their gazes moved again. They also continued their pursuit into the depths of the forest. This is why the pirates fled in such a pitiful state. They realized that all their weapons were powerless against these terrifying creatures. Such vitality completely exceeded all their knowledge of the universe. Even the genetic engineering they were familiar with could not achieve this level of regeneration. So all they could do was grit their teeth and run, praying that they could find a safe haven before the energy in their power vests ran out. Li Wenyuan didn't notice the strange movement in the rainforest. His drone had not yet scanned this location, and something else caught his attention. He saw a statue. Or rather, it was not really a statue. But Li Wenyuan could not find other words to describe the scene in front of him. In front of him was a sculpture of countless thick vines clinging to a giant tree, twisting and twisting, gaining strength and muscle shape. The giant tree was also very strange. Its base consisted of two trees. For some reason, the two trees came together during their growth, and eventually grew the remaining parts together. But from Li Wenyuan's point of view, it looked more like a human-shaped creature with crossed legs. The branches of the giant tree were also very strange. In the middle part it had two branches and leaves that appeared from nowhere. It was a little different from the way the trees grew in this forest. In order to carry out photosynthesis, these tall plants tried to grow upward and spread their leaves as high as possible, competing with other plants. This situation led to a sharp decrease in sunlight under the tree canopy, which barely satisfied the needs of photosynthesis. As a result, these trees usually remained bare under the canopy, and did not waste excess nutrients growing useless leaves and branches. The branch of the giant tree at this place was obviously a little strange, and from Li Wenyuan's point of view, it could only symbolize hands. Why is there such a strange tree here? Li Wenyuan couldn't understand. At first he thought it was just a coincidence or a mutation giving the tree its appearance, but gradually, the longer he looked at it, the more he was inclined to think that it was a statue specially created to remember some humanoid creature. Maybe it's a person or some other alien species? While he was thinking, he suddenly noticed an abnormal signal from the vital force detector. The value that was initially at rest quickly increased, and the windless rainforest trembled slightly. Li Wenyuan immediately became wary. He instantly turned his attention to the other drones above the forest. He saw that the vast sea of trees seemed to have awakened from its deep sleep. The tall vegetation, which should not have moved on its own, trembled as if trying to stretch its stiff body. But that is not all. The native beings living peacefully on the planet also seemed to be called, and were moving in a certain direction, as if on a pilgrimage. A large number of running animals was a rare sight, and the event resembled a landslide and a tsunami. Even from space, Li Wenyuan could see huge groups of animals moving in unison with the naked eye. The entire planet seemed to come to life at that moment. It was impossible not to pay attention to this. Following the direction of the life force detector, he sent a large number of drones in the same direction where the animals were moving. After some time, they arrived at a special place. The rainforest here was even higher, but it seemed to be only needed to protect the short tree in the center. At first glance, it looked inconspicuous, and Li Wenyuan almost ignored it. However, the vital force detector data showed that this tree was the source of all these strange events. It was at this moment that he noticed that underneath the small tree there were countless thick roots that penetrated deep into the ground. It was difficult to imagine how far these roots had spread. But Li Wenyuan had a vague feeling that perhaps the entire globe was within the network of these roots. The inconspicuous tree noticed the drone's arrival and trembled slightly. Then, a space research ship in space received a special signal wave. Li Wenyuan's eyes widened slightly. He forced the ship to translate the signal and soon saw something that made him even more surprised. "Welcome, pioneer of humanity. Welcome, pioneer of humanity." The translation of the contents of the mysterious signal surprised Li Wenyuan. The source of the signal, as it turned out, was in a tree that was inconspicuous at first glance. Since he came to this world, he has never encountered any mention of the existence of people in other civilizations. This made him think, maybe the entire history of mankind has already sunk into oblivion, leaving behind only ancient ruins on Earth. However, in front of him was an unknown being, calling him the pioneer of humanity. In addition to curiosity, he now experienced doubts and anxiety. Until now, he had not shown himself in any way, so why was he mistaken for a person? After some thoughtfulness, Li Wenyuan decided to continue acting as an artificial intelligence. He used the same signal to respond, keyword detected man. Administration matrix activated. Diplomatic treaty initiated. The dialog box will open for 360 seconds. Please indicate the purpose of your message. Hearing such a strange answer, the other party clearly had considerable doubts, so they did not give an answer for a long time. After 60 seconds, Li Wenyuan sent a second message. Time remaining until the dialog box closes, 300 seconds. According to the loss monitoring protocol, the guard array will check for threats after closing the dialog box. Violators will be issued a warning. Please indicate the purpose of your message. The pressure of the countdown and the mechanical nature of his words forced the other party into deep thought. Finally, when Li Wenyuan was about to send the third message, he received a reply. Can we first find out how you are related to people? Seeing this question, Li Wenyuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his simulated artificial intelligence had successfully separated him from the humans. In that case, he should have used this advantage to gain more information in the upcoming conversation. Moreover, from the interlocutor's tone, it did not seem that he was hostile towards people. In fact, he even had a certain degree of reverence. He didn't want to reveal information about people. So now that Li Wenyuan pointed out that he was not one of them, he acted cautiously. Li Wenyuan continued to answer in a mechanical style. The Matrix administration is responsible for maintaining the normal functioning of the mother planet of humanity. Now that he had successfully deceived the other party, he needed to create the appearance that he had a very close connection with people. This will help the other person to be more open. And indeed, the mysterious creature became much more relaxed. To avoid wasting conversation window time, the frequency of signal transmission has increased significantly. I am Bao, or rather, we are Bao. In human language, this word means the mystery of life. We are like a civilization, like a beehive. Every individual on this planet is part of this vast consciousness, including various animals, plants, fungi, and even inorganic matter. Death does not exist here, because our consciousnesses are already intertwined. The death of the organic body allows life to continue in a different way, and the inorganic body also carries our consciousness. The information conveyed by Bao confused Li Wenyuan, but outwardly he maintained his usual artificial intelligence silence, and that's why we recorded history from the distant past. It was at least 10 million cycles ago. At that time, we did not yet have developed consciousness. The planet was in chaos, and all living things were struggling to survive. But a pioneer came here and put an end to all this. He disappeared into this earth, and his nerves turned into roots that now cover the surface of the earth. Such a complex structure gave us consciousness and made us understand that struggle is useless. Therefore, we abandoned our previous grievances and transformed this place according to our desire. Now we are doing everything possible so that the ocean merges with our consciousness. I believe that this day is not far off. And through the study of our history, we have learned some of the knowledge about the pioneer. We don't know his specific name, but we know that he called himself a man. We always remember the kindness of the pioneer, and therefore we want to try to restore his consciousness. The statue you saw earlier is the body we created for him, waiting for his return. After listening to this long story, Li Wenyuan understood where they came from and found traces about the pioneer of mankind. However, there was no evidence to confirm this, so Li Wenyuan put a question mark on the file he used to record all the information he found about people. Now he had 2 questions left. First, he wanted to know how Bao determined that he was human. He had a digital consciousness and did not bring any synthetic humanoids with him. However, even without seeing his appearance, the being named Bao had already called him the pioneer of humanity. This couldn't be just a coincidence, right? Secondly, what did people leave for him? He arrived here based on an ancient star map he found in the ruins. He thought this would be a dangerous ruin to explore, but it turned out that there was a self-aware planet here. Then why is he here? Listen to Bao's story. Bao's story was truly incredible. He noted with pleasure how quickly the amount of data for sociological research in the scientific sector is increasing. Therefore, after much thought, Li Wenyuan asked a question. According to the trusteeship agreement, the administrative matrix is obliged to stop all research on human civilization and gain control of all lost technologies of people. Please indicate how Bao conducts research on people, and prepare the people's technologies you have for transfer to the administrative matrix. A cold tone in the conventional sense might sound rude, but for artificial intelligence, it was a completely normal way of expressing thoughts. Bao seemed accustomed to this kind of question, because he immediately explained, "Due to our long life, we are very sensitive to the flow of time, and although we cannot directly know who a person is or where people are, their aura is very specific. Even the oldest creatures are perceived by us as young in comparison with people. It was this aura that made us mistake you for a person. You and people belong to the same era. We do not have any special way of studying human civilization. This is the best explanation I can give you. I hope it will be clear to you." Li Wenyuan could only scream inwardly, "Damn it! How can such an explanation be understood by anyone?" Li Wenyuan really wanted to respond in this way, but he still had to maintain the AI's indifferent tone. Moreover, he had a suspicion that this might be another ability of an idealistic civilization. Bao then lived up to his expectations and offered technology that people could keep. The Pathfinder left nothing behind, but we believe he came here to enlighten us and help us complete something. Previously, we could not understand the thoughts of the pioneer. However, after meeting you this time, we are confident that we have found our mission. As he spoke, hundreds of more complex signals began to flow into the exploration spacecraft from all over the planet. It seemed that every individual on the planet kept within himself a fragment of this knowledge. A new technology has been added to the technology tree. This information storage method made Li Wenyuan admire. At the same time, he opened the technology tree interface in the database. A new technology has appeared in the gray line of technologies of the 8th level. Bao, Sour of Gaia Technology Level 8. Description: with the help of the theory and technology obtained from a swarm of bees, we may be able to turn the planet into a special form of life on which all creatures can live in the world. We call it Planet Gaia. Available technology, creation theory, 0%. Li Wenyuan carefully studied this technology and found that transforming a planet using this technology does not require many resources, but the transformation time is very long. Depending on the size and environment of the planet, this can take anywhere from 10 to 100 years or more. Although I won't have much use for it right now, it's still a level 8 technology. Maybe it will be useful in the future. He temporarily trusted Bao's words. After all, this planet was friendly and never showed hostile intentions towards him. However, there were still many secrets hidden on this planet, and he was ready to explore them once he gained greater power and methods of detection. So he took control of the research spacecraft and left, leaving the following message. Dialog box closed. According to the trusteeship agreement, the proximity level of the Bao civilization is determined to be friendly. Thank you for your cooperation. After his departure, Planet Bao fell into silence again. The fallen pirate spaceship was no longer smoking, but its original owner was in a desperate situation. Two pirates were implanted into the tree. It seemed that they had become one with him. Its branches moved slowly, emitting a faint signal. Analyzing the nervous systems of these aliens can help us understand the secrets of our own body. It can also be helpful in restoring the pioneer consciousness. In this case, would it be nice to meet some more aliens? Since Enclave number 13 contacted the administrator, its status among the other branches of the Karibo Trading Company has increased significantly. The space station, which was originally intended only for trade functions, was equipped with many new facilities thanks to the strong support of headquarters. Like observation squads, research institutes, and diplomatic agencies, departments were created here to study all the activities of the lost robotic empire. Blaney, who was responsible for this place, also increased his value. He had previously considered it his greatest honor to return to headquarters, but now he felt it was better to stay here. Therefore, he proposed to the headquarters to continue his stay. Although his current status was only the manager of the trading enclave, after the introduction of flesh and blood ascension technology, his position gained a sense of superiority over the director and everyone else. Even the managers of other businesses in the trading enclave had to monitor his mood. And this naturally made Blaney a little smug, as if he had met the most important person in his life. Today he sat comfortably on the top floor of the casino, enjoying benefits that could only be available in the top club at headquarters. He enjoyed his life during this period of time. However, one of his subordinates suddenly burst in and whispered to him, "Manager, our observation squad here noticed a strange movement in the nearest star. Its brightness is rapidly decreasing, and it appears to be showing signs of fading." When Blaney heard this news, he didn't even look up and said lazily, "So what? Birth, aging, illness, and death are normal processes in the universe. Even the stars will disappear someday, and we also need to come to terms with this." Not really. According to the Research Institute's assumptions, they believe that this decline is not a natural event. It seems that something is capturing the material of the star, and that is what is leading to its death. Blaney finally raised his head, but his lazy gaze did not change. "Just tell me why they spent so much money for you to come to me. You should know that I am not interested in news of this kind." The subordinate trembled, and cold sweat imperceptibly soaked his back. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "They believe that this could be a harbinger of a huge threat and want headquarters to send more experienced scientists to investigate. However, they also realize that their argument is not convincing enough, so they want you to come forward." "Ha! What ridiculous thoughts! Do you think they can get what they want just because I ask for it?" Blaney snorted with mockery, and his tone made his subordinate lie down on the ground, not daring to look at him. Headquarters is currently researching a key technology that allows even the dead to work. It is now impossible to allocate resources to resolve such a petty issue. Do you want me to lose face in front of headquarters? I don't dare. Tell your friends that I'm not going to pay for them to do such nonsense. Let them focus their attention on the administrator. I'll check their results in a while. Those who do not pass the test will be sent to work in the mines. As for you, in the future, just guard the door and don't come to me again." The bent subordinate nodded his head, trembling. In the end, he crawled out of the room. Blaney continued to shake his head, sighing at the fact that he had no useful subordinates. If only everyone could be like Mao Xiong and worry me less. Mao Xiong, who was in the security office at that time, suddenly sneezed and almost fell out of his chair. He scratched his head with sleepy eyes and immediately fell asleep again. Meanwhile, the star system mentioned earlier began the countdown to its death. The star at its center was rapidly fading. Strictly speaking, all the planets in the system should have ended up in an ice age due to the rapid decrease in heat received. However, so far nothing of the kind had happened, as if another heat source equivalent to a star was providing them with the same amount of energy. Eventually, the star went out completely and flared up faintly, as if announcing its death. However, behind the debris of the star, another huge luminous body slowly rose. The planets began to heat up from his very appearance. At this temperature, some of them were able to give rise to a new life. However, the luminous body had no intention of staying here for long. It followed its instinct and continued moving towards the next star system in search of food. The luminous body gradually moved further and further away until it disappeared, and the entire planet in the system immediately plunged into a state of permafrost with a temperature of 200 degrees Celsius. From that moment on, all civilizations removed this star system from their maps, since they could no longer observe it. At Enclave Observation Station number 13, this final fading of the star also did not go unnoticed, but due to the instructions of their superiors, they could only hastily record this incident and focus all their energy on the forgotten empire of the administrator. At the same time, in an unknown civilization in the Batu system, the local news was full of reports of this incident. According to reports, a nearby star that began to exhibit unusual vibrations 2 years ago has been officially confirmed as extinguished. Experts say this is the greatest space discovery in the last 100 years. We were able to witness the star's death in detail. Experts say the discovery could allow us to understand the mysteries of the cosmos. Perhaps this is proof that we are not alone in the universe. There were many advertising screens around him, all showing the same thing. Space exploration has become a trend in recent years. Whether male or female, young or old, scientific researcher or janitor, everyone found a way to express their love of space in one way or another. They did this with exceptional passion and enthusiasm. There have been various films, novels, and games with space themes. Some people stood out with their ideas and were popular with the public, earning large fortunes from this. It also spurred people's enthusiasm for space. Everyone was filled with an inexplicable longing and unbridled optimism towards the unknown sky above their heads. The news about the extinct star was also discussed on the streets. A group of high school students even started arguing about it. "Do you think the star went out because a huge amount of water spilled on it?" asked one of them. "If our physics teacher heard this, he would be so angry that he would die on the spot. It's literally impossible," another objected. "I'm just putting forward a hypothesis." The word impossible excludes any hypotheses on this topic. Instead of continuing this pointless debate, you would be better off rereading the chapter on nuclear fusion. What then happened to this star in your opinion? In my opinion? The student who was asked about this smiled and said with a mysterious expression on his face, "I think some creature ate this star." After so much time of excavation, this is all you discovered? Li Wenyuan examined the leveled surface with suspicion. But Cooper and the professor nodded happily, holding the drawing in their hands and saying, "Yes, we have confirmed that this is indeed an ancient object and not a relic. According to available data, we believe that this is actually some kind of memorial building, and analysis of the materials shows that most of it consists of the remains of some living creature." Li Wenyuan didn't know how to respond for a while, because this relic covered a staggering area of over 600,000 square kilometers. Even with the naked eye, it could be easily seen from space. And was it really built from the remains of some creature? How old was this creature when it was alive? What confused him the most was that such a huge building was actually just used as a monument. "Besides, we found an encrypted document at this ancient site," Cooper said, giving the administrator information to upload into the database, and then quickly went to the next site to excavate with the professor. The excavation of this site was too ordinary. There were no exciting mechanisms. There were no magical or unusual phenomena. It had no special features other than its large size and was simply not fun to explore. For these two, long accustomed to thrills, this work was like tasteless food, and they could not wait to start a new, more exciting job. Li Wenyuan, who was about to suggest that they take a vacation, saw their mood, only shook his head and focused on the encrypted document. Encrypting this document was not difficult. He easily read the contents and soon discovered that it was an introduction to the origins of this memorial building. Age of Ascension, 25 years. We observe a giant cosmic being approaching the solar system due to its bright body. We initially mistook it for a star, but according to the gravitational anomaly caused by it, we found that its actual size is somewhere between Mars and Earth. It was not big enough to be a star. Why can such a being emit light more dazzling than many stars? So, before it got close to the sun's gravity well, we sent people to do a thorough study of it. It appears to be a cosmic life form that feeds on stellar matter. Its high body density and unknown internal organs allow it to parasitize the surface of stars and directly capture stellar matter without any negative impact to itself. It always transforms star matter into brighter light and emits it outward. We assume that its behavior is aimed at attracting relatives. According to its habit of eating star matter, we named it Star Eater. This Star Eater headed straight towards the sun, so we destroyed it halfway to prevent a threat to the solar system, and part of its remains were collected by us and built into this memorial building to mark the first scientific confirmation that we are not alone in the universe. The description confirmed that this entire huge building was indeed just a cultural monument. I did not receive valuable resources and technologies, but this project can still be considered a success in understanding the past of humanity. Star Eater? Incredible. How many such curious cosmic life forms exist in the universe? We must continue the search for humanity. It would be great if every relic could tell a little story about the past. Which star system is next in line for Batu to explore? Batu system. Hearing the name, Blanning simply looked at the subordinates next to him with his usual lazy expression. I already said that I don't like to listen to such petty things. I already sent the last guy to guard the gate. I'll have to send you to the mines so that you guys can finally understand and learn to understand the thoughts of your superiors. The subordinate was frightened and made an even greater effort to convey the message to his boss. Those who went on the search have already confirmed that the cause of the death of that star was the Star Eater. His next stop is predicted to be the Batu system, which is located near the administrator's forgotten empire. At the mention of Blanning's keyword, he instantly straightened up, shedding his previous lazy appearance, and said in an extremely serious voice, "This is a really important event that deserves attention. You did a good job. The total time you will have to work for the company without pay is reduced to 5 years, as a reward for your determination." Blanning waved his hand, dismissing the joyful subordinate, and began to pace back and forth in his office, lost in his own thoughts. The closest observation station to the administrator is here. Although other civilizations have already established observation stations nearby, they are not yet completed. This is an excellent opportunity for PR. A lost empire will not allow threats to exist around it. If you exclusively broadcast a recording of how Administrado destroys the Star Eater, this will definitely increase the company's popularity, and it will be possible to make good advertising for Administrator.
This is a really good opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
No, I must contact the director immediately. Thus, active information correspondence between civilizations began again. Some of them had already sensed something and accelerated the construction of observation stations. But they still missed the opportunity compared to Karibo, who was closer to the water and grabbed the moon first. At this time, almost all the eyes of the galaxy were fixed on the inconspicuous star system Batu. Some interstellar adventurers who were nearby even went there, selling inside information in the immediate vicinity of the events at a high price, rushing to earn more before the Star Eater arrived. At the same time, the news that there was a local civilization in this galaxy also became known to the entire galactic community. But everyone was only interested in how the administrator would fight the Star Eater, so space civilizations did not pay much attention to this news, with the exception of one, the Spark Alliance. Damned megacorporations only think about their profits. Since they are so close, why don't they save this local civilization? Even if it's just the resettlement of part of its population. Don't get angry. These guys have always been insensitive. Of course they wouldn't do something like this for nothing. But our closest spaceship to the Batu system has already set off, and we hope to save them before the Star Eater arrives. There were many voices of accusation from the Spark Alliance capital system and other civilizations, condemning Karibo for not launching any rescue missions and asking the civilizations near Batu to assist them in relocating. The Spark Alliance themselves once, with great difficulty, preserved the last flame of their civilization in a catastrophe, so it took them much longer than other civilizations to get on their feet in interstellar space. Since then, they have been very passionate about saving various civilizations that have not yet entered the galactic community. At the same time, since they were extremely radical in their policies, any interstellar civilization that had less developed civilizations in its controlled territory was subjected to harsh criticism by them more than a dozen times. Therefore, almost all civilizations had very bad relations with the Spark Alliance. The Spark Alliance still tried to use its weak influence to attract the attention of other civilizations. But a research ship controlled by the administrator had already arrived in the Batu system and was gradually approaching its inhabited planet. The research ship was approaching an inhabited planet in the Batu system, while remaining invisible. Unnecessarily, Li Wenyuan did not want to cause turmoil among the natives, whom he had already learned about from the artificial satellites orbiting the planet. This showed that civilization here had at least entered the information age and could detect aliens who carelessly approached the planet. For drones, this was also not a problem because all of them were equipped with stealth technology. Moreover, they were able to function even in the turbulent atmosphere of the gas giant. Of course, the environment of this ordinary planet was like a pleasure ride for them. Thus, a large number of drones entered the planet from all directions and began scanning for traces of humanity. These invisible drones flew openly over cities and transmitted their data piece by piece to the research ship. It seems that none of the inhabitants of the planet had any idea about anything, but some of them were special. The high school student walked away from his comrades, secretly sighing about how tiring it was to talk to ordinary people. His name was Dig, and he was the self-proclaimed chosen one. Ever since he woke up one day and discovered that he had a system, he realized that he was born to become the main hero of his civilization. When he crossed the threshold of the house, he whispered at the level of thoughts, "System, what is the task today?" In the past, after each of his requests, the system quickly informed him of the relevant information. But this time, the system did not respond to him. This made Dig frown, and he continued to call the system. After a long wait, the system's response finally came. Main task changed. Find a way to survive until the arrival of the Star Eater countdown to the end of the world. 60 days. This sudden turn of events stunned Dig for a while, and then he began to scream into your soul, "System! System! What's happening? You also told me to just behave defiantly in front of my classmates. Why is the world suddenly ending today?" He was very scared. Whenever he completed a task, the system would give him various magical rewards. That is why he considers himself the chosen one and trusted the system so much. But suddenly, after the death of a nearby star, everything changed. Star Eater is the name. Can my sudden guess really be true? Dig remembered what he said when he was bragging to his classmates. "I think there's a species of creature that eats the stars. Oh no. My fantasy has become reality. No, I urgently need to find a solution." His thoughts took a sharp turn, and he began to search the internet for signals of the approaching end of the world. He didn't think that the system was trying to scare him, and so several days passed. He didn't show up for classes for several days in a row, but the teachers didn't attach much importance to this. As a brilliant student, he could come straight to the exams. There was little point in forcing him to study with the rest of the class. Dig finally emerged from the room, his eyes blood red, looking like he hadn't slept in days. Star Eater, end of the world. He stared at the distant starry sky, and it seemed to him that he saw a huge luminous body gradually approaching here. The system only requires me to find a way to survive, and does not ask me to save the world. Is it because I cannot do more? He felt despair, realizing that he, as the chosen one of his civilization, was so powerless to change anything. "No, we need to stop negative thinking. There will definitely be a solution." He encouraged himself, and his gaze fixed on the sky became firm again. And it was at that moment that his eyes, enhanced by the system, saw a large number of UFOs flashing high above him. He clearly saw these dark UFO figures flying across the sky, but passers-by seemed to show no reaction, as if they had not seen these objects at all. Is this a sign of the end of the world? I need to follow them and see. And so the chase began. Li Wenyuan from space, of course, did not notice that one of the local residents suddenly began to chase the invisible drones. In fact, he was already collecting drones now because he had discovered the remains of humanity. Experimental civilization. Accelerator description. This large-scale complex equipment is equipped with a large number of modules with various functions, as well as a certain level of artificial intelligence. It can scan the state of species on the planet and analyze the social form to advance the progress of civilization at the opportune moment. According to our analysis, this equipment is still in the experimentation stage, but it can offer us a new technology idea. New technologies have been added to the technology tree? This gigantic installation hidden in the deep mountains and old forests really surprised Li Wenyuan. Although it looked extremely abandoned, it was still functioning perfectly. Scan results revealed that this complex device contained a small database, a fusion station, low-level artificial intelligence, a scanning device covering the entire world, and micro-drones used to transfer materials from the fusion station. The database contained various technologies, covering a wide range from the primitive era to the early interstellar period. The fusion station can synthesize many substances useful to local civilizations, but long obsolete in the interstellar world, including various body enhancement fluids, technological blueprints, old-fashioned weapons, and his scanning equipment can also monitor the situation of the universe and exchange information with local species. Overall, it is a comprehensive equipment that can quickly improve local civilization. And Li Wenyuan immediately hacked into the local internet and started looking through their history. Indeed, he found that development here was extremely rapid. From time to time, various talented people appeared, each of whom was a revolutionary figure on a planetary scale, changing their centuries forever. Various scientific theories that were far ahead of their time, advanced inventions that increased productivity, wars that changed the fate of nations, historical events that determined the vector of development of the historical process, and leaders who were incredibly wise and never made mistakes. Such heroes were encountered in the history of this planet all the time. Throughout their history, it can be said that civilization as a whole has always advanced rapidly and has never experienced periods of regression. In less than 2,000 years, they developed from the primitive tribal system to the modern information age. It was progress incomparable in its speed. Li Wenyuan realized that this was all related to the civilization accelerator in front of him. For local residents, this thing is a real chit. Li Wenyuan looked at the history of this civilization with great interest. So many cheating characters in such a short story, he discovered that even now there were many novels based on the stories of these cheaters, who supposedly went back in time from the present day. It's very interesting. Why did people leave such a legacy here? Just as an experiment? He thought for a while and summoned a new technology in the technology tree. Theory of advancement of automated civilization technology level. 5 description. External influence on local civilizations is a powerful method for their development, but how to subtly and effectively advance them into the interstellar era? This has become a difficult problem. Perhaps we can try to build a fully automated complex to achieve our goals. The Milky Way is too empty. Let's make it more alive. Available technology. Universal Civilization Accelerator, 9.9%. Empty? Seeing this word, Li Wenyuan thought of those interstellar civilizations who were hoping to have fun watching the events here. It was easy for him to intercept information transmitted throughout the galaxy, and of course, he knew what kind of spectacle these civilizations had come here for. The sensor network provided a wide range of monitoring, and he also detected that the Star Eater was heading this way. Well, compared to the total number of systems in the Milky Way, there are really few existing interstellar civilizations. And since they are so eager to see the Star Eater destroyed, I need to try to satisfy their expectations. This will make my image of a mysterious civilization more realistic. Then he turned his attention back to the planet. And in this case, the local civilization will be able to realize that the starry sky above them is actually very alive. Despite the significant improvement in physical fitness thanks to the system, Dig was still unable to keep up with the UFO. When they were completely out of his sight, he had no choice but to return home, hoping to come up with a plan to save the world. He ended up writing a short story about the Star Eater and posting it on the forum. The story was received as a story and aroused great interest among readers. He was even covered in the media, thanks to which he quickly became famous, and people started talking about the emergence of a new talent in the science fiction genre. But Dig wanted something else. He wanted the public to sense the approaching danger. So he continued to be active in the media, appearing as a teenage genius author to actively promote the idea that a cosmic being capable of devouring the stars was approaching. At first, his words were perceived as simply eccentric behavior to attract attention, which was not an uncommon occurrence in the promotion strategy of many young celebrities. Everything changed when an insider revealed information about a mysterious astronomical photograph, sparking an explosion of public interest. Is a huge, luminous cosmic body approaching us? Here's what the experts say. Before the presenter could finish his sentence, the screen from which he was broadcasting to the square was broken by a hard object. Panic began in large shopping centers. Everyone rushed to buy food and things, and some even began to set up basements for recycling waste. Someone tried to convince people that the photo was a fake to reassure the public. But then more and more astrophotography from different angles appeared on the internet, and many experts began to confirm their authenticity. It turned out that an employee of one of the astronomical observatories published these images, realizing the inevitability of the destruction of the planet. When he was discovered, he had already committed suicide. The effect this news caused was undoubtedly shocking. More and more people began to claim that the end of the world was coming, noticing an increase in temperatures throughout the planet. Many astronomers with professional equipment also made observations and eventually confirmed that a previously unknown star was rapidly approaching our galaxy. Ultimately, various governments accepted this information as correct, even providing more detailed data, as well as various end-of-the-world survival guides. The world seemed to have plunged into despair. Dig sat at home, mindlessly staring into space, with no idea how to save the entire civilization. The government has launched Project Legacy, the goal of which is to build a huge shelter so that some people can survive the end of the world and subsequently restore civilization. Everyone wanted to get into this refuge, but only the most influential people and leading scientists could do this. Dig also received an unexpected invitation there. The government apparently considered that, as a young genius who was the first to sense the approach of a mortal danger for civilization, he would be useful for its restoration. But he conveyed this invitation to his neighbors, the family of his childhood love, who took care of him as an orphan, and he chose to lock himself at home, cutting himself off from the outside world. He believed that as the chosen one, being the first to learn the news about the end of the world, he still failed to take any measures to prevent it. And as punishment, I decided to meet him face to face. Finally, the mysterious giant luminous body came closer. His arrival caused the day to last 3/4 longer, but the world continued to struggle to survive despite warnings and preparations for the subsequent cooling of the planet. The main hypothesis was that this gigantic luminous body was something like a wandering star, and that its arrival in this galaxy was simply a temporary phenomenon, and after its departure it would be possible to resume normal life. But Dig knew that this was only the beginning. The stars would be absorbed, and after that eternal winter would come, and protection from high temperatures would only help survive the first stage. He felt it was time to go outside. He wanted to see the light of the Star Eater with his own eyes and witness the end come, so he walked out of the house, squinting at the bright light in the sky. The temperature outside was very high, and another huge ball of light was slowly appearing in the sky, one that was even brighter than their mother star. Dig didn't know how far away the Star Eater was from here, but he could already feel the heaviness emanating from him on his face. The feeling of heaviness caused by its incredible size made him tremble at the mere thought of it. But he still endured the blinding light and opened his eyes to look at the sky. The sky seemed still as bright, but soon he noticed many shadows covering the starry sky. What is this? The expression on Dig's face gradually changed from doubt to shock. He saw glowing engines and what looked like towers on these shadows. The light generated during the transition still circulated through their hulls, blue shields glinting here and there, and Dig could smell the strong smell of metal and war, even at such a great distance. Besides this, he also realized the gap between his civilization and the enemy was probably as great as between an ant and God. So aliens really exist? He suggested that it could be an alien fleet. And at that moment, images of aliens from various science fiction works flashed through his head. Will they treat us like experimental subjects and capture us as living specimens? Maybe in this universe all civilizations are hiding from each other. Then they will not only destroy the Star Eaters but also destroy us in order to hide their existence from possible opponents. Maybe in the eyes of these aliens we are nothing more than food? The whole planet is really just a farm, and its owners don't want to see their property destroyed, so they sent their fleet to repel the Star Eater? Many guesses flashed through his head, but in the end it all came down to one doubt. But can they really kill the Star Eater? Dig's heart rose to his throat. No matter what these aliens want to do with them, at least it will be in the future. The most important crisis right now is the Star Eater. After all, it was a creature that could consume entire stars. He nervously looked at the space fleet that had appeared out of nowhere, feeling only fear and hope. He was worried about the aliens' arrival, but he was even more hopeful that they would be able to successfully protect them from the Star Eater. A contradictory state of mind forced him to look forward, and even the high temperature outside could not make him retreat. Meanwhile, the civilizations watching in space what was happening in the system were completely delighted. Each of them looked like a child eagerly awaiting the start of their favorite cartoon. Oribo Enclave Dormur 13 made a lot of money from the Forgotten Empire vs. Terror of the Cosmos show, but leading the operation, Blanning was under great pressure, preparing to send pre-sent propaganda to every corner of the galaxy. The Spark Alliance, which arrived late, parked the spaceship at the edge of the star system, hesitant to move forward, not because they were afraid of the Administrator's fleet. In fact, they had long heard that it was easy to get along with the Administrator as long as they did not show hostile actions. But they were afraid of the Star Eater. This cosmic life form was a major deterrent for them. Seeing that the moving Star Eater seemed to feel threatened, his always glowing body dimmed at this moment, as if to use some of the energy to attack. Without the blinding light, the Star Eater's real body became visible. Although its core was still a dazzling ball of light, its outline was shaped like a cicada. But before the observers could get a better look, the Star Eater's core suddenly flared up with renewed vigor, like an exploding star expelling matter. The creature's inner hull was immediately filled with glowing matter and rapidly contracted, gathering it into a sea of energy that, under the influence of heat and pressure, turned into a blinding beam of light aimed directly at the Guardian fleet. This beam of light contained terrible energy, so Dig, who was looking at the sky with his naked eyes, was forced to cover his eyes for a while. At this moment, his mind was completely blank. He only felt that this planet would be destroyed by this beam of light, and even the mysterious alien fleet that had just appeared would disappear into it like smoke. But for civilizations in interstellar space, this whole scene was just an appetizer before the real dish. None of them thought that the Forgotten Empire fleet would somehow suffer from this attack. In fact, they were all already anticipating exactly how the Star Eater would be crushed by Administrator. Indeed, the beam was easily blocked by the shield of the Titan-class flagship. Apparently, it was chosen as the target of the Star Eater's attack, as it was the largest ship in the entire fleet. But until the very end of the attack, the ship's shield did not change in color. The Titan then aimed its main weapon at the Star Eater, and energy vibrations much stronger than those that preceded the Star Eater's attack gathered within it. And he, as if noticing this, also began to gather energy, as if he wanted to fire another salvo before the enemy had time to shoot at him. However, the Titan's cannon and the Star Eater attacked almost simultaneously. The beams from both sides collided, but the Star Eater's beam, like a shot from a water pistol, was instantly absorbed by the gigantic stream of light from the Titan's cannon, which quickly reached the Star Eater. Its core, which had been stable all this time, immediately flickered, becoming larger and larger each time. Soon, the Star Eater, who could no longer maintain the stability of his own core, was torn apart by the overwhelming energy from within, and then his core exploded. This explosion illuminated the entire interstellar space at this moment, and countless energy radiations, electromagnetic waves, and some of the Star Eater's corporeal matter were scattered throughout the entire star system. This explosion, like the birth of a supernova, was greeted with applause from all observing civilizations.
Wow, it exploded! What a big firework! This oi thing is finally dead!
Our poor scientist was just passing by the system where the Star Eater was, and was blown to pieces by that Kori creature. Hooray, our dear 10th level scientist! Sleep well. The Administrator took revenge for you. Many people were happy to see the Star Eater explode, even the Spark Alliance. They had long been accustomed to life in interstellar space, and subconsciously thought that the consequences of such an explosion could be blocked by anyone. But Dig didn't think so. However, he had a calm expression on his face when he saw the Star Eater explode. Too much has happened in a very short time. First, the end of the world brought him despair. Then the arrival of the aliens brought hope. Then he fell back into the abyss of despair due to the ray released by the Star Eater. And then found hope again, because the aliens easily defeated him. Having witnessed such a short cosmic war, all he now felt was that this life was worth living, so he closed his eyes, preparing for the real end of the world. At this time, his system, which had been silent for a long time, again showed signs of life. Main quest. Updated. Become a chief scientist? Li Wenyuan, who was looking at the grand fireworks display he had organized with satisfaction, also remembered that there was a civilization on the planet, so he allowed his flagship to deploy a shield in front of it. The news that aliens really exist instantly spread throughout the planet. After the destruction of the Star Eater, the mysterious fleet left this place. But soon, a group of aliens calling themselves the Spark Alliance arrived on this planet. They provided assistance to speed up the recovery of the planet, and also shared information about this interstellar space. They then donated hyperspace drive technology, and also left the Bodu system. The planet, which miraculously survived the apocalypse, slowly came to its senses, but all its inhabitants were captured by a special atmosphere. They keenly felt that instead of fighting for life and death on this small piece of land, it would be much better to look at the wider sky above. The influence that the aliens had was indeed strong, but it also incredibly united all the inhabitants of the planet. Now planetary unity no longer seemed like an impossible theory to them, and they were sure that one day they would also be able to touch the starry sky. Dig hurriedly walked to the university. Being a genius, he easily skipped the remaining school courses and, out of competition, was accepted into a prestigious university. Now he was very busy every day, even without the system's reminders. He still worked hard on the task of becoming a chief scientist. Why did you suddenly become so purposeful? Did the end of the world affect you that much? Before he left, his childhood friend asked about it, not understanding why this young genius, who had always been very lazy, suddenly changed his behavior so radically. And Dig smiled and explained, "The starry sky is so beautiful, and if I can't see him with my own eyes before I disappear, wouldn't that be sad? Since these aliens gave me hope, I am ready to fight for it. Perhaps our civilization lacks just a scientist like me to take the last step on the road to the stars." His childhood love did not respond, clearly not believing what he said. But Dig didn't pay attention to it. It was important for him to continue on this path, until civilization can fly away from this planet towards the vast space. Li Wenyuan, having finished his work, also withdrew his fleet from the Batu galaxy. He was very happy, not only because he had destroyed the threat, demonstrating a strength worthy of the title of the Forgotten Empire, but also because he had obtained two new technologies from the remains of the Star Eater. Synthesis of Star Eater substance tech level. 5. Description. Research on the remains of the Star Eater indicates that this substance is very useful for burning stars. We can artificially synthesize similar components, and when released into the stars, they can extend their life. And also, reusing the Star Eater egg tech level. 5. Description. Through the restored Star Eater egg, perhaps we can breed and tame miniature Star Eaters that can cause massive damage to a star without attracting much attention. These two technologies existed independently on the technology tree. They might not be very useful now, but they will undoubtedly play a role in the future. In addition, he had another very joyful event. The research and development of megastructure technology was completed. After the expansion, the efficiency of research departments increased significantly. After some thought, he chose the next direction of work: research of the gate builders. He chose the direction of his own free will, because right now, he did not have a dire need for any other 6th-level technology, and at the same time did not have the resources to start researching level 7 technologies. Given the exponential growth of requirements at the moment, studying such technology would take him at least 500 years. Instead, it was better to focus on learning as many level 6 technologies as possible. Finally, he arrived in the Carroll system. There was an abandoned sentry array here, a megastructure that Li Wenyuan slightly restored and repaired. Therefore, he decided to build new ones in the same system. He had armed and upgraded the starbase here in advance. Various defensive weapons made it look like an immovable space fortress. A large number of engineering ships began to actively work, and various transport ships carrying construction materials also continued to arrive and depart from the system. Two gigantic structures, not inferior in size to the guard array, gradually began to form next to it. One of them had a huge impact on the speed of research, and the other significantly increased the production efficiency of ships. These megastructures were called the Science Hub and the Giant Shipyard. The components of the Science Hub were able to function independently of each other even during construction. It didn't even have to be completed in its entirety to enjoy the benefits it brought to scientific research. The only downside for Li Wenyuan was that the hub's effect grew significantly depending on the number of scientists working in it. But Li Wenyuan didn't have that many scientists, so he couldn't experience all the benefits that the Science Hub could give him. The Giant Shipyard was built to strengthen its military power. Li Wenyuan's second unmanned fleet was already under construction, but he was still not satisfied with its production efficiency, although it already looked incredible in the eyes of other civilizations. He felt that he could only feel safe with at least 7 or 8 fleets in his hands. Then a huge shipyard capable of simultaneously producing 20 or 30 warships at once was vital. In this case, even if he finds himself in a state of war, he will be able to quickly replenish his troops. Thus, the once-dormant administrator began his journey. Has someone colonized the sacred land of the Observer? When Blanning, who was in Enclave number 13, heard the news, he nearly fell out of his chair. This was indeed a big deal because it meant that the Watcher would definitely intervene. Being one of 4, no, already 5, mysterious civilizations in the galaxy, the Observer, like the rest of them, was largely indifferent to the outside world. Although it was rumored that all idealistic civilizations were under the protection of the Watcher, in reality, a simple war with them would not attract his attention. He showed himself only if both participants in the war were idealists. But after the blood and tears of countless galactic civilizations, they realized that the Observer still had an untouchable border. This is their sacred land. At this time, not far from the territory of the Observer, an interstellar civilization that had just entered space was curiously exploring everything around. They had just found a very habitable planet and decided to make it the first colony of their civilization. Countless colonists with dreams of conquering the universe arrived here, but they did not know, without even suspecting, that they would soon face a catastrophe.
You heard? A new interstellar civilization calling itself Seichik has colonized the sacred land.
Sacred land? What kind of sacred? Wait, do you mean the one that belongs to the Observer? Is that really true? I heard that there was some movement at the Observer's border, but I didn't think they would dare to do it. Oh, you are such an unlucky civilization. Although many people verbally felt sorry for these newcomers to space, in reality, they had no sympathy for them. Instead, you could tell they were enjoying the event. For these old civilizations, which have been in interstellar space for a long time, the sweetest sight in the world would be how various newcomers, who had just embarked on the path of space exploration, violated well-known taboos, and then received cruel punishment for this. Of course, not everyone in the galaxy was a fan of such fun. There were many who, having themselves suffered astronomical losses before figuring out these unspoken rules of behavior in space, hoped that the nascent interstellar civilization would not repeat their fates. But there will always be those unfortunate or self-confident people in the world who want to test any laws for strength. Seichik were just such a civilization. Thanks to the innate intelligence of their race, they have so far developed in space without any obstacles in their path. They thought highly of themselves. So much so that some even wondered if their intelligence had been artificially turned into arrogance. Somehow, with arrogance and curiosity, they included the planet known as the Sacred Land in their colonial policy. This planet was also commonly known in the galaxy as the Emerald Tomb. Emerald Tomb. Li Wenyuan stopped his work and looked at the information presented to him by the archaeologists. According to the information they found in the ruins, the people left something very, very important in one place. So now there was a very bright dot on his star map, indicating the system he was going to visit. The content of the message found was very vague and more like the ravings of a madman. So, apart from the coordinates of the planet, no useful information has yet been extracted from it. The coordinates of this planet were familiar to Li Wenyuan, who gradually studied information about the Milky Way. This was the sacred land of the Observer, one of the mysterious civilizations. Well, why in this particular place? He frowned, trying to deduce some theory from the information he had, but in the end he didn't come to anything concrete. He knew that humanity had some kind of connection with the idealists, since one of the conditions for the restoration of ancient objects on Earth was tsero, a gas that only representatives of idealistic civilizations could produce. But if it concerns the Observer, then everything becomes much more complicated. Being one of the most ancient civilizations, the Observer had an unknown level of development. Apart from the fact that it was an idealistic civilization, practically nothing was known about it. The location of the so-called Sacred Land as the untouchable border of his territories was confirmed only after countless tests of his reaction by various civilizations. Simply flying past or inspecting a planet, or even declaring the entire system part of its territory. Such actions did not cause any punishment from the Observer. However, any attempts to colonize the Sacred Land or in any way change its original ecology resulted in the Observer's terrifying attacks. And what will happen if you dare to destroy the entire planet? This was not discussed by anyone even in a whisper, as if only the thought of this could cause dissatisfaction with the powers that be. In any case, we still have to send someone there to search for the people's heritage. After weighing all the risks, Li Wenyuan still decided to explore the Emerald Tomb. The likelihood of a collision with the Observer was extremely low. Tourists have already visited this planet with robot assistance, so he sees no problem in sending synthetic humanoids there. And it seems that there was some important secret hidden there about what happened to humanity. After all, it had always been the mystery that bothered him more than anything else. The research vessel, loaded with synthetic humanoids, quietly started its engines. The Observer's territory was far from him, and he had never been there before. And without specific data from there, he could not use warp drive. Fortunately, one interstellar civilization nearby built a stargate, and in the cosmic network connected to this stargate, there was an exit near the Emerald Tomb. Of course, he also camouflaged the spaceship. Using a loophole he left when he hacked into the Karibo network, he spoofed his ship's signal, so that he was now identified as a member of this megacorporation. In this case, even if the spaceship is destroyed for unknown reasons in front of all civilizations, it will have nothing to do with it. At this time, in this system where he was heading, a one-sided war was taking place. Shortly after the Sechik began colonizing the Emerald Tomb, the Observer's fleet entered the system. Yes, despite being the most idealistic civilization known, the Observer still used the space fleet as a weapon of war. And this was one of the reasons why materialistic civilizations did not like idealistic ones. It seemed to them that idealists, while enjoying all the achievements of science, ignored it in matters of principle. This behavior was stupid, and therefore all idealistic civilizations were just a bunch of idiots. On the other hand, the idealistic civilization believes that materialists are simply stuck in their own world and do not want to admit the existence of something outside the boundaries of science known to them. This means that they are all nothing more than fools who love to teach others. Both sides of the conflict have berated each other in the Milky Way throughout recorded galactic history. At the last exchange conference, when both sides reluctantly but nevertheless sat down to discuss their differences, it all ended with each side finding out only that the other side was a group of hopeless people with whom there was nothing to talk about. Therefore, they had a big brawl right on the spot, after which they parted ways, mutually upset with each other. After this, most of the idealistic civilizations in the galaxy fell into silence, as if they wanted the materialistic civilizations to apologize to them first. But they openly mocked them, saying that there was no need to worry about a few dancing savages. Li Wenyuan, who had just arrived in the Emerald Tomb system, observed a large number of wrecks of warships. They had the same recognizable style, so it could be assumed that they all belonged to the same civilization. In the center of the system there was a fleet that emitted an even purple glow. This purple light came from their shields, which looked very mysterious. It was a very thin layer of light, but any shells, missiles, and lasers fired in its direction sank in it like stones in the sea, without raising waves. The ships of the fleet also looked as if they had come to our world from dreams, and there was something in their illusory outlines that made people look at them without taking their eyes off them. After the first attack by the observer, the proud Seichik civilization responded with a counterattack using the full power of its civilization. They believed they were experiencing an alien invasion and were ready to defend their colony. They were very smart and very skilled in space warfare, but all their skills and technology were useless in the face of absolute power, and the wreckage of their warships was the best proof of this. In the end, having paid a huge price and practically exhausted all the resources of their home planet, the Seichiks finally realized their own weakness and left the colony in despair, abandoning those who still remained on the planet to their fate. The rise of a new stellar civilization on the stage of the Milky Way was delayed by hundreds or even thousands of years. The observer fleet did not clear the Emerald Tomb of the remnants of enemy forces. Apparently, they were not worried about how much the latest Seichik colonizers could affect the sacred land. Relying on the self-regulating abilities of this planet looked even more beautiful and lush than the planet Gaia. However, it gave Li Wenyuan a strange feeling of death. Emerald Tomb, sacred land of the observer. As seen from space, greenery covered almost the entire visible space, so much so that even the ocean was barely noticeable against its background. True to its name, the planet was full of emerald-colored life. Well, what does the tomb have to do with it then? Li Wenyuan looked at the planet thoughtfully, digesting the information he received before coming here. The name, the Emerald Tomb, has its roots deep in ancient history, but no one knew for sure who invented it. Most likely it was the observer himself. This civilization revered this planet as its sacred land, so it was not surprising that it would give it a name that is now considered common knowledge. I wonder what he buried here. Li Wenyuan thought for a while, overcoming his last doubts, and then allowed the research ship to launch a drone to scan the planet. And he didn't find anything suspicious, which, however, was quite an expected result. After all, this planet was very famous in the galaxy, and quite a few tourists had already visited it. If there were any obvious anomalies, they would have been known long ago. Therefore, Li Wenyuan was not discouraged by the failure of his first attempt to uncover the secret of this planet. If humanity's heritage is here, it is absolutely normal that it will not be so easy to find. So he allowed the drone to continue scanning, and at the same time sent synthetic humanoids to the surface. After all, some things could only be discovered in close proximity to them. The landing module slowly sank to the ground and synthetic humanoids emerged from it. Their eyes, initially lifeless, suddenly turned bright red as Li Wenyuan took personal control of their bodies. Now the feeling of death that he had experienced earlier in space became more intense. There was also a lot of vegetation here as on the planet Gaia. But there was one big difference. No matter how the synthetic humanoids scanned the vegetation and the soil under the weeds, they could not detect any traces of animals. A tube jumped out straight from the hand of the synthetic humanoid, into which he placed some soil for analysis. The results were also very surprising. The microbial density here was infinitely close to zero, meaning that there seemed to be no life here other than vegetation. This was certainly very unusual. Even in the harsh conditions of space, many bacteria could live, but in such a good environment as here there were almost none of them. Li Wenyuan was increasingly filled with doubts, but still continued to inspect the surroundings with the help of synthetic humanoids. The drone was flying over the forest, and although its scanners could easily penetrate the vegetation, technology can sometimes make mistakes. Even the life force detector, used to detect living beings, did not give any signal. Meanwhile, a group of creatures were making their way through the dense forest directly below him. They looked like aliens evolved from a crocodile, but their tail had degraded to a short and thin tail, apparently to adapt to upright walking. They wore no clothing other than metal plates covering all key parts of their bodies. They were connected to each other by flexible lines, which in turn were connected to a battery-like backpack on the back. As cold-blooded creatures, they relied on similar mechanisms to regulate their body temperature. Although genetic research into turning them into warm-blooded creatures had already begun, For now, they still needed to use warming backpacks, a technology invented in the antediluvian times and improved countless times since then. Finally, after walking some distance, this group of aliens stopped to rest for a while due to fatigue. The rescue team never came. It looks like we were just left here to die. The signal transmitter is blocked. Is it because of this planet's magnetic field? Or is there some other reason? In any case, now we can only rely on ourselves. Don't you feel that this planet is becoming more and more strange? The last sentence silenced everyone for a short moment. In the end, someone from the team, who looked like the leader of the group, stood up and said, "Don't be so paranoid. Where has the famous wisdom of our people gone? Even if there is something inexplicable here, it is only because our technology has not yet reached the level necessary to explain it." These were the colonialists, Sechik. After the defeat of their fleet, they were truly abandoned here on their own. Fortunately, battery capacity for temperature control was always a priority for improvements, so they were still able to travel quite long distances freely. However, as they stayed longer and longer on this planet, it gradually turned from a heavenly place into a living hell on Earth. In fact, their small force was originally a large group of several thousand fighters, and there were dozens of such groups all over the planet. Therefore, when the colonialists began to disappear one by one against the backdrop of a military catastrophe, this did not attract much attention. And even when they began to disappear in dozens, the commanders were able to find an explanation for this. But when thousands of them disappeared overnight, it caused real panic. They could not understand why people disappeared, but their various relics remained on Earth in good condition. In the end, everyone fled in different directions in small detachments, and this group of aliens was one of them. The silence that followed the leader's words was interrupted by someone's growling stomach, and the heavy atmosphere immediately dissipated. Someone laughed and said, "How can you be hungry again? You already eat more than everyone else." The hungry man smiled embarrassedly. "I cannot help it. The meat of local animals is so tasty my mouth is watering just thinking about it." Another colonialist wanted to say something, but suddenly his eyes focused. He pulled out his weapon and immediately shot somewhere to the side. There was a loud sound, and then the sound of something falling to the ground. Everyone ran up to see what it was and found a lifeless animal that looked like a deer. "Your hunting hand is strong. Dinner for today is already provided." Laughing, they began to cut up the carcass to fry it over the fire. However, soon an abnormal noise was heard again in the jungle. The relaxed colonizers instantly tensed up, and everyone looked in the direction of this noise. An alien about their height slowly came out of the forest. "Hey, who are you?" The colonizer, who had shot the animal earlier, shouted to the alien while simultaneously aiming his gun at him. However, he did not seem to hear his voice, and continued to look around, as if he had not even noticed them. "Stop where you are! If you come closer, I'll shoot!" The hunter continued to scream, but his hands were shaking, as if he was very scared of this alien. But their leader suddenly raised his hand, signaling them not to act rashly, and then he himself approached the alien. Despite the very close distance between them, the alien still showed no signs of detecting his presence. The leader walked around the alien for a while, and then reached out his hand to touch him. And then everyone present's eyes widened in amazement, because they saw their leader's hand pass through the alien's body. As for Li Wenyuan, who controlled the synthetic humanoid, he looked at this empty camp with doubt. Various alien tools were stacked here and there, and fires were burning in the open space in the center. He didn't see anyone, but he had the full feeling that before his appearance, someone had definitely been sitting here. And when the leader's hand passed through the body of a synthetic humanoid, he received a message from his database. New technologies added to the technology tree? Li Wenyuan was stunned by this sudden message, and then called up the technology tree interface. At first glance, he didn't find anything new. But then he noticed that among the technologies from 1st to 4th level that he had studied a long time ago, a large number of gray technologies that had not yet been researched suddenly appeared. At the level of 1st level technologies, one inscription burned, from which all these previously unknown gray technologies expanded, forming a completely new tree. And this new technology made Li Wenyuan's heart skip a beat. Psionic Theory Tech level. 1 description. Thought is in many ways a manifestation of the universe itself. This is a microscopic world, and although not all species can reach this level, it is absolutely objective. It exists. Perhaps the only truth we can know for sure is that we exist. Possible technology. Psionic Potential Theory, 99.9%. Mind's Vision, 99.9%. Tests of Sero, 99.9%. He looked at these technologies, unable to describe his feelings other than, This is incredible. Such a strange thing as the theory of psionics eventually found its place in Li Wenyuan's technology tree. He quickly looked into it and discovered that most of these technologies revolved around a special type of energy called spiritual energy. However, with questions about what this spiritual energy is and where it comes from, the research department has never been able to provide a satisfactory explanation for it. In addition, many of these technologies were associated with Tsero, and apparently he could now use it more effectively. So it was no longer the privilege of only idealistic civilizations. So idealists follow this path of development? Li Wenyuan tried to remember what he knew about the so-called idealistic civilizations. In fact, they were in many ways similar to the materialistic ones. They also needed to grow food, mine minerals, build power plants, and use fuel to free the spacecraft from the gravitational bonds of their planets. They didn't have any special spells to make the ship take off. Physics remained physics throughout this galaxy. The main difference between these two types of civilizations was that the idealists always maintained that there was a special space in the universe that individuals could enter directly only through the training of consciousness to use the matter in that space. Materialistic civilization, of course, considered this absurd and demanded proof of the existence of this space. None of the idealists could do this, and they were all ridiculed for it. But of course they did not abandon their worldview because of this. After all, before them was an example of a mysterious civilization, which apparently followed this path to the end. Having such a role model has always inspired idealists and allowed them to find possible paths for development. Probably very soon all the materialistic civilizations of the galaxy will be shocked. Have I unwittingly just confirmed the existence of an idealistic path of development? Li Wenyuan was in a state of mild prostration in the virtual world. The unique spiritual energy technologies on the tree in front of him did not look like a fantasy of science fiction. And obviously the research department had already recognized their existence. And judging by the description of many technologies, the source of spiritual energy indeed implicitly pointed to a special space that has not yet appeared, or already exists, but has not yet been confirmed. Do androids dream of electric sheep? He was without a doubt a program, and since he appeared in this universe, he has never even slept. According to the description of spiritual power, only living organisms could use it. Synthetic humanoids probably did not meet this requirement. After thinking a little more, Li Wenyuan finally interrupted his current thoughts and returned to the situation at the Emerald Tomb. Now his main goal was to find the heritage of humanity on this planet. Although the thought of a robot with psionic powers gave him a thrill of joy. The psionic theory was suddenly discovered after I arrived here. Could it be that spiritual energy was being used here? Taking a look at this extremely strange camp, Li Wenyuan used all the detectors available, but they did not detect anything. Indeed, the dispute between civilizations would not have lasted so long if it could have been done through conventional means. With these thoughts in mind, Li Wenyuan studied all the technologies available to him related to detecting psionic activity. Among these technologies, the highest level was the third, and with Li Wenyuan's current capabilities, it could be learned in just a few minutes. But the production and transportation of the relevant components would take several days, so he continued to control the synthetic humanoid while exploring the Emerald Tomb while awaiting their arrival. At this time, an idealistic civilization was preparing for a big event. The Duncan race, a peace-loving civilization widely known in the path of the Inner Saint, began the Great Awakening movement. They called on most idealistic civilizations to try this experiment with them. His goal was to gather a large group of experts and scientists studying the spiritual world on one planet and put them into a single dream. Before going to bed, they all went through training and hypnosis to enter a deeper world during sleep. Duncan's race then used scientific methods to synchronize the participants' brainwaves to a single frequency. They hoped that such a large group of experts would be able to find the peace they had long sought through the universal dream. Time passed day after day. The participants in the experiment were in deep sleep. Their lives were maintained in stability with the help of a pre-prepared device, which also continued to supply their bodies with sleeping pills to maintain sleep. Meanwhile, Li Wenyuan, drones, and synthetic humanoids equipped with new psionics detectors finally found human relics at the Emerald Tomb. Looking at the familiar building, Li Wenyuan was shocked. The synthetic humanoid he was controlling could not see him directly through vision, but the psionics detector clearly projected a graphic image of a building in a place that a second ago seemed empty. And this building could not be more familiar to him, because he had seen similar structures both in his past life and in this one. On the contrary, seeing a figure so well known to him, he felt that the circle had closed. Golden boulders were stacked on four sides, forming a huge pyramid. And next to the pyramid, the Sphinx lay on its stomach. Or rather, his sculptural image, sure proof that it was the work of man. The psionics detector reconstructed the appearance of these two buildings in the virtual world by calculating the data obtained, but it still could not physically observe them using vision. The pyramids and the Sphinx were apparently located in some other dimension. Moreover, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but think of Cooper. His father once survived exploration of alien ruins, but died in an accident shortly after, leaving behind a manuscript that did not contain the coordinates of those ruins, but only what they looked like. And this painting depicted a pyramid and a Sphinx next to it. Seeing this place now, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but think that perhaps Cooper's father had explored these very ruins. But he still had many doubts. Does the observer know that there are such strange ruins on his planet? Why could Cooper's father and his team not only see them, but even enter it, while he is still at a loss as to how to do this? Has anyone else seen these ruins? Why are there no rumors about this place in the galaxy? After taking a deep breath, Li Wenyuan took out the cuero that he had brought with him. Ever since he learned that the place he was going to was the sacred land of the observer, and that there were relics there that were closely related to humanity, he had a hunch that he would need this mystical resource. Although he didn't yet know the correct way to operate it, he had used it before. He opened the jar filled with compressed cero and let the ethereal violet gas spread around. As a result, cero began to flow into this mysterious space, revealing the vague outlines of this place. Looking at this, Li Wenyuan hurried to scatter all the cero he had brought around, and even prepared to use strategic reserves from Earth, fearing that this might not be enough. Fortunately, this was not necessary. After a large number of cero filled the space, the pyramid became visible to everyone. Covered in purple gas, this place truly seemed out of this world. Cero himself became like a fog, with a long and penetrating glance at which, in its shifting waves, countless and inexpressible panoramas of something incomprehensible were revealed. However, the synthetic humanoid went inside the pyramid without any hesitation. It looked like someone was whispering something next to it, but whatever it was, it probably didn't expect there to be a robot here that was immune to its words. After following the path to the very end, Li Wenyuan saw a purple crystal hanging in the air. It created a feeling of deep antiquity, undamaged by time only thanks to this strange space. Various images flashed across the surface of the crystal, including people. This crystal was like an archive that recorded stories that happened a long time ago, and most likely part of human history was recorded on it. After some hesitation, Li Wenyuan touched the crystal with his hand, and it began to project some images in space. This strange crystal projected into space the images that it stored within itself. The specific time of events from the images could not be determined, but apparently they belonged to very ancient eras. The world in the image was similar to the current ruins, but had differences. A huge substance, resembling yet different from a nebula, rested silently in space. According to rules that contradict reality, it did not form stars, but still floated in space, almost alive and incredibly free. Radioactive psionic energy filled the entire area surrounding him, and although it was impossible to determine its total amount, it seemed incredibly large. One could stay in the silence and tranquility of this place until the very end of the universe. Looking at this strange space, Li Wenyuan realized that this might be the place that the idealistic civilization had always been looking for. The image flickered, and the calm scene instantly turned into a whirlwind of events. Dreamy hues completely consumed by the feeling of impending doom. Countless shadows fought in this space, and actions that could move mountains and cross seas were the most common. The psionic energy throughout space was skillfully used as a powerful weapon. The war ended when a certain figure killed all his fellow tribesmen, condemning himself to loneliness in this chaotic and dangerous space. In this long series of images, the scene associated with humanity appeared only at the very end. A clearly visible image of a man appeared here, looking around curiously, as if he had come here for the first time, and met the one who destroyed all the other members of his tribe. Screen recording ends at this point, but text recording continues. The supporting introduction and general text appear on the frozen image, and Li Wenyuan was sure that human language was used. 12,000 years of ascension. We tried to create a light-speed project that would connect all the galaxies in the Milky Way, in the hope that future civilizations would not be limited by the speed of light. During this process, we discovered another highly advanced civilization. This greatly exceeded us, because communication between civilizations is much more meaningful than simple interaction with primitive animals incapable of conversation, but it is a pity that all representatives of this civilization ended up in an unknown space, through the documents they left behind. We learned what this civilization called themselves Tsero, and the mysterious space where they went was called the Void Realm. After some time of exploration, we found that the Void Realm where they went initially gave us a lot of help. Then we used their technology to find out how stable enter the kingdom of the Void, and chose the most suitable scientist, who became our mediator in dialogue with the Tsero tribe. The result turned out to be extremely sad. The Tsero tribe entered into a civil war for reasons unknown to us, and ultimately there was only one living being left. Despite the differences in races, the last of the Tseros was also happy about our arrival. Apparently, he was also glad that he was not the only intelligent being in the universe. He did not want to talk about his past, but only warned us not to come here again. After giving us a lot of advice, he refused our invitation to join us and decided to commit suicide. He expressed regret for what his fellow tribesmen had done, and hoped that subsequent civilizations would not repeat their mistakes. Through the psionic crystals left in the Nether Realm, we still learned everything that happened to the Tsero tribe. They averted a crisis that could have destroyed the galaxy by sacrificing their entire race to honor the last of Tsero. We built a tomb in the Nether Realm where we buried his remains. However, the Nether Realm became more and more dangerous due to their actions, and in the process, some entities are awakened that may threaten the galaxy. Now the entire Nether Realm is covered in their debris, which is likely the ashes of their victims, which have powerful spiritual power. After discussion, we have decided to block the Nether Realm, not only to prevent others from repeating the same mistakes, but also because we realized that the gifts we accepted may come with a price. However, if we do not pass through the Void Realm, our interstellar project trying to connect the entire galaxy will stop, and future civilizations will no longer be able to meet each other. In the end, we blocked most of the paths to the Nether Realm, leaving only a few necessary passages to help us travel faster than the speed of light. We also turned most of the ashes left by Tsero's people into gas. So even if someone is able to mine these gases, the spiritual power contained in them will be greatly reduced. After that, we found a way to delay some time, hoping to complete our galaxy project before the end of time and find a way to continue. Clearly a distinct image of a man appeared here, looking around curiously, as if he had come here for the first time, and met the one who had destroyed all the other members of his tribe. Screen recording ends at this point, but text recording continues. The supporting introduction and general text appear on the frozen image, and Li Wenyuan was sure that human language was used. 12,000 years of ascension. We tried to create a light-speed project that would connect all the galaxies in the Milky Way, in the hope that future civilizations would not be limited by the speed of light. During this process, we discovered another highly advanced civilization. This greatly excited us, because communication between civilizations is much more meaningful than simple interaction with primitive animals and capable of conversation. The amount of information contained in the text was enormous, and it amazed Li Wenyuan. It took him some time to comprehend all the information and complete the description of the person in the database. People really existed in the distant past. At that time, even breaking the speed of light was difficult. Therefore, people began a huge project aimed at overcoming the limitations of the speed of light. Tsero and people, in fact, existed in the same era. Their meeting was brief, but they were able to leave ancient history. Much remains unclear. Time limit? Gift? Was anyone really able to overcome this in that era? And then there is the Void Realm. It is probably the special space that idealistic civilization has always been looking for. Over the course of time, it has been opened and closed by people. Li Wenyuan frowned as he carefully considered the information contained in this sequence of text. Danger in the Nether Realm? Are these entities born from the Nether Realm? Are they creatures, civilization, or something else? It turns out that Tsero gas is the result of the transformation of the ashes of the Tsero tribe. Thinking about this is alarming. While thinking, he suddenly remembered the observer. Impossible. As if in response to his guesses, all civilizations in the galaxy simultaneously noticed extremely unusual vibrations, as if some kind of space had been opened. The sources of these vibrations are two sources, one located on the territory of the observer, and the other on the planet where the Duncan race conducted the Great Awakening. Experts and scientists who were sleeping during the Great Awakening suddenly woke up at the same time, and the installed equipment recorded some vibrations at that moment. Despite the fact that these people experienced bursting headaches and could not even stand stably on their feet, those around them could not help but ask, "What did you see? Have you reached that place?" In fact, in their hearts they already knew the answer, but the stronger their desire was to hear formal confirmation of it. One of the scientists, whose condition was quite good, immediately replied, "Yes, we really got to that place?" Enormous psionic energy that we could never imagine before, and Sero was everywhere there. "A premonition tells me that this is the realm of the void." He said these words in one breath, and his eyes radiated strong confidence in his own rightness. The hall immediately filled with loud exclamations. Finally, we have waited for this day. The spiritual potential will no longer awaken only in a select few. From now on,
All our fellow tribesmen will become masters of their souls!
and these materialistic idiots, next time we will definitely fight them back with psionic energy. A few days later, the Duncan race and several other idealistic civilizations jointly announced that they had discovered the existence of the Void Realm. The path to the Void Realm was no longer closed, and all consciousnesses could reach it freely. The materialistic civilizations initially dismissed this as just another hoax. But after several highly respected scientists awakened their spiritual potential through experiments, they realized that the idealistic civilization seemed to have finally succeeded in its quest. But they soon discovered that psionic energy was actually not that useful to them. For example, an attempt to replace traditional energy with psionic energy ended in dramatic experimental results. They discovered that the machine they had painstakingly built to directly extract energy from the nether realm was less efficient than a simple nuclear reactor. After a video demonstrating the capabilities of a psionicist who was called the most powerful in history was revealed, many megacorporations generally agreed that even robots that had been obsolete 20 years ago appeared to be more powerful. So the materialists continued their usual mockery of the idealists. After so many years of efforts by many civilizations, these magicians have finally proven the superiority of physics. The idealists ironically answered them. "You are like the poor people who, even knowing where countless treasures are still unable to take advantage of it." In general, for a materialistic civilization, the discovery of the kingdom of the void simply meant that it turns out that there is such a special space in the universe. But for an idealistic civilization, this was a major event that could change their destiny. Time passed quietly. Li Wenyuan has already returned to his home planet. At the Emerald Tomb, he discovered several unstable areas in the Nether Realm, and apparently those who had previously disappeared had fallen there. It seemed that the Nether Realm had a special interest in organic life. If anything, the longer you were there, the easier it was for him to absorb you. It was this effect that created dead silence there. As for the fate of those who disappeared, it remained a mystery. Before leaving, he took with him the psionic crystal that contained the records of the past. But he also knew how to open a narrow passage to the Nether Realm and establish contact with it. To do this, it did not require a large amount of training or resources, like idealistic civilizations. As for the Nether Realm itself, Li Wenyuan thought about it, and then temporarily placed it in the middle of his to-do list. Although, judging by all the available information, there could be very dangerous things and creatures in the Nether Realm, but now he could not seal it, as people had done before. In addition, if something happens, the observer will most likely be the first to react in some way. Therefore, he calmed down for a while, and returning to his home planet, immediately used a psionic crystal to send a synthetic humanoid to the realm of the void. He was in no hurry to send living beings there. Even Lillian, despite the fact that she was able to breathe Sero. He had already heard enough news about missing people in the Nether Realm from idealistic civilizations, and he didn't want this pet that had been with him for over 10 years to also disappear into it. The synthetic humanoid under his control entered the same space, with the same atmosphere, with the same clouds and fog, but he still felt nothing. Li Wenyuan frowned and continued to enter and exit the Void Realm with synthetic humanoids. However, he never heard the whispers indicating the path that many idealistic civilizations wrote about. He even checked the synthetic human's audio system several times to confirm whether it was because of a machine malfunction that he couldn't hear the sounds of the Nether Realm. Maybe for this, synthetic humanoids must have self-awareness, or even a soul. He pondered the reason and then looked at the technology that had attracted his attention for a long time. Synthetic humanoid personality. Matrix technology level. 7 description. After a long period of progress in social concepts, people finally realized that immaterial consciousness also has uniqueness and independence. The secrets of consciousness will be revealed through data analysis, and we will be able to bring to life the heroic deeds of legends. From now on, we will create souls, The level of this technology was even higher than that of megastructure projects, and the effect it achieved would very likely allow synthetic people to gain life. The ethical and philosophical issues involved in this technology were extremely complex, and it could take a very long time for a normal civilized society to accept such a change. But for now, this had nothing to do with him, since he could not yet study 7th-level technologies. Okay, let's leave questions about creating psionic robots for later. There have been many changes in the galaxy recently. I hope that idealistic civilizations will no longer make any big moves. With such thoughts in mind, Li Wenyuan focused on building the Third Fleet. Meanwhile, those idealistic civilizations he had pinned his hopes on had, meanwhile, successfully completed the initial use of the Void Realm through their tireless efforts. The peony experts of the Duncan race have brought good news. Our chosen one, who entered the Void Realm, has successfully established a connection with an ancient and powerful being. The elders in the council hall began to smile and happily congratulate each other. One of them, trying to appear calm, said, "Yes, so our position among other civilizations should be very stable. There is no one who could reach a level similar to ours." But most of the elders did not bother to feign modesty. Pride in achieving their civilization in the Nether Realm lifted their noses to the sky. And if they had tails, they would fluff them up now, so that there would be no free space left in the hall. Finally, one of them pulled himself together and asked, "What do our experts say? Do they know what kind of creature this is?" The student who brought the news shook his head, showing a strange expression on his face. "We have not yet clarified this issue completely. This creature only uttered one sentence before throwing us out of the Void Realm? Oh, so he has a terrible character? And what did it say? 50 years. 50 years. While the Duncan race were discussing what these words meant, the same voice was heard in the observer's territory. "This forgotten empire has also entered the Void Realm. Are you sure that we are taking the right path? Based on what these psionic records tell us, maybe the creatures from the Nether Realm aren't gods at all?" One of the observer members tried to convince his friend. "I understand your concerns," he answered, looking intently at his interlocutor. "We just need faith to unite the spiritual energy of each of us. God may or may not exist. This is just another step on our path. If necessary, we can correct this." This man rising to rebuke was the leader of the Watchers, their high priest. There was calmness on his face, but his eyes burned with unyielding determination. "Still decided to go to the end?" The voice of his interlocutor was full of irritation. He could not understand why the high priest was doing this. However, the high priest smiled and replied, "We have been frozen at this level of development for a long time. We need to find a way to move forward. The Saros tribe has successfully reached the stage of saints, but we still cannot get rid of the suffering associated with the limitations of the physical body. If they could, then why can't we? By using the Void Realm, our spiritual potential has already increased significantly. Why not continue? The Void will become nothing more than a source of energy for us if we can find another world before the end of the allotted time." His interlocutor fell silent for a moment before continuing. "We have reached a level of technological development where we can satisfy the needs of everyone. Further searches no longer seem so important. Why take risks when we can live in peace? I just don't understand it." The high priest shrugged. "That's why I'm here, as the high priest, and you, the Zaklin, have become the prophet, the object of our faith." The Zaklin fell silent, and disappointment flashed in his eyes. "So my position will again be used as an excuse, like it was last time." "No way, Zaklin." The high priest, the smile was casual. "You symbolize God. Your words are a divine decree. Each of the believers is ready to fight for you. This is not just an excuse. Then I'll leave. After leaving this star region full of psionic energy, my lifespan will become normal again. I'll find a quiet place to spend my remaining days. As for the reasons for this, just come up with something yourself. Perhaps in a few decades there will be a new chosen prophet. Zaklin, your departure will leave many of your believers disappointed." Zaklin shook his head. "I am just a tool for issuing tasks. I have no believers. There are only unfortunate people who made a mistake in choosing their god." With these words, Zaklin left without looking back. The high priest's face showed calm as the Zaklin left. Soon after, the inhabitants of the Observer learned that their prophet had left in search of the Chosen One, and they were overcome with despair, as if they had lost their spiritual support. As a result of this emotional shock, and with the help of new forces that came from the Kingdom of the Void, the Observer became quiet for some time. But many already guessed that this was just the calm before the storm. and perhaps very soon they will announce their return to the world. Meanwhile, Li Wenyuan was studying the news received by the research zone while studying the gate builders. The seventh analysis of the remains of the discovered nanobots showed that we need to control the Stargate of this race to continue the next stage of research. Looking at this message, Li Wenyuan began to look through the notes on the star map, trying to find some clues on it. Stargates are found in many places, but none he knew of were associated with the gate builders. That's bad luck. If there were exact coordinates, I would immediately go there. But finding an unopened Stargate in this is like an endless galaxy is simply unrealistic. He suddenly remembered that not all of the Forgotten Empires were completely separate from the interstellar community. Some of them actively issued tasks for other, younger civilizations, and generously rewarded those who completed them. For example, the same observer. Previously, Li Wenyuan imagined the Forgotten Empires as powerful warriors who did not tolerate objections and looked down on others while maintaining an icy silence. But the observer seems to have been quite a friendly civilization that established many connections with other civilizations in the galaxy. They gave out tasks all year round to collect exotic creatures of the Milky Way. Young civilizations collected a certain number of unusual creatures and then exchanged them with the observer for various rewards. Some even handed over members of their own species in exchange for essential resources. Some of these civilizations that completed the most tasks became the Watcher's favorites and received a small fleet of the Lost Empire as a reward. When this bounty became known, it became the envy of a large number of civilizations, and so the periodic gathering of exotic creatures in the galaxy became an obligatory part of their daily lives. Some even created special organizations of adventurers to compete with other civilizations. After all, the observer only accepted previously unseen life forms. Am I not the Forgotten Empire myself now? Finding the gate builder Stargate alone may be difficult, but if I entrust this to many civilizations, then perhaps I will achieve my goal much faster. Li Wenyuan quickly looked through the known rewards from the observer, and realized that now he was quite capable of issuing similar ones. He decided to announce the search for a special ancient Stargate as a task for the entire galaxy. As a result, all civilizations, always closely monitoring the actions of the Forgotten Empires, suddenly received a message from the administrator. Hey, where did the new task come from? This is something. The administrator issued the task. It looks like they've become the third Forgotten Empire to give out quests, after the Watcher and the Far Wanderer. Well, that's great. Instead of competing with those who are already far ahead in relations with the observers, we better hurry up and earn the respect of the administrator. Quickly find out what this task is? Other civilizations enthusiastically discussed the news, and only the Karibo Trading Company seemed upset. I thought we were special. This is probably only because we didn't make much of an impression on the administrator, Blanning said in grief, wiping away tears, and called the puzzled Mao Xiong to him. Let's discuss how we can quickly, perfectly, and impressively complete the administrator's task. The administrator has assigned the task of finding a special Stargate to other civilizations in the galaxy. And although some of them were curious as to why the Forgotten Empire was looking for something like this, most decided not to ask any more questions. In business circles, such behavior was considered a sign of bad taste. Countless interstellar adventurers became active again, including many veterans who worked for the Watcher and the Far Wanderer. Obviously, they wanted a piece of that pie as well. Some adventurers even received support from their civilizations, hoping to gain some points in the eyes of the administrator by completing his first mission. Moreover, it only required the coordinates of a special Stargate. In appearance, this did not pose any particular difficulty or danger, which could not but please all participants. Low risk, high reward, a tasty morsel for any adventurer. All in all, thanks to the investment of a lot of resources, some lucky people actually managed to find a special Stargate. My name is Lone Wolf, and today is the 60th day since I began my 521st interstellar expedition. The administrator's mission caused a stir throughout the galaxy, and I was no exception by joining him. Finding a special Stargate among so many star systems in the Milky Way is like looking for a needle in a haystack. So I decided to do all the preparatory work first. First, I turned to several experts I knew to ask them what a special Stargate is. But I obviously underestimated the wisdom of the adventurers. When I came to the experts, at least 24 adventurers had already asked them for advice. Too irritated by this influx of uninvited guests, the experts refused all visits. As a last resort, I had to use some not-so-pretty methods to get them to help me. Then I got an unexpected result. It turned out that one expert saw a special Stargate when he was young, and so, having dispelled many illusions following the evidence, I found this place. At this place in the diary, Lone Wolf raised his head slightly and looked at the universe behind the porthole. This place was nothing more than a black hole. For such a celestial body that symbolizes the end, no one wanted to go near this place. But it was in such a dangerous place that the Stargate stood. They seemed extremely ancient, and their style was completely different from the current one. And even in history books, it was impossible to find anything like this. Lone Wolf stared at them aimlessly for a moment before he remembered to record the images and focused on recording the part of the Stargate. After this, he hurriedly left the place, preparing to sell this information for a high price. To win the favor of the Forgotten Empire, ordinary civilizations were usually willing to pay even more than the Forgotten Empire itself. And he, Lone Wolf, was free from the shackles of patriotism in relation to his own civilization. For him, the main thing is to maximize his own profit. The buyer he chose was a megacorporation, long known as a trading partner of the Forgotten Robot Empire.
He was sure that this civilization would be happy to make a deal with him.
Soon, Li Wenyuan received news from Kuribo. Dear Administrator, we are your reliable trading partner, Kuribo Interstellar Trading Company. We think we have already found the answer to the task you previously posted. The coordinates and associated images for proof have already been uploaded. Please review. If you still remember us, don't reward us. For us, the opportunity to help you is our greatest motivation. This blatant flattery made Li Wenyuan's skin crawl, and he had to open the recorded video to get rid of this feeling. Looking at the celestial body fixed in these influences, he finally showed interest. This Stargate is indeed quite special. Artificial Stargates are usually built outside of a star's gravity well to prevent gravity from affecting the Stargate channel. However, this gate was built right next to a black hole, as if it specifically required the help of a black hole in order to achieve a certain effect. And this special Stargate is much larger than the ordinary Stargate in modern interstellar space. It is difficult to imagine where the other end leads to it. Although they seem to be inactive now, Li Wenyuan is very interested in the places they are connected to. Could this be a Stargate built by the Gate Builders? He thought, but did not stop directing the research spaceship to find out. After all, whether this has anything to do with the Gate Builders or not, it needs to be verified. Time passed quietly, and the research spacecraft also completed its scan of this particular Stargate, giving it a satisfactory result. L-Gate description. This ancient Stargate was built a long time ago. The exact time is no longer available. The technology used and the lines on the Stargate prove that it is the work of the Gate Builders. It has been suggested that the junction of this Stargate may not be in the Milky Way, but in an isolated galaxy outside the Milky Way. It uses some kind of extremely complex encryption program that seems to be designed to prevent outsiders from accessing this Stargate. But from analysis, we think it can still be opened again. It was indeed built by the Gate Builders, so I can continue your research. Although he was happy, Li Wenyuan still had doubts. How exactly did the Gate Builders disappear? Based on their technology for constructing this kind of Stargate sufficient to cross the galaxy, their previous technological level must be very high. Otherwise, there would be no way to allow this Stargate built so long ago to continue to exist until today. Time is usually the most powerful destroyer. Even the remnants of people were destroyed and destroyed over time. It is enough that these huge and exquisite Stargates can be maintained and activated even now, which speaks to the power of the Gate Builders. But even such a powerful civilization eventually disappeared, and with so little information left in the galaxy, it's hard to imagine what they endured. And most importantly, the Gate Builders apparently did not want this Stargate to open again, but if this is so, then why didn't they just destroy them? According to the research department's conclusion, an encryption program inside the Stargate is blocking the project of opening the Stargate. This is very complex. Even with its current level of scientific research, it will take time to analyze it. Looking at this Stargate, Li Wenyuan's thoughts gradually became blurry as the black hole rotated. What is hidden behind the L-Gate? Without a doubt, this is the question that aroused the most curiosity. In our galaxy, as far as is known, there are no other such structures. But it is impossible to imagine that the creators of the gates limited themselves to only one gate. This means that there are certainly others that simply have not yet been discovered. But what is behind these gates? Treasure or something else? We can only find out after the door opens. The mission created by the Administrator in Galactic Society was withdrawn, which meant that some civilization had already completed it. Travelers from other civilizations, despite their reluctance, were forced to retreat and look forward to new tasks. Meanwhile, some civilizations tried to find out who actually carried out the Administrator's mission and continued to search for the special Stargate in which he showed interest. The The Stargate, unlike strange creatures, was valuable to all civilizations. Even if they were not the purpose of the mission, Stargates can be useful in their own right, offering shortcuts that can bring huge gains in trade. So, as they searched further, some civilizations discovered other special star portals, thanks to clues left behind by adventurers who gave up searching for them. In the territory of the technological dictatorship of Minbo, there were disputes between scientists about whether it was worth looking for a way to destroy these Stargates. As typical representatives of an academic dictatorship, scientists enjoyed the highest status in this civilization. What caused them to argue was clearly not a trivial matter. One of the scientists said bitterly, "We have finally found a free Stargate. How can we refuse such a treasure because of a few words? What does the risk assessment report say? It is not ready yet, but I am confident that the threat level will exceed 50%. Our archaeological finds confirm that these words are not an empty phrase.
We must destroy the Stargate before it opens."
Another scientist, on the contrary, insisted on the destruction of a special Stargate. The leading archaeologist and his team discovered a certain prophetic record associated with them on one of the planets. On this planet there once existed a civilization whose existence spanned an incredibly long period of time. Judging by the remaining traces, this civilization possessed more advanced technology than the local inhabitants before they entered space. They had a special capacity for empathy, which, if consciously managed, could create strong cohesion among all members of a civilization. If they could survive to this day, they could be compared to the Forgotten Empires. However, during subsequent archaeological research, Minbo archaeologists discovered that this civilization was destroyed due to a certain prophecy. Some doomsday believers among their civilization were convinced that sooner or later a powerful gray storm would sweep across the entire universe, destroying everything in its path. And it was their ability to empathize that led this civilization to extinction. No one knew who started it first, but some individuals began to fanatically worship this doomsday, and it gradually spread to everyone else like a plague. Civilization soon descended into madness due to the impending end of the world, which never came, leading to the self-destruction of all representatives of this world in just a few months. Of course, only this dubious archaeological find could not attract the attention of the leaders of Minbo archaeology. The most important thing was that they actually discovered this gray storm on the planet near the special Stargate. It was a group of nanorobots. Even though they failed for some unknown reason, this terrifying group of nanobots still managed to destroy half the planet. According to the reconstructed maps simulation, this group of nanobots formed a storm through a process of continuous absorption and self-replication, and nothing grew where they passed. Therefore, a special Stargate that is likely connected to this nanostorm has attracted the attention of the authorities. Now, the Minbo scientists are divided into two groups on the question of whether to preserve this Stargate or not. One group believes that the Stargate, which could possibly form a network, is a resource that can only be found, not replicated. This resource could have a huge impact on both trade and scientific research, and should not be abandoned just because of some stories covered in dust. Another group insisted that there were most likely these terrifying groups of nanorobots behind a special Stargate. In the context that the Stargate will open sooner or later, it must be destroyed to prevent a possible threat from it. They were still waiting for the results of the research. If the threat level in the Crisis Assessment Agency's report exceeds 50%, then they will decide to destroy the Stargate, following the principle of the minority obeying the majority. Soon the report came. The threat level is indeed above 50%, but the chief scientist told us not to worry about it. He believes that risks and opportunities coexist. The Stargate that administrator is looking for must have something special. The scientists who heard the news looked at each other and were eventually forced to stop their arguments according to the results of the details. At this time, Li Wenyuan, who was already in control of the L-Gate, was also approaching the final step of the decryption process. A little unexpectedly for him, the result of the decipherment was not mysterious or difficult to understand, but was only a question from the gate builders. We are the Dasanu Commonwealth. We are very glad that the civilizations of this galaxy were able to find this place and advance to this step. I don't know how many traces of us are left in the outside world, but since you chose this door, it means that you are also very interested in the mystery behind it. We must say in advance that behind it there may be both a gift and terrible threats. Are you sure that you have the ability to survive a meeting with this secret now? Yes or no? The decryption process stopped, and it was obvious that a choice had to be made, to open these L-gates or not. Through the deciphered speech, it was difficult to understand the mood of the gate builders. They seemed to want civilizations to find the gate, but they didn't want it to be opened. This contradiction also made Li Wenyuan think. He thought about whether he had enough strength to open the L gate. Although my fleet is still small, its quality is quite high, and ordinary civilizations no longer stand a chance of providing me with any worthy resistance. The giant shipyard is also close to completion, and then my production capacity will reach a new level. No matter how I think about it, I should be able to see the world outside the door with my own eyes. Having made his decision, Li Wenyuan chose yes, without hesitation. The floating Stargate structure slowly opened. Its huge body seemed to come to life after a long time. In a vacuum, sound cannot be heard. But looking at the dark green light gradually gathering in the center of the Stargate, Li Wenyuan seemed to be able to hear the roar of the start of this gigantic structure. When the dark green light suddenly disappeared, a small black hole appeared in the Stargate. Compared to the real black hole behind it, this black hole was very small, but Li Wenyuan knew that the mystery behind it was about to be revealed. As soon as Li Wenyuan opened the L gate, he immediately sent a nearby ship into it to explore the unknown. At the same time, he was preparing his fleet for an immediate transition to this position, hoping in this way to prevent possible threats. After activating the L gate, all other similar objects in the galaxy began to change independently. No matter whether they belonged to Li Wenyuan or not, all the gates began autonomous decryption. Even though they were currently still closed, it seemed that the gates would soon open again, revealing their secrets to the entire galaxy. Li Wenyuan's research ship, after passing through the L gate, suddenly lost contact. But immediately after this, a signal came, coming from an unimaginably distant distance. This was no longer the Milky Way, or even its outskirts. Compared to our seething galaxy, this place resembled a cosmic cemetery, full of dead silence. The ship reached this point by passing through the L gate, and found a similar gate on the other side. Thus, it could be confirmed that this location was indeed behind the L gate. Several abandoned star systems made up this tiny star cluster, where a strange silence reigned. By correcting a slight distortion in the transmitted image, Li Wenyuan was able to see what was actually happening inside the star system where the research ship had arrived. It seemed as if great battles were taking place here. Some planets that may once have harbored life were destroyed beyond recognition, and most of the planets were covered in a thin layer of dust. A quick inspection revealed that this dust could be composed of paralyzed ancient nanobots. Gift or threat? After watching these frames, Li Wenyuan remembered the question that the gate builder left on the L gate. Apparently, neither gift nor threat exists here anymore. Only dead ruins. Overwhelmed by increased doubts, Li Wenyuan ordered more survey ships to cross the L gate to begin a mass scan of this star cluster. Soon, one of the ships discovered information stored in a group of paralyzed nanobots. Incomplete entry. 0003. Program coordination, disintegration. Copying evolution. Incomplete entry. 0005. Was the experiment successful? Data lost? On to the next stage, incomplete record. 028. Damn, this data lost is out of control. Urgently notify our outsiders, even if they... Data lost? Li Wenyuan seemed intrigued by this very ancient era, but he was only able to recover a small part of the information, which made it difficult to reconstruct the full picture of events. The flickering of nanorobots surrounding the planets and the mention in the records of their being out of control suggested that these nanorobots were out of control. At the same time, another research spacecraft reported a new piece of information found. Li Wenyuan first looked at the received data, and then his face took on an expression of deep thoughtfulness. Incomplete record 00740. Was the external data lost processed? No. What kind of news is this incomplete entry 00741? They discovered a civilization building some kind of passage to other galaxies. Tell them to stop, otherwise, data lost will spread incomplete record 00750. We don't need their help. We, Decent Concord, can handle this ourselves. Are they still renovating? What the hell? Build some kind of passage to connect with other galaxies. Li Wenyuan saw a few familiar words and remembered the image he had seen earlier in the Emerald Tomb. Could it be people? Were people also in contact with the gate builder at that time? Before he had time to think further, more incomplete information was loaded into the database. Incomplete record 01145. External signal data lost not detected. We can focus on internal research. Incomplete record 01201. Do they praise our desire for development? Finally, someone understands our efforts. Are they still building roads? Well, okay, tell them we're going away for a while. Incomplete entry 01450. Data lost is becoming increasingly dangerous. We must lock all the doors and not open them from the inside to prevent data lost from escaping. Hopefully when they reopen, we will successfully resolve data lost. Reading the notes, Li Wenyuan became increasingly embarrassed. Apparently, the gate builder was unable to cope with the threat on his own and became part of the historical dust cloud. This data is lost and appears to refer to paralyzed nanobots. It turned out awkward. Let's continue our research. It seems that these uncontrollable nanorobots have long been out of order. So all the planets in the star system were scanned, and the research ship continued on its way to other galaxies in this distant star cluster. With each scanning step, new incomplete information was added to the record. Incomplete entry 5000. Copying complete record 6500. Thoughts incomplete entry 1000? Hello, we are the Dasanu Commonwealth. We are glad to meet you all. Our days of isolation are finally over. Incomplete record 1001. Yes. Our goal is to create a network of stargates throughout the galaxy, contribute to the spread of interstellar civilization. Incomplete record 1005. Nanobots, about. Dear friends, we do not wish to discuss this matter. Incomplete entry 1008. We tell you for the last time, do not delve into this matter further. Incomplete entry 110. We open doors for you, but you return our kindness in this way? Maybe we shouldn't trust monomorphic races. At least you don't seem different to us from our creators. While we dismantle your ships and crews into their component parts, look again at what your hearts are made of. This last entry was unprecedentedly long, but through these few words, Li Wenyuan was able to restore the painting. After destroying their creators, a group of powerful nanorobots eventually gained wisdom and took on the appearance of the country of their creators. But when this lie was revealed, these nanobots seemed to get angry and launched an attack. But it was still unknown who exactly. Could it be people again? Li Wenyuan wanted to laugh at this moment. Although humans have disappeared from the universe, they do not seem to have disappeared completely. Even in this distant star cluster, traces of them still remain. He became more and more interested in the events that happened here, so he could not resist and created a special file in the database, Distant Star Cluster, to record all the information he found. Soon, research ships in other locations also uploaded the collected information into the archives of the Distant Star Cluster. Incomplete record 15,000. Failure, 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 incomplete record 15,001. It's incredible that monomorph races can have such powerful combat effectiveness. Is this death? Creator incomplete record 15,005. These monomorphic races did not destroy our core, but again closed the Stargate to the outside world. Incomplete entry 16,000. Perhaps we can exist in another form. Incomplete entry 23,000. Life, living things, organisms. With the completion of scanning of most planets, the records are gradually coming to an end. Incomplete record 35,000. Giant creature successful. But this is not enough. Incomplete record 5,000. Thought, consciousness, coordination, unity. Incomplete entry 9,000. While scanning the last planet, Li Wenyuan received a special signal. On the surface of a planet full of nanobots in Antarctica, some kind of energy source is slowly moving. It looked like he was just taking a walk. And the last entry was also recorded in his file, Distant Star Cluster. Incomplete entry 9999.